Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, Start. Today is a beautiful day. The sky was clear, and clouds were drifting lazily. The sun, as usual, brought warmth and light to this world, while everything unfolded as it always did. People started their day as usual, heading to work, fulfilling responsibilities, or perhaps doing nothing at all. In a city like any other in Japan, there was a school that stood out, fancier than the rest. Even if something strange were to occur, life wouldn't come to a halt, as today marked the first day of the school year. New students, alongside returning ones, gathered to begin their academic journey. Smiles adorned the faces of all the students as they walked the paths toward the school. For the boys, those smiles were wider, as this was a girls' school. Everyone seemed excited, wondering what this year might have in store for them. Everyone, that is, except for a single boy who sat alone on a park bench a mile away from the school. He had slightly long black hair that fell over his forehead and wore black-framed glasses. Around his neck rested a pair of headphones with glowing blue lines and intricate decorations. His clear blue eyes seemed to reflect the sky itself, and while his face might not have been the epitome of beauty, it could easily be called handsome. He wore the same boy's uniform of Kuwa Academy, yet his demeanor was anything but eager. "It's fucking boring," the boy muttered under his breath, gazing up at the sky with an expression of annoyance. "I'm in a world with a vague mythology, no clear training system, and a broken power level. And yet, I can't do a damn thing." He sighed deeply, his frustration apparent. A gentle breeze swept through the park, rustling the leaves around him, but he paid it no mind. "The stories always made it sound so exciting," he continued, almost talking to himself. "Get Isekai'd, gain powers, change the world." He gestured vaguely toward the horizon. He adjusted his glasses, his blue eyes narrowing slightly as he looked toward the distant silhouette of Kuwa Academy. The laughter and chatter of students reached his ears, faint but unmistakable. This marked the 17th year of Leo's life in this world. Yes, Leo wasn't originally from here. He was someone whose very existence was an anomaly in this place of gods, angels, and demons. The why and how of his arrival remained a mystery even to him. It wasn't until a year ago, on his 16th birthday, that his memories returned. The event was nothing short of a disaster. One moment, he was cutting into a cake with his family, and the next, his mind was flooded with a lifetime of knowledge and experiences that weren't his. Overwhelmed by the revelation, he almost hurled the cake into his parents' faces out of sheer frustration. 16 years. 16 years he had lived blissfully ignorant, his memories sealed away, leaving him to grow up like any normal kid. And for what? So he could be dropped back into the chaos with only a year to prepare for what was essentially a death sentence. The city he lived in now wasn't ordinary. The school he was about to attend wasn't either. He'd pieced that much together quickly after his memories awakened. After several fruitless experiments jumping off fences, trying to summon energy blasts, and even standing under a full moon in some ridiculous hope of transformation, he came to a sobering conclusion: he was a normal human. No powers. No hidden abilities. No divine spark. No dual cultivation manual. Just Leo, a regular guy with no means to survive in a world where the supernatural ran rampant. Faced with this, Leo devised what he believed was the best course of action: stay the hell away from anything remotely supernatural. His first plan was to convince his parents to leave the city altogether. After all, he knew what kind of trouble brewed here. He'd read enough stories and seen enough tropes to predict what might happen. But that idea fell apart quickly. His father had just landed a new job, one that brought him genuine happiness and financial stability for their family. His mother was equally content, and the thought of uprooting their lives based on vague warnings or flimsy excuses was impossible to sell. And so, Leo had no choice but to accept his reality. He was stuck in a death zone wrapped in plot armor that felt paper-thin. His goal now was survival. No heroics, no meddling with destiny, and definitely no drawing attention to himself. If he had any say in it, he'd graduate, move far away from this chaos, and live a quiet, supernatural-free life. Yeah, right, he muttered, kicking a pebble on the path as he made his way toward the school. His hands were stuffed into his pockets, his blue eyes scanning the distance as if expecting trouble to jump out at him any second. Just survive. That's the plan. No getting involved, no getting killed. He snorted at the thought. Simple enough, right? I guess it's not that simple, Leo muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing as he noticed a figure standing on the rooftop of the school building. It was lunchtime and he was here to eat in silence. The girl had white hair, a youthful, almost innocent face, and was staring down at him with an intensity that made him feel like the biggest piece of filth in all of humanity. The sheer force of her gaze almost made him freeze in place. What the hell? Why was this Lilai look like she wanted to burn him alive with just her eyes? He tried to break the tension with humor, hoping to diffuse whatever weird situation was unfolding. Look, I'm not your father. It's physically impossible for me to have a. Before he could finish, the Lilai cut him off by throwing her bag directly at his face. What? Leo instinctively caught it with one hand, not expecting to react so quickly. The bag felt light in his grip, but the moment was a blur. Huh? He blinked, still processing what had just happened, only to find the Lilai glaring down at him from above with her face now bright red. Uh-oh. Okay, Leo quickly backpedaled, realizing his humor had hit entirely the wrong note. I'm kidding. You just had the look of a wrong child, alright? It was a pathetic attempt at damage control, but the Lilai didn't seem to be having any of it. The angry fire in her eyes didn't waver. Leo, now more than a little nervous, tried to gauge if his last line had made things better or worse. Great, he muttered to himself, rubbing his forehead. First day at school, and I'm already pissing off Lilai. Leo gave her a small, apologetic smile as he handed the bag back. I take back what I said. Now, let's have a truce, okay? He offered his hand, trying to ease the tension. My name is Leo, short for Len and as Williams, he said. The girl Konko looked at his hand for a moment before shaking it with a quick, almost robotic motion. Konko, she replied, her voice monotone. Leo nodded, relieved that things weren't escalating further. Nice to meet you, Konko. Leo sat at the rooftop, his pasta in front of him as he took a bite. Konko sat beside from him, her lunch much simpler, a traditional children's dish with rice and a side of pickles, along with a small apple pie she had brought herself. The two ate in silence, occasionally glancing up at one another, but neither seemed to feel the need for conversation. Leo was content with his pasta, savoring each bite, while Konko quietly ate her meal, her gaze occasionally flicking toward Leo's food. Finally, it was time for dessert. Leo opened the bag with the homemade cookies he'd brought from home, the smell of chocolate chips filling the air. As he pulled out a cookie, he noticed Konko staring at him, eyes wide and mouth slightly open, the corners of her lips forming the beginnings of a drool. Caught off guard by her open display of interest, Leo raised an eyebrow. The moment she realized he was looking at her, she quickly corrected her expression, straightening up and fumbling with her apple pie in a flustered panic. Her face flushed slightly, and Leo couldn't help but think it was adorable. After a few moments of awkwardness, Konko cleared her throat and awkwardly offered him a piece of her pie. Trade? She said, her monotone voice sounding almost shy. Leo chuckled softly, appreciating the gesture, and smiled. Okay, he replied, taking the offered slice of pie and holding it out to her in return with a cookie in his hand. As they traded desserts, Konko seemed a bit more at ease, though still visibly stoic. Leo took a bite of the pie, enjoying the sweetness, while Konko took a careful bite of the cookie, her expression softening as she chewed. As the bell rang, Signaling that lunch was over, Konko began to gather her things and stood up to leave. However, before she could walk away, Leo called out to her. "So, friends?" he asked, mirroring the straightforward approach she had used earlier. His voice was casual, but there was a hint of genuine curiosity behind it. Konko stopped in her tracks, looking a bit conflicted for a moment. She hesitated, her eyes flicking between Leo and the ground as she processed the question. Finally, she nodded slightly, her face still expressionless but her voice softer than usual. "Yes," she said quietly. Leo smiled, feeling a sense of warmth. "All right, friends," he said with a small grin. It felt like a small but important step, and despite her usual monotone, he could tell that the gesture meant something to her. After Konko walked off, Leo remained on the rooftop, contemplating whether or not to just skip the rest of school. The temptation was strong, especially with the way his day had already been unfolding. It seemed easier to just avoid the inevitable and find somewhere quiet to pass the time. He sighed, leaning back against the rooftop railing. Leo knew exactly who Konko was. She was the rook in Rya's Grimory's peerage, a key player in the supernatural world. And while he had always planned to steer clear of anything involving the supernatural, his own dumbass nature had somehow made it impossible for him to avoid crossing paths with her. Being on talking terms wasn't the worst thing in the world, but Leo wasn't ready to dive headfirst into the chaos that would likely follow. He had no intention of getting involved in the death zone of the plot that high school, especially in a world like this, seemed to revolve around. It wasn't that he disliked Konko or the people she was connected to, but Leo wasn't about to sign up for whatever mess the supernatural world had in store for him. "Ah, fuck it," Leo muttered to himself, the boredom of school and the looming uncertainty about his place in this world gnawing at him. He decided to sneak off to a manga cafe, figuring that a few hours of mindless escapism would be a decent distraction from the inevitable weirdness of his situation. Bullying kids in online games had always been a good pastime, but today, for some reason, that didn't feel as satisfying. Instead, he found himself curious about something else: money. Specifically, he wondered if the concept of Bitcoin, or something similar, existed in this world. He'd heard of it before, and in the world he came from, it was a great investment for the early bidders. And lo and behold, it was here too. A grin spread across his face as he researched, learning that Bitcoin was indeed a thing in this world. He had roughly $80 saved from all the pocket money he'd never spent. "I guess this is as good as a shot as any," Leo said to himself. $100 worth of Bitcoin it is. He decided to sell some of his collectibles, Pokemon cards and memorabilia from various franchises he'd been hoarding. If he managed to secure $100 worth of Bitcoin, at today's rate, it amounted to roughly 1,01,010 Bitcoin. Leo leaned back in his chair, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. The potential was staggering. This is going to be worth a lot in the future, he thought. Maybe even enough to secure his future, and if things went really well, he could make enough money to live comfortably while staying away from the supernatural mess. Not bad, he mused. At least if things get rough, I could just become the Batman of this world. Superpowers. PFFT, I'll just wing it like Bruce Wayne. With that thought, he felt a little more at ease. Money in hand, and a plan to stay out of trouble at least for now, he decided to enjoy the rest of his day at the cafe, free from the complications of the world he found himself in. Chapter 2, System. Leo sat on a bench in the park, idly eating ice cream as the warm hues of the setting sun painted the sky in shades of orange and pink. It was a rare moment of peace, just him, his tub of vanilla ice cream, and the soft rustling of leaves in the evening breeze. A black crow perched beside him on the bench, its beady eyes fixated on his ice cream. Without warning, the bird darted forward and pecked at the tub, scooping a bit of the creamy treat with its sharp beak. Leo froze mid-scoop, staring at the bird as it audaciously stole another peck. His ice blue eyes narrowed in disbelief, and his grip on the spoon tightened. He stared at the crow, his gaze sharpening with every stolen bite. "Oh, you devilish bird," he muttered slowly, setting the tub aside. In one swift motion, he reached out, his hand snapping behind the bird's neck before it could react. With a startled caw, the crow flapped its wings in a frenzy, trying to escape his iron grip. Leo lifted it up, holding its squawking body aloft as he grinned like a madman. "Gotcha," he said, laughing triumphantly. "After minutes of you annoying me, I finally get to annoy you back." The crow cawed indignantly, its wings flapping harder, but Leo's grip held firm. He held the bird up to eye level, his grin turning into an icy smirk. "You think I'm done?" he asked, his voice dripping with mock menace. "Nah, your ass is getting domesticated." The bird paused, tilting its head as if confused, its caws subsiding. Leo leaned closer, locking eyes with the bewildered creature. "Welcome to Human Simulator, motherf.a." He plopped the bird back onto the bench beside him, reclaiming his tub of ice cream with a victorious look. The crow sat there, momentarily stunned, before cautiously pecking at the edge of the bench, as if debating whether to risk another bite. Leo laughed, taking a triumphant scoop from the tub. Yeah, that's what I thought. Stay in your lane. Caw, apostrophe. The bird stared at him, then let out a small caw of what sounded like regret. Leo chuckled, shaking his head. Fine. You get a pass this time, bird brain. He nudged the tub slightly in its direction. But only because you've got guts. You're still coming with me though. Caw? Leo strolled back home, headphones blasting J-pop he had carefully curated in this world. Ronan, the now officially named crow, perched on his head like some magical guardian from a fantasy game, occasionally flapped his wings for balance. It had been 3 years since he befriended the bird, luring it with a bag of Lay's chips he barely had the heart to share. The artificial flavors and addictive preservatives had done their job, bonding the free-spirited bird to him in a way no one else could. Today, after eating ice cream with it, he'd decided it was time for Ronan to meet his parents properly. Maybe he'd even set up a little nest for the bird on their balcony, a safe haven for the occasional visit. It seemed like a good way to solidify their partnership, especially since Ronan had basically become a constant in his life. As Leo reached the front gate of his house, he spotted someone odd. Tsubaki Shinra stood near the gate, holding a piece of paper in her hand, her expression puzzled as she glanced between it and her surroundings. She looked like she was searching for an address and was clearly out of place in the quiet neighborhood. Curious, Leo leaned slightly forward and tapped her shoulder from behind. Hello, you seem lost, he said casually. The disoriented girl turned around sharply, gasping in surprise. Her confusion morphed into faint relief when she saw him. Oh, thank God, she said. Can you help me find this address? She held up the paper, pointing to the address written on it. Leo took a glance at it, and his brain stalled for a moment. Oh, that's my address, he thought. Still, he tried to keep his composure and asked nonchalantly, why are you looking for this place? Is it for a friend or something? Tsubaki sighed, her annoyance clear in her tone. Some guy skipped school on the first day, she said, narrowing her eyes. And, as if that wasn't bad enough, when we tried contacting his parents, we found out he filled out made-up phone numbers on the forms. So, I'm here to inform his parents. With every word she spoke, Leo's face grew more and more comically neutral. Oh, she's talking about me, he thought, slight panic creeping in. Thinking quickly, he forced a clueless smile and pointed to the opposite end of the street. Oh, that address? It should be down there, a couple of blocks that way, he said, his tone full of mock helpfulness. Tsubaki tilted her head, studying him for a moment. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she suddenly glanced at the uniform he was wearing. Then at his face. Her gaze sharpened. Wait a second. Leo's neutral expression shattered slightly. Oh no, she's figuring it out. Before he could react, she said firmly, you're the one I'm looking for, aren't you? Leo froze, staring at her with a blank expression. In his mind, the words echoed like a death knell. It's over. She knows. He thought jokingly. She probably used some sort of magic to figure it out, but if there was one thing Leo excelled at, it was definitely playing the victim card. Even if he didn't have the racial privileges, he figured it was worth a shot. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and gave her his best guilty but innocent look. I'd really appreciate it if you didn't tell my parents. It would make them really sad, he said, lowering his tone to sound as remorseful as possible. I swear this won't happen again, but I had to take this guy to the vet. He pointed at Ronan, who was perched on his head, giving off the air of a sweet, concerned pet rather than his usual asshole self. I couldn't just watch him suffer, so I ditched school to get him the treatment he needed. I'm really sorry. My mom doesn't need to know about it. Please. He added, injecting a touch of desperation into his voice. Tsubaki stared at him, clearly torn between following through with her duty and believing his story. Ronan, as if understanding the stakes, fluffed up his feathers adorably and let out a soft, plaintive caw. She sighed, her resolve wavering. You know, you could have just informed the student council or at least a teacher. They would have helped. Leo's eyes widened in mock shock as he placed a hand over his mouth. Oh, I didn't think of that at all. He exclaimed, sounding genuinely horrified at his supposed lapse in judgment. Tsubaki pinched the bridge of her nose and exhaled. Fine, she said, though her tone made it clear she wasn't entirely convinced. But if this happens again, I will inform your parents, understand? Leo nodded eagerly, giving her his most earnest look. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. Ronan let out a triumphant caw, as if thanking her too. Tsubaki shook her head as a slight blush creeped on her face at his behavior, clearly, and handed him the address paper she'd been holding. You're lucky I'm feeling generous today, she muttered before turning to leave. As she walked away, Leo sighed in relief, muttering under his breath, Crisis averted. Thanks, Ronan. You finally earned your keep. Caw. Less than closing parenthesis greater than the crow cawed smugly, as if to say, you're welcome. Convincing his mother about keeping Ronan and explaining their 3-year friendship was relatively easy. After all, Leo had always been good at spinning a heartfelt story, and Ronan's surprisingly well-behaved demeanor sealed the deal. His mom even suggested building a small perch for the crow outside. Thanks, Mom. Leo said enthusiastically. But don't let him fly around the kitchen, okay? And keep your room clean, Leo, she replied, clearly amused by the odd bond her son had with the bird. His dad had simply shrugged, muttering something about my son's weird. Just when Leo was about to head upstairs to his room, he froze mid-step as a glowing digital screen materialized out of nowhere, floating right in front of him. His first instinct was to scream in excitement, but he managed to clamp a hand over his mouth to stop himself from startling everyone in the house. Finally. The thing he had been secretly hoping for since he woke up in this world: a sign, a system, something. He stared at the screen, his excitement rising, only for his enthusiasm to crash the moment he noticed the words, loading, 3 hours remaining, Leo groaned, slapping his forehead. What the fuck? Is the multiversal Wi-Fi seriously this slow? He thought in disbelief. Realizing there was nothing he could do but wait, he sighed and turned back to his parents. Thanks for making my favorite food, Mom. I'll handle the dishes tonight. His mother blinked in surprise. You want to do the dishes? Are you feeling okay? Even his dad raised an eyebrow. But Leo didn't care. He was on cloud 9. If he had to do a few chores to distract himself from the wait, so be it. I'll enjoy their shock while it lasts, Leo thought, scrubbing the dishes with uncharacteristic enthusiasm. When the 3 hours finally passed, he sprinted back to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. The progress bar on the floating screen was now complete, and a large button reading, Initiate, appeared. Here goes nothing, he whispered, pressing the button. The screen blinked once, and bold letters appeared in a sleek font, Multiversal Charter. It felt like he was booting up some ancient but advanced operating system. After a few moments, the screen turned a calming shade of blue, and another message appeared, Welcome to the Dimensional Chat Group. You have been assigned the position of host. Leo squinted at the words, his excitement mingling with confusion. Host as a post, what's that supposed to mean? The system immediately responded, a host is the initiator of a dimensional chat group. As the core of the group, the host has the authority to invite members, manage interactions, and oversee group activities. Hosts are selected based on their untapped potential and are placed higher in the Multiversal Charter's hierarchy. Okay, that sounds cool. But how does this help me get stronger? Or is this just some glorified interdimensional social media gig? The host system provides 3 primary features to ensure growth and multiversal contributions. 1. Recruitment and multiversal team building. The host is responsible for recruiting members from different dimensions. These members form a team that handles localized and non-localized threats within their respective dimensions and other worldlings under the Multiversal Charter. The host acts as a recruiter, strategist, and leader for these operations. 2. Story tree. The story tree analyzes the host's native timeline and calculates all possible paths for development. The host can select a role that best suits their growth and influence. Choices are time-bound and cannot be changed once made. Missions within the story tree are optional but highly beneficial for personal development. 3. This feature is currently locked and will only become available once the group becomes active. Leo leaned back in his chair, processing the information. So I'm some kind of dimensional army manager? And the story tree thing? Sounds useful but a little ominous. What happens if I pick a bad path? The story tree ensures optimal growth for the host. It is designed to guide, not to restrict. The host has complete freedom to choose, but each path is unique and irreversible. Great. No pressure then, he muttered sarcastically. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, do I at least get a newbie pack or something? Isn't that standard? A newbie pack will be granted after the host selects their initial path from the story tree. Leo groaned but nodded. Fine, let's get this over with. Show me the story tree. The screen shifted, and a glowing tree with countless branches appeared. Each branch was labeled with cryptic titles like, The Eminence of Shadows, The Beast's Keeper, and, The Strategist's Gambit. Each one pulsed faintly, waiting for him to choose. Chapter 3, Choices. As Leo immersed himself in the countless titles and intricate paths displayed on the story tree, his excitement was quickly dampened by a glaring realization: all of them were grayed out. What gives? He muttered in frustration, narrowing his eyes at the inaccessible choices. The titled paths will unlock after you have chosen your basic affiliation. Once your affiliation is selected, new titled paths may emerge based on how closely you adhere to the system's directives. However, Nothing is set in stone. A projected path can shift into another based on deviations from system guidelines. The only constant is the chosen affiliation. Leo let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. So, I'm stuck until I pick my alignment? The screen shifted, and a new menu appeared. 7 choices floated in front of him, each accompanied by a basic description and the rewards they offered. 3 of them immediately caught his eye: the far left, the far right, and the exact central option. Underneath each of these, a bold warning was written: not advisable. Curiosity piqued, he examined the first extreme option on the far left. Enemy of all existence, guaranteed destruction of the universe at your hands upon 100% completion. Unlocks worldline travel without system guidance in the end. Reward: 1-star annihilation power. What kind of universe destroyer starts at the bottom? You are the end of all. Planetary destruction is child's play. Trait: you are meant to end it all, so in a twisted way, everything belongs to you. Meta power absorption: you can absorb and weaponize powers, traits, and abilities of others. Seed of Executioner. Leo's eyebrows shot up. Woza, this is literally villain supreme. Guaranteed destruction? Talk about overkill. And what's with that Seed of Executioner? Sounds ominous as hell. He moved on, intrigued by the next eye-catching option in the center. The absolute neutral: your life has no effect on the end of the universe. You exist as an observer, detached from the flow of events. Reward: type 1 to 6 immortality. Neutrality is hard to maintain when your life is at stake. 1. Trait: you are not a resident of this world, and you've chosen not to have a say in its fate. Your alien perspective allows you to perceive all obstructions as they truly are. Meta comprehension: your insight into reality lets you decode even the most incomprehensible phenomena. Seed of Arbitrator. Leo tilted his head. So, basically, I'd be the ultimate outsider? No allies, no enemies, just a spectator? Sounds lonely, but that immortality perk is tempting. Finally, he turned his attention to the far right option. Savior of all existence, guaranteed transformation of the universe into the ultimate utopia without grief or pain upon 100% completion. Unlocks universe creation. Reward: 1-star creation power. What kind of universal savior starts as a street magician? You are the savior of all. Planetary miracles are a child's play. Trait: you are destined to be the ultimate hero, but without allies, your intentions may be mistaken as megalomania. You must rise as the better man in every situation. Meta protagonist: circumstances bend in your favor, aligning events to highlight your heroism and victories. Seat of Administrator. Leo whistled low. Okay, this is the polar opposite of the first one. Universe creation powers. That's nuts. But the pressure of being that perfect? Yeah, no thanks. He glanced at the remaining 4 affiliations, which seemed less extreme in comparison. As he weighed his options, the system chimed in. Reminder: the host's choice will define their fundamental alignment, shaping their progression in the story tree. Be mindful that this decision is irreversible. Yeah, I got it, he muttered, scratching his head. So no pressure at all, right? He took a deep breath, staring at the screen, knowing that this choice was the first true step in shaping his destiny. Well, no guts, no glory. As Leo stared at the overwhelming options before him, the system chimed in. There is no need for the host to feel such intense pressure. The system understands that humans are rarely as polarizing or absolute as these choices suggest. All choices do not have to be selected at 100%. In fact, the system advises against choosing any path fully. Leo blinked, taken aback by the statement. Wait, what? So, I can blend them? Correct. Each choice is presented with a grayed out percentage bar. The host may allocate their preference across multiple options, creating a balance that aligns with your individuality. Overlapping choices often yield better results and are more sustainable. Leo tilted his head, mulling over the new information. So, I don't have to go full villain supreme or savior of all existence? That's a relief. The screen shifted, showing the same choices as before, but now with adjustable percentage sliders beneath each affiliation. The polarizing path's enemy of all existence, the absolute neutral, and savior of all existence had updated warnings beside their sliders. Not advisable, highly dangerous due to opposition from world administrators. The system continued. Polarizing choices are dangerous because most world administrators may not allow such extreme paths, even if the multiversal charter technically permits the distribution of seat of administrator, executioner, and arbitrator, and these roles exist within the charter's framework. They are not accepted by all world standards. The charter system is a basic understanding among dimensional entities, not an enforceable law. Leo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So if I pick something too extreme, I could piss off some incomprehensible entity, huh? Got it. Precisely. A balanced allocation allows the host to progress effectively without drawing undue attention. It also ensures that your chosen path aligns with your core nature, maximizing compatibility and minimizing potential backlash. The sliders shimmered invitingly, each set to 0 by default. Below them, a new message appeared: advisable allocation. Distribute your percentages wisely to reflect a cohesive and unique identity. The sum of all choices must equal 100%. Unused percentages will not be assigned automatically. Leo exhaled deeply. Okay, system. Let's do this. He looked at the sliders, realizing that his decision here would not just shape his destiny but also define how others, whether allies or enemies, perceived him in the multiverse. In the end, Leo decided on a balanced approach. He needed offensive power, but also defensive capabilities. After careful consideration, he began adjusting the sliders: enemy of all existence, extreme evil, 5% the absolute neutral, 30% for high defensive traits, savior of all existence, creation spectrum, 5% other evil spectrum options, 20% plus 20% remaining creation spectrum options, 10% plus 10%. The percentages felt right, offering a blend of offense, defense, and versatility with more focus on the offense. Alright, he said to himself, nodding at the configuration. A bit of destruction, a bit of creation, and a whole lot of defense. Let's see how this plays out. The system responded immediately. Loading. Generating story tree. Calculating possibilities. The screen lit up with equations, possibilities, and symbols that seemed far beyond Leo's comprehension, flashing rapidly in a dizzying display. Numbers and diagrams intertwined, flowing like a waterfall of logic and chaos. Leo squinted. What even are those equations? Do I need a degree in interdimensional physics for this? The system ignored his question, continuing to process. After what felt like an eternity, the screen flickered and let out a soft boop. Generating newbie pack, a message popped up. Congratulations, host. You have chosen a unique combination of alignments. While this configuration grants more power and versatility than the seal of exterminator, pure evil choice, it is not the most efficient path. The hybrid nature of this alignment creates a much longer journey and less talent. Mastery may require additional effort to balance conflicting traits. Leo blinked, his grin faltering slightly. Wait, are you saying I've made things harder for myself? Correct. However, this path offers increased adaptability and long-term potential, making the host capable of handling a wider variety of challenges within the multiversal charter. While the road may be longer, it ensures a more well-rounded progression. Leo sighed. Great, so I'm taking the scenic route to becoming a badass. The system elaborated further. The chosen path combines offensive potential from destructive alignments with enhanced survivability from the neutral alignment, complemented by support capabilities from the creation spectrum. This hybrid structure ensures adaptability in varied scenarios, albeit with slower progression compared to a singular alignment choice. Initializing newbie path. Rewards incoming. Stand by. As the screen began to load once again, Leo couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and trepidation. The screen finalized Leo's chosen path. The system began detailing the rewards, each appearing with a glowing effect on the screen. Rewards granted: 1. Type 4 Immortality, Resilient Regeneration. The host can regenerate from nearly any physical damage, ensuring survival even in the most hostile environments. 2. Type 6 Immortality, Existence Preservation Parasitic. The host's informational essence is preserved. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the host cannot be erased easily from reality. This grants defense against conceptual and metaphysical attacks. 3. Skill, Informational Parasite, a unique ability that allows the host to attack and consume the informational essence of objects, beings, or even concepts. This skill can destabilize or outright destroy enemies, rendering their abilities ineffective. However, misuse could damage unintended targets, making precise control essential. 4. Skill, Informational Creation, the perfect counterbalance to Informational Parasite. This ability lets the host create or rewrite information, modifying reality itself. It can enhance objects, repair damage, or create new concepts altogether. This skill is powerful but requires caution, as altering too much can destabilize the world. 5. Super Attack Skill, Unnamed, a heavy app skill capable of directly targeting and obliterating the informational core of enemies. This attack bypasses traditional defenses and delivers devastating damage. However, it is resource-intensive and should be reserved for critical situations. Trait granted: Humanity is evil, the worst humanity can produce. The host embodies the darkest potential of humanity given the alignment. This trait enhances adaptability in chaotic environments and unlocks unparalleled cunning and ruthlessness in survival scenarios. Enemies will perceive the host as an overwhelming, malevolent force. Seed obtained: Seed of Satan, a unique essence tied to destruction, rebellion, and absolute power. This seed will grow as the host progresses, unlocking deeper layers of its potential. Leo leaned back, a mix of excitement and apprehension settling in. Well, that's intense. Type 6 immortality, 2 insanely broken skills, and whatever humanity's evil is. I'm either a god in the making or a walking disaster. The system responded promptly. The rewards granted reflect the host's chosen alignment configuration. The inclusion of humanity's evil and seed of Satan aligns with the host's calculated trajectory leaning towards a particular alignment. However, this is not an efficient path. While the rewards are immense, the time and effort required to unlock their full potential will be significantly longer than other paths. Leo frowned. So, I'm playing on hard mode, huh? Correct. The path chosen provides greater long-term power but requires the host to navigate through more complex challenges. Additionally, misuse of informational parasite or informational creation could lead to self-harm or destabilization of the host's environment. Mastery is essential, figures. Nothing worth having comes easy, right? Precisely. The system advises caution and thorough training to ensure the host's survival and success. A tutorial mission within the story tree is available to help the host understand their abilities. Begin now. He smirked, determination flashing in his eyes. Yeah. Let's do this. Hard mode or not, I'm ready to take it on. The system's screen shimmered, and the tutorial menu appeared. Leo's journey in the multiversal charter had officially begun. Chapter 4, Satan in Town. 2 days later, Leo sat in his classroom, his posture the picture-perfect ideal of a diligent student. His back straight, his gaze unwavering, and his eyes seemingly glued to the blackboard. The teacher droned on about chemical equations, scrawling formulas on the board, but for Leo, it was all white noise. His mind was as empty as a void, not registering a single word being spoken. He had mastered the art of awakened sleep. On the surface, he appeared deeply engrossed in the lesson, the model student, but in reality, his consciousness was focused elsewhere. Over the past 2 days, Leo had been steadily working on his informational parasite skill. While 2 days ago he couldn't yet wield it without contact, incremental changes in the informational essence of his classmates had been a good practice dummy. His targets sat far from him, carefully chosen to avoid suspicion. A lanky boy near the window, a girl fiddling with her pen 2 rows behind him. Both of them seemed ordinary, unaware of what was happening. They weren't random, though. He had intentionally picked people known for their intelligence, aiming to enhance fragments of their cognitive ability. It wasn't a full-blown change yet, but small edits, nudging their thought patterns, redirecting their focus, excess potential, and gradually amplifying his own intelligence in return by stufifying their composition. Leo's inner monologue hummed with sharp focus. 2 meters. That's the range right now. It's still limited. If I push harder, maybe I can extend it to 3 meters. 4 meters. Damn it, why do I still need contact for complete rewrites? He had successfully altered a few classmates who'd been in close proximity earlier. Simple edits, nothing drastic. A girl who'd been constantly interrupting others during group work now hesitated before speaking, her sharp tongue dulled just enough. A boy who'd been failing miserably in math had suddenly started improving slowly. All experiments, small ripples in their essence, but still underwhelming compared to the potential Leo sought. This skill is too slow, he thought. If I can't even tweak something at range, what's the combat application of it? I need to level up fast. He focused on the boy by the window again. Leo's mental threads reached toward him like an invisible web, feeling out the boundaries of his information. It was like brushing against a canvas and finding the threads in the weave. Slowly, carefully, Leo tugged. It was subtle, shaving away unnecessary distractions, redirecting Mendel resources, and funneling a whisper of the boy's latent potential into himself. And it worked. Just slightly. He felt a twinge in his own mind, like the faintest drop of clarity had splashed into his thoughts. His head buzzed lightly, a pleasant sensation, as if his brain was stretching itself. The boy, meanwhile, yawned and scratched his head, oblivious. Another success. He pushed harder, his focus narrowing, trying to stretch the skill further. The threads connecting him to the boy began to fray, vibrating under the strain. His brain throbbed slightly, a warning. It is to note that even at this range, if Leo could kill him by messing up his canvas, but precision manipulation required efforts. Leo sighed internally, releasing the thread before it snapped entirely. For now, his experiments had to remain small-scale. But he was learning. Every attempt taught him more about the mechanics of the skill. The edits he was making were getting cleaner, more precise. Soon, he'd be able to push past these limitations. The teacher's voice interrupted his thoughts. Leo, could you solve the next equation? Snapped out of his trance, Leo blinked and stood up, his face perfectly calm. He had no idea what was on the board. He hadn't been listening at all. But his enhanced intellect and pre-available knowledge in his brain carried him through. Scanning the board for barely a second, he grasped its solution almost instantly and rattled off the answer with confident ease. Correct, the teacher said, slightly impressed. Leo sat at his usual spot on the rooftop, leaning against the railing as the cool breeze rustled his hair. His lunchbox remained untouched by his side, its purpose as obsolete as his need for food. Ever since gaining parasitic immortality and the informational skills, the necessity and even the joy of eating had faded from his life. It was one of the many small sacrifices he had made, trading away humanity's simple pleasures and gaining power by modifying his own body. He was lost in thought, staring blankly at the horizon, when the door to the rooftop creaked open. Turning his head slightly, he saw Konko step out. She was quiet, as always, her small frame and feline demeanor making her presence ghostly. She glanced at him briefly but said nothing. Leo smiled faintly and raised a hand in a lazy wave. He didn't expect her to respond. Konko was a recluse, a girl of few words who preferred silence over conversation. That suited Leo just fine. They were far too messy, far too interconnected, far too fast with the world he was beginning to entangle himself in. She took a seat on the opposite side of the rooftop, opening her own lunchbox. Leo didn't move to speak. He respected her silence and didn't want to invite her curiosity or anyone else's. As he leaned back against the railing, the system's interface flickered into his mind. Mission, laying your claim. It was the first stage of his story tree, and Leo knew it was important. Objective, announce your presence as the true Satan of this world. He skimmed through the details again. There were always options, but none of them were simple. The system outlined two primary approaches. 1. A subtle claim, make your presence known to a small, contained group of supernaturals. Announce yourself as the Satan without triggering widespread chaos. This would provide moderate rewards, enough to grow stronger but not enough to make a significant impact. 2. A grand declaration, march into the heart of the underworld, into Lucifer's domain, and lay your claim in front of the 4 current Satan leaders. Threaten their fragile system with destruction, offer them a timeline to fix the underworld's issues, and act as if you're a higher power offering an ultimatum. This would yield far greater rewards but would draw all attention to you, putting you in direct conflict with the devil factions and potentially everyone tied to them. Leo let out a frustrated sigh. The system was pushing him toward the risky option, dangling those tempting rewards like a carrot on a stick. Sure, he could do it small scale, keep it contained, but where was the fun or the power in that? The underworld was a mess, with political corruption, infighting, and fractured loyalties that could be easily exploited. His best option for long-term influence was to target the core of their system, but the risks were monumental as it could spiral out beyond he controls, and the next thing he will have to do at that point is something the German guy with funny mustache would love. Konko glanced at him briefly, probably sensing his internal turmoil, but didn't say a word. Leo sat beside Konko, quietly observing her as she munched on the cookie, seemingly oblivious to his presence. His eyes flickered briefly, glowing a faint, eerie yellow. A faint pulse of energy surged within him as the world around him shifted in his perception. Everything physical, the rooftop, the sky, the school below, faded into the background, replaced by intricate layers of data. The fabric of reality revealed itself as a lattice of quantum interactions. Numbers and equations spiraled before him, visualizing gluon interactions holding matter together. The Higgs field appeared as ethereal strands, quantifying the mass of every particle within his vision. What fascinated Leo the most was how seamlessly this information coalesced into what everyone perceived as reality, yet he now saw it for what it truly was: raw, manipulable data. This shift in perception was the result of the only self-modification Leo had dared attempt using the informational parasite skill. He had parasitized his own information, rerouting external energy to transform his left eye into a conduit for analyzing the information structure of the universe. The process had been agonizing, every cell in his eye screaming as it was rewritten, forcing Leo to limit the modification to one eye for now. Despite the pain, the result was worth it. Turning his enhanced vision toward Konko, Leo noticed something intriguing. Her data was fundamentally different from that of normal humans. Multiple external layers of information swirled around her, vibrant and dense, hinting at a complexity far beyond the mundane. Animalistic traits flared within her core, almost as if her essence was intertwined with something well animalistic. Which, given she was basically cat given human body, it made sense. But what truly caught his attention was the magic within her, or more specifically the evil piece. But more important to note was just plain old magic when present in large amounts. Unlike physical particles, which followed predictable quantum interactions, magic carried an entirely unique signature. It warped the density of her massive information, an abstract measure Leo had developed to quantify the complexity and weight of a being's essence. Magic, he realized, wasn't just energy, it existed as information flowing against the grain of time, reversing its flow while remaining integrated with the physical world. Leo found this utterly fascinating. However, he couldn't interact with it yet. He didn't fully understand how to access or manipulate this reversed flow of information. Magic is like data folded over itself in ways it seems magical in itself for it to exist. Konko glanced briefly at him, her golden eyes narrowing slightly as though sensing something was amiss. But she quickly returned to her cookie, dismissing his stare as unimportant. Leo sighed in relief and leaned back. She hadn't noticed his observation yet, but this encounter gave him valuable insight. And oh boy, was it an insight. Leo's eye looked at the carefree Konko as she quietly munched on her cookie, completely unaware of the sheer cringefest that was her devilified physiology. The moment he looked past the surface with his parasitic modifications, he nearly recoiled. It wasn't just bad, it was straight-up butchery. Her Necromancer side was elegant and naturally harmonious, something primal yet beautiful. And then the devil bullshit came along, slapped on like someone took a paint bucket to the Mona Lisa. Fucking Uchiha, Leo thought, half laughing, half disgusted. Genius my ass. The guy's a toddler playing with quantum crayons. Don't get him wrong, the devil pieces were an impressive bit of work. Uchiha had managed to force supernatural traits onto beings without even understanding the fucking superluminal magic particles he was working with. Mana wasn't energy, it was a particle, moving faster than light, literally reversing time for itself and all the particles around it. The evil piece shit was quantum insanity, and Uchiha slapped it together like he was mixing cement. Leo's enhanced vision showed just how bad it was. The mana interacting with Konko's Necromancer core wasn't just a mess, it was cruel. The whole thing reeked of informational violence. He didn't even know if such a word existed. Her existence, her very essence, had been rewritten in a way that, while functional, was agonizing to look at. The forced melding of traits didn't respect her body, her spirit, or the unique flow of her Necromancer heritage. It's like someone built a Ferrari and decided, hey, let's weld a train engine into this bitch and call it a day, Leo thought, his yellow eye twitching. And the worst part? No one else would even notice. Konko, the devils, the fucking supernatural big shots, they were all oblivious. They couldn't see what Leo saw. They didn't know that mana was time-reversing particles. They didn't know the reincarnated devils were walking informational crimes, held together by duct tape plus thoughts and prayers. Quite literally. The evil pieces relied on the master-servant bond to keep the whole thing from falling apart. Without that external link stabilizing the process, the entire system would probably collapse in on itself like a dying star, given the master can renew the code on the layer of devilification that decays. The evil pieces essentially forced a new layer of information over someone's existing physiology, creating a devilification effect. But here's the kicker, it didn't actually bother to integrate properly if one wasn't naturally compatible. Instead, it pinned itself into place using the mental and magical connection to the master as a stabilizer. The bond acted like some kind of janky scaffold and backup, constantly holding the pieces together because the devilification wasn't strong enough to stand on its own. The quantum framework of incompatible reincarnated devils was so fundamentally unstable it could only function because of this external crutch if things start to get bad. The native magic particles of the original body were essentially bullied into holding the new physiology in place. Without the master's connection, the system would crumble like a house of cards if the person devilified isn't compatible with devil physiology naturally. It's like someone built a fucking skyscraper, but instead of using steel beams, they used spaghetti and hoped no one would notice, and the spaghetti only holds because the chef's praying real hard. This wasn't just bad design, it was virtual nonsense manifesting in the quantum realm. The evil pieces essentially projected a false construct of devil physiology over the original body. The problem? It wasn't real. The devil traits didn't truly merge with the host, they were just pinned there, floating like a ghostly overlay. It was all a facade, held together by belief, loyalty, and the master-servant link. The sheer absurdity of it made Leo's eye twitch. Uchiha Beelzebub, hailed as a genius, had created this half-assed system without even realizing how fundamentally unstable it was, or maybe he did. Leo doesn't know. And yet, despite how flawed it was, it somehow worked. The reincarnated devils walked, talked, and wielded magic like the system wasn't a disaster waiting to happen. But Leo knew better. He saw the cracks in the foundation present in Konko, the way the magic particles strained to maintain the illusion. One wrong move, one severed bond, and the whole thing could fall apart, resulting in a clusterfuck of problems. Which do emerge in strays. Anyways, let's move on. Leo finally managed to calm himself, his frustration with the devil physiology mess fading enough for him to focus on something else or someone else. Sitting next to him, Konko continued to munch on her cookie, her silence as impenetrable as ever. Without really thinking it through, he turned to her and asked, "What are you doing next Sunday?" Konko stopped mid-bite and turned her head toward him, her expression unreadable but her stare sharp enough to cut. The silence that followed wasn't a neutral one, it was a heavy, judging silence that made it abundantly clear what she thought of his sudden question. If looks could talk, hers would have been screaming, "You're filth. Absolute, irredeemable filth." Leo could almost feel the weight of her unspoken accusations. She thinks I'm into lawless. Fuck. He raised a hand defensively, shaking his head. No, 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 he said, as if trying to physically block her thoughts. I'm not romantically interested in you. You don't even remotely fit my criteria. His eyes flicked over her frame briefly, flat, small, clearly younger looking than she actually was. I mean, obviously. You're not my type. Konko's glare intensified, her eyes narrowing just enough to make him sweat. Leo sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as he tried to recover from the self-dug pit he'd fallen into. Look, I'm normal, okay? A regular person. And this isn't. Whatever you think it is. Ever since I was a kid, I've just been bad at making friends. I had a few, but honestly, they weren't great. You know, the kind of friends who talk too much and just never shut the fuck up? Yeah, those. Anyway, I was thinking maybe we could be considered friends? Like, we could hang out or something. Do normal friend stuff. Konko continued to stare at him, her expression unchanging. She didn't give him even the slightest sign of acknowledgement, let alone agreement, and Leo started to feel the need to fill the silence with more justification. Not weird stuff, he clarified quickly. Just normal. Casual. Whatever. In reality, though, this whole let's be friends thing was mostly a cover. Sure, Leo genuinely appreciated the quiet, companionable silence she brought to the table sitting next to Konko for the past few days without having to endure mind-numbing small talk had been the best friend-like experience of his life, but that wasn't his main goal. The real reason was the guilt. Every time Leo looked at her, the absurd patchwork of her devil and Nekomata physiology stared back at him like an insult to nature. The evil peace system that had turned her into a devil was effective, sure, but the way it melded with her Nekomata origins was horrifying. Sloppy didn't even begin to cover it. And Konko didn't deserve that. She hadn't asked to become this stitched-together mess. Leo figured that if he could get close enough, maybe he could use the time together to tweak and correct her evil piece. Even if it was just a small adjustment, it might make things easier for her. He hadn't quite figured out how to do it yet, but the silent camaraderie they shared gave him the perfect excuse to keep trying. For now, though, he waited, awkwardly enduring her glare. Konko didn't respond to his offer of friendship, but she didn't leave either. She simply went back to her cookie, ignoring him as if his existence didn't matter. After a few moments of silence, the white-haired girl finally spoke, her voice soft and measured. Okay, let's be friends, she said, almost as if testing the words for herself. Leo blinked, mildly surprised. He hadn't expected her to actually agree, let alone acknowledge his rambling. Before he could respond, she continued, still speaking quietly but with a tone that carried more weight than he anticipated. I'm Konko, she introduced herself simply, her ember eyes meeting his for a brief second before flicking away again. And I'll probably not be able to go with you on Sunday. But she hesitated for a moment, as if weighing her next words carefully, then shrugged. Maybe we could go somewhere on Monday. Skip school or something. I don't know. Leo raised a brow at that, not entirely sure if she was joking. Konko, the stoic and silent recluse, suggesting they ditch school? That was unexpected. I just hate math class, she admitted, her tone flat but tinged with a faint hint of exasperation. And I'll do anything to skip it. She glanced at him again, this time with a look that almost seemed curious. Last I checked, you skip school sometimes too. So maybe you can help me or something. The confession caught Leo off guard. This was, without a doubt, the most Konko had ever said in a single conversation. It was almost out of character for her, completely out of character, actually. She was usually so quiet, so reserved, that this sudden willingness to engage felt strange. And yet, he could understand why. Konko probably enjoyed his company, even if she'd never say it outright. Unlike others, Leo didn't bother her with endless questions or force her into conversations she clearly didn't want to have. He was respectful of her silence, and when he did talk, it wasn't to fill the air with meaningless chatter. Maybe that was why she felt comfortable enough to open up, even if just a little. For his part, Leo simply nodded. Sure. Monday works, he said, keeping his voice light and nonchalant, as if this entire interaction wasn't completely surprising. He wasn't going to ruin the moment by making a big deal out of it. Chapter 5, Preparation. Late at night, while the house was cloaked in silence and his parents were fast asleep, Leo sat at the kitchen counter. His focus was entirely on the mundane objects before him, coffee beans, milk, and the faint hum of the refrigerator. But what he was doing was far from ordinary. His eyes glowed faintly, yellow lines flickering across his vision as he assigned new properties to the coffee beans. The process was slow and meticulous, each adjustment carefully calculated. The informational skill he had honed was being put to work, not for himself this time, but for his parents. He was altering the very essence of these everyday items. The coffee beans now held properties that would subtly enhance the drinker's physical resilience. The milk would fortify the immune system, pushing their bodies to fend off diseases and repair damage at a far higher efficiency than before. It was delicate work. Leo knew better than to take risks when it came to his parents. Unlike his experiments on himself or distant classmates, this had to be perfect. Any mistake, any instability in the changes he made, could have disastrous consequences. And he couldn't allow that, not with them. The scope of what he wanted to achieve was enormous. He envisioned a future where his parents' skin would naturally harden, resistant to even the most advanced magic or physical harm. Where their immune systems would be so strong that illness and aging would slow to a crawl. Where their bodies would adapt to protect them from a world he knew was far more dangerous than they realized. For now, these enhancements were minor, small steps toward a greater goal. Each sip of their morning coffee, each drop of the milk they drank, would subtly strengthen them over time. It wasn't flashy or immediate, but it was safe. Leo leaned back, rubbing his temples as he finished assigning the properties. He couldn't bear the thought of losing his parents, not before he'd accomplished something meaningful in this world. Not before he made them proud. It's time. Leo glanced at the clock before heading to his room. He dressed himself in a leather jacket and a mask he had made, completing the look with boots that added a mysterious touch. His attire wasn't just for show, everything he wore was enhanced to ensure he wouldn't draw attention. Anyone who looked at him would quickly lose interest, a strange but effective way to stay unnoticed. Sure, there was the rare chance someone might notice how unnatural the effect was, but Leo wasn't too concerned. His goal tonight was simple: drain the ley lines outside Kua. Why? To create the foundation of his ultimate power set. His skills were parasitic in nature, so the idea of creating something self-sustaining and infinitely useful appealed to him. He planned to construct a separate dimension, an informationally hostile one. The nature of this dimension would allow him to wield unquantifiable power, effectively letting him rewrite reality itself if he mastered it. But constructing a dimension wasn't a simple task. It required immense energy, far more than he had on his own. His reserves were below average, pathetically so when compared to most beings in this world. Even though he could manipulate information naturally, he simply didn't have the raw magic to create such a massive structure. That's where the ley lines came in. They would provide the vast amounts of energy he needed to begin. However, this wasn't just about the dimension. Leo had other plans, too. He intended to rebuild his body using the best traits of the beings he had encountered. The physiology of devils, the Necromancer traits he had observed, the unique attributes of ghost spirits, and even aspects of a fallen angel he had seen by chance, all of these would be incorporated into his new body. His goal was to create a body with the best magical makeup, one capable of utilizing mana, the bizarre quantum particle, more efficiently than anything else in existence. He wanted to turn his body into the ultimate magical furnace, one that could adapt and harness energy on a level no one could rival. Leo didn't care about the absurdity of his plans or the scale of what he was trying to accomplish. He had made up his mind. He stepped into the night. Leo didn't have any fancy way to leave Kua, so he did what any regular person would: he booked a bus. Now, sitting uncomfortably in his seat, he couldn't help but think this was the worst decision he'd made in a while. His goal was straightforward: head to a small, secluded area between Kyoto and Kua, where he could siphon magical energy from the ley lines. There was a ley line outside Kua that would work smaller compared to Kyoto's ley lines, but it would suffice for his purpose. The problem wasn't the destination, though it was the journey. He should have thought this through. A teleporter, maybe some kind of magical transportation spell, literally anything would have been better than sitting on this bus. His only company was a bizarrely flirty grandmother seated across from him. She kept throwing awkward comments his way, leaving him frozen in a mix of discomfort and second-hand embarrassment. "This is the worst," he muttered under his breath, staring out the window to avoid any more eye contact. The bus trundled along, the dim lights of Kua fading into the distance as he got closer to his destination. As soon as the bus came to a halt, Leo stepped off and found himself on a dimly lit dirt path flanked by towering trees. The air was heavy, thick with the energy he was here to claim. He exhaled deeply, cracking his neck in preparation for what came next. "I should have just done this earlier," he grumbled, rolling his eyes at his own short-sightedness. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. Within seconds, his body began to shift, the information embedded in his very being rewriting itself under his will. With a sickening series of cracks and pops, his shoulder blade split apart as wings erupted from his back. The pain was indescribable, his bones realigning, nerves reconfiguring, but it wasn't like he couldn't do anything about it. He'd already realized, mid-transformation, that he could just switch off his pain receptors. And, of course, he did. But still, why didn't I think of that earlier? He thought bitterly. Not that he'd ever admit to being stupid. No way. He was the most genius person in the world, a walking miracle, and it was absolutely not self-praise. His new wings twitched as he experimentally stretched them, the dark feathers gleaming faintly under the moonlight. Without wasting another second, he kicked off the ground and took to the skies, the cold wind cutting against his face as he soared over the dense forest. It didn't take long to find the place a quiet, isolated patch where the concentration of natural energy was strongest. Landing silently, Leo stood amidst the dense foliage, the air buzzing with raw energy. For a moment, he hesitated, staring at the ground beneath his feet. What's the point of wasting time with rituals? He muttered. With that thought, he simply plunged his hand into the earth, his fingers digging into the soil. Immediately, the energy surged toward him, a wild, untamed force that he began siphoning into himself. It wasn't a simple process. His body wasn't exactly built to handle this much power at once. But that didn't matter. He focused, actively rebuilding his own vessel on the fly, his concentration razor sharp. Time began to slow as his mind accelerated, every second stretched out like hours. It wasn't just a trick of perception. He was literally speeding up his mental processes to ensure every adjustment was perfect. Every strand of energy was being restructured, reshaped, and stored with absolute precision. He felt the power flooding into him, stronger with each passing moment. Sweat beaded on his brow despite his accelerated state. With the energy coursing through him, Leo made a decisive move. Instead of funneling all of it toward external goals, he redirected a portion inward, using it to modify and enhance himself. And given that natural energy was tainted with human malice, it would only make sense to use it on something he already had. He closed his eyes, focusing on the core of his being, where the seed of Satan lay dormant. The essence of that seed represented a blueprint of immense potential. Carefully, he began to channel the energy into it, shaping and expanding its influence over his body. Slowly, his physical makeup began to shift, adapting to the changes. Next, he turned his attention to something he had scanned earlier, the Necromancer physique. Having observed and analyzed Konko, he decided to incorporate elements of her physiology. This change would attune his body more closely to natural energy, which he now understood was fundamentally different from mana. While mana was a versatile magical particle, natural energy was raw and primal, a byproduct of the Earth's own systems. It wasn't bound to mass like gravity or other forces. Instead, it arose from the dense concentration of mana within the Earth itself. Though less versatile than mana, natural energy had its own unique and immense power. As the energy surged through him, he began to make further modifications, incorporating trait seeds scanned from a passing fallen angel. If he planned to eventually present himself to the underworld as the rebirth of Lucifer, or the true Satan, he needed to look and feel the part. And what better way to sell that image than by embodying elements of both a devil and an angel? The showmanship of his first appearance would be just as important as his actual strength. He didn't want to rely on his super destructive skills, not yet. He reflected on his most dangerous ability, a terrifying attack that could obliterate half the underworld if unleashed unrestrained. It was a skill that degenerated information, returning matter to its original state by erasing its fundamental structure. Which triggers a chain reaction of the degeneration causing surroundings to enter a fluctuative state that causes things to collapse in on themselves. Even gluons, the particles holding atomic nuclei together, couldn't resist its effects. It was overkill, and he had no desire to use it. But at the same time, he couldn't diminish himself by appearing weak. This process of building his body would ensure that even his base abilities could hold their own. As he worked, his body underwent grotesque transformations. His skin ripped apart, then reformed, his muscles shredded themselves, only to regenerate stronger and more refined. It was an agonizing process, at least in theory. He'd long since turned off his pain receptors, so he didn't feel a thing, though his brain still registered the information. The human malice part was a bitch as he kept hearing voices and painful emotions, but it was bearable with a few modifications. He watched it all happen in silence, observing the gore and chaos with an almost detached fascination. Despite the brutality of the process, it was oddly therapeutic. He'd always viewed humans, including himself, as imperfect beings, flawed down to their very core. Watching his body evolve, becoming something far beyond human, gave him a strange sense of satisfaction. For once, he felt as though he was truly improving himself, reshaping his very nature to reflect his ambitions. As the transformation reached its peak, Leo felt something shift deep within himself, something he hadn't anticipated. The seed of Satan had absorbed more than enough energy tainted with human malice, and for a moment, he felt a surge unlike anything before. It was then that he heard it, a sound that defied explanation, a resonance traveling from within his very core. Crack! The moment the shell of the seed of Satan cracked, It was as if the very fabric of reality had been torn open. A deafening rumble rolled through the earth, shaking the ground with such force that trees toppled and rocks split apart. The sky, serene only moments ago, twisted and churned as dark clouds formed unnaturally close to the ground, sinking to a mere 100-200 meters above him. The air grew heavy, suffocating, charged with natural energy and mana that prickled against his skin. Then, the winds came. They howled with ferocity, spiraling around him like a vortex, tearing leaves from branches and flinging them into the air like confetti in a violent storm. The gale wasn't natural, it was alive, responding to the energy emanating from him. The pressure in the atmosphere grew so intense that the ground seemed to groan in protest. And just when it felt like the earth might collapse beneath him, the world erupted in light. Arcs of pure energy exploded downward from the clouds, illuminating the darkened forest in blinding flashes. Simultaneously, jagged streaks of power shot upward from the ground, breaking free of the earth's crust. The two opposing forces met at one point. He screamed, in pain that he felt in his soul, as the energy forcefully entered his body. It was the planet itself funneling power into him, a deluge of energy so vast that it threatened to tear him apart. His body convulsed as the raw force merged with his being, but through it all, he remained standing. The incoherent voices he heard during all this was clearer now. It was no longer a stream of unintelligible gibberish of pained screams and disgusting thoughts. It was the planet itself, speaking to him. Welcome. The word echoed in his mind, resonating not just in his consciousness but in his very soul. It was surreal. The planet, this ancient, indifferent force, had acknowledged him. But why? Why would it help him, a parasite draining its energy? Why would it give him power when others before him had likely done the same and been ignored? Why are you helping me? He asked aloud, his voice shaky, half lost in the roaring winds. Why would you care? The voice didn't answer his question. It didn't need to. The truth was, he didn't care. If the planet wanted to help him, he would take it. If it wanted something in return, he'd deal with that later. But as he stood there, surrounded by the storm of energy, another realization hit him. The planet had screwed him over. This much energy being channeled into him? Every single supernatural entity in the world would have noticed. There was no doubt. They were coming. Shit, he muttered, glancing at the swirling chaos around him. He reached out to the voice again, now desperate. Help me in doing this faster, give me a blessing or something. He pleaded. There was silence for a moment. The energy coursing through him paused, as if the planet itself was considering his words. Then, finally, the voice spoke again, soft but powerful. Okay. Relief flooded through him, though it was short-lived. He could already sense the approaching presences powerful, curious, and likely hostile. Time was running out, but for now, he focused on finishing what he started. Chapter 7, Divine Sun. The arcs of energy around him calmed down, fading into the thick, dense fog of magic that surrounded him. It wasn't just his power, this was the planet's energy, left behind, still lingering, as if the world was hesitant to let go. He didn't need to absorb it, didn't even want to. He just stood there, feeling calm. The blessing of the planet had taken effect. He couldn't hear her voice anymore, but the sense of peace she left behind was overwhelming. His mind was empty, no ambitions, no anger, no endless thoughts of power or survival. Just calm. He felt as if he was being hugged by his mother. A tear rolled down his face, catching him off guard. It wasn't sadness, not really. It was everything he had bottled up finally breaking free. He had never let himself feel like this. Not until now. And it wasn't painful, it was freeing. Leo didn't think of himself as complicated. He was just a guy trying to get stronger, trying to keep going. He didn't have grand plans to rule or destroy. He just wanted to have fun and get ahead. He took a deep breath, his thoughts settling as he opened himself to the world around him. He felt it, the air, the plants, the animals, every single life connected to the planet. He could feel the energy lines running through the earth, like veins pumping life into the world. It was beautiful. Even if it's not something he hadn't seen before, but currently it felt different. And the power. It was exhilarating. He could command the air, the animals, the very ground beneath his feet. He could teleport anywhere in an instant, travel the planet with a thought. It wasn't power, it was connection. But then, he noticed the supernatural eyes. Dozens of them, maybe more, trying to pierce through the dense magical fog around him. Fallen angels, yokai, devils, the gods, they were all out there, watching, waiting. Annoying. A lone thought popped in his head. He let out a deep breath, his calm slipping into something sharper, more purposeful. If they wanted to see him, then he'd give them something unforgettable. Leo's form began to shift. His face matured, his features taking on a sharper, more commanding presence. Horns emerged from his head, black as the void and etched with glowing red runes that pulsed like a heartbeat. His eyes turned pure crimson, adorned with golden rings. Tattoos began to crawl across his skin, red and molten like magma, forming runes that radiated power. A halo of dark light appeared, not above his head like a saint's but behind him, drawing light into itself, and at its center was a lone shining star. And then came his wings. They weren't the grotesque, leathery wings of devils, nor the feathered wings of angels. No, he wouldn't compromise on his drip. His wings were void incarnate, stretching wide and vast, filled with swirling stars and constellations, and night sky torn from the heavens and made his own. Leo's transformation completed, the air around him stilled. His form exuded a faint crimson aura. His eyes laced with spirals of golden light. With a single snap of his fingers, the magical dents and tears in the space surrounding him were instantly mended, the reality bending to his will. He glanced at the yokai, devils, and fallen angels standing before him, clearly low-class beings, given how unimpressive their auras were. Their faces were unremarkable, and clearly side characters, he muttered dismissively under his breath. Leo snapped his fingers again, and the hidden presences, those who thought they could escape his notice, were forcibly dragged into the open. Their bodies collapsed in a heap before him as his overwhelming energy rendered them unconscious in an instant. With a flick of his wrist, they were stacked into a mound like discarded toys. Satisfied for now, he turned his gaze skyward. The divine eyes, those of gods and beings from realms beyond mortal comprehension, watched him with unhidden interest. He could feel their scrutiny like an invasive itch on his skin. His glowing eyes narrowed. "I do not like that," he rasped, his voice hoarse from the toll of his transformation. "If you wish to deal with me, come down here. I prefer face-to-face conversations." Many of the divine eyes blinked out of existence, seemingly okay with his wish. Yet some remained, defiant in their curiosity. Among them were Odin's piercing gaze from Asgard, the goddess of Venus's fiery disdain, and the Greeks who, as usual, refused to back down. Leo's lips curled in irritation. "Didn't I tell you to stop looking?" he said coldly, his tone carrying an undercurrent of lethal warning. The lingering gazes didn't waver, further igniting his ire. "You've seen enough. It's not even my debut yet. Why ruin the fun?" He raised his hand, dark tendrils of power coiling around his fingers. A wave of heat emanated from his body, distorting the air around him. His crimson aura pulsated like a living entity, the power of the seed of Satan intertwining with his will. With a voice that carried both malice and divine authority, he began to cast his first magic, modifying it on the go. "In tongues born of chaos, I summon the fracture, the voice of humanity's malice, the ashes of their sins fuel my call. By the stars extinguished in false worship, I bring upheaval." At these words, his crimson aura began to shimmer, gaining a molten golden edge. In heaven, the system designed to manage miracles and divine intervention was in overdrive due to Leo targeting it with his spell. Its core, a radiant, pulsating entity of divine energy, flickered erratically. Michael stood before it, helpless, his golden blade trembling in his grasp. "He's siphoning the system, draining it." Gabriel, usually calm and the optimistic one, had tears in her eyes. "If this continues, the heaven system itself will collapse. We cannot stop him." Sparks of light burst from his body like fragments of shattered suns, cascading into the atmosphere and warping the ground beneath him. "Venus, whose grace now bends to my dominion, Arothnakai. Doshka let the bindings of Venus unravel." A radiant star formed above him in his glowing halo, brightening to an intensity that scorched the sky itself. Leo began using the new language mid-chant. It randomly popped in his head. He attributed it to be some kind of high-dimensional language with its source as seed of Satan. The faint hum of celestial music twisted into discordant, maddening notes. The goddess of beauty stumbled as her control weakened. Her realm shook, and her temples crumbled one by one. Ishtar, the goddess of love and war, felt the disturbance rippling across her domain. Yet, instead of anger, her gaze narrowed with curiosity. A golden sigil appeared at her feet, her body consumed by light and teleported far beyond her dominion before the spell could damage her realm further, since it was targeting her. "Let the false heavens tremble, the stolen power of miracles is mine to wield." Iathalan. Chorus. Nahaya, Ultratheklas. In Asgard, Odin leaned forward on his throne, his lone eye fixed on the cracks forming in the sky above. The golden dome of Valhalla trembled, and the roots of Yggdrasil groaned under Leo's power. Thor clenched Mjolnir tightly, sparks of lightning dancing around him. "This is no mortal or divine language," Thor growled, his tone heavy with apprehension. "Father, what is this creature?" Odin's face remained calm, but his voice carried a grim edge. "Something I do not understand. Something that even the gods would do well to fear. To you who watch unseen, the false shepherds of unworthy thrones, I cast your gaze back to your crumbling dominions. I return your sight with annihilation." As Leo spoke the words, The skies above Asgard cracked open like glass. From these fractures emerged massive ringed eyes, glowing with a crimson and gold light that mimicked Leo's own. Each eye cast its gaze upon the golden halls of Valhalla, the roots of Yggdrasil, and the endless skies of the realm, their presence warping the fabric of Asgard. In Mount Olympus, the heavens thundered as cracks spread across its marble dome. Above him, the clear skies turned an angry red, streaked with black cracks that spread like veins across the heavens. Heresy! Zeus bellowed, his thunderbolt crackling with raw power. He dares challenge Olympus itself? Athena stood beside him, her usually calm demeanor shaken. This is no ordinary defiance. He speaks in tongues that even I cannot comprehend. The sacred temples quaked, their pristine surfaces marred by streaks of blackened decay. Zeus roared in defiance, but even his thunderbolt faltered under the onslaught. With his hand raised high, Leo whispered, "Witness the truth of decay." He brought his arm down in a swift motion, and the world responded with an earth-shaking sound of grating metal. From the ringed eyes hovering above each realm, beams of pure light enveloped in conceptual decay rained down. These beams carried more than destruction, they unraveled the very essence of what they touched. Asgard's skies burned, its roots withered, and the golden halls burning. In Mount Olympus, the divine marble structures cracked and crumbled, their foundations eroded by the beams. The lower gods scrambled to shield themselves, but even their defenses showed signs of fracture. Ishtar, meanwhile, appeared in a distant, desolate place, untouched by the devastation but far removed from her seat of power since she had stopped observing him and sacrificed a portion of her divine energy as a scapegoat. She gazed into the distance, her lips curling into a smile. "Interesting," she murmured, her tone carrying a hint of amusement and intrigue. As the light faded, the skies of all the realms were left scarred, their very existence marked by Leo's power. The divine eyes vanished, retreating into their domains to recover and defend against further destruction. Leo stood amidst the silence, a satisfied smile on his lips. "That's better," he said softly. Without a trace, his form shimmered and disappeared, leaving only the echoes of his chant and the lingering scars of his wrath across the realms. 2 days later, Leo sat on the same bench he'd claimed on his first day of school. The warm morning sun bathed the campus in golden light, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the trees above. It was peaceful quiet in a way that didn't match the chaos he'd unleashed not long ago. The world had moved on. The sight of the sky splitting apart, the divine glow surrounding him, and the awestruck terror it caused were wiped from memory. The supernatural world had done its job, erasing the incident from human minds and cleaning up the mess. Honestly, Leo appreciated it. He wasn't in the mood to deal with the aftermath himself. He leaned back on the bench, headphones over his ears, a soft hum escaping him as the music drowned out the world. Today, he was supposed to skip school with Konko, but he had plenty of time to meet up with her later. Right now, he was just enjoying the moment, the warmth of the sun, the rhythm of his music. Ronan, his small fiercely loyal companion, was perched on his shoulder, occasionally ruffling his feathers as if he, too, was basking in the serene atmosphere. Leo's thoughts drifted as he stared up at the sky. He wasn't sure why, but he found himself replaying the events from 2 days ago. Maybe it was the lingering exhaustion from channeling so much power, or maybe he was just amused by how easily the gods had backed down. Either way, it felt far away now, like it had happened in another lifetime. His daydreaming was interrupted by a shadow falling over him. He pulled his gaze from the sky just in time to see Tsubaki standing in front of him. She didn't say anything at first, just reached for his headphones, clearly intent on snapping him out of his relaxed state. Before her hand could reach them, Ronan struck, pecking her fingers sharply. "Caw. Oh, greater than," Leo chuckled, pulling the headphones off himself. "Ronan doesn't like people messing with his spot, you know." Tsubaki glared at him, rubbing her hand as she folded her arms, a gesture that unintentionally emphasized her breasts. "You're skipping school again," she said, her tone half accusing, half resigned. Leo gave her his trademark lazy grin. "You know, if you tried seducing me, I might stop." Her glare intensified, her face flushing with irritation. "You still haven't submitted your parents' phone number to the school," she shot back, her voice rising slightly. Leo shrugged, tilting his head innocently. "T.E. Don't T.E. me." Tsubaki snapped, clearly exasperated. With a sigh, Leo leaned back on the bench. "Come on, you skip classes too. Nobody ever says anything about that." She raised an eyebrow, her tone sharp. "My case is different." "Well," Leo replied, stretching his arms lazily, "so is mine." Tsubaki let out a frustrated sigh, reaching again for his headphones. This time, Ronan didn't just peck her hand, he let out an angry screech, flapping his wings as if to chase her off. "Caw. All right. Stupid bird." Tsubaki muttered, wincing as she rubbed her hand. Ronan didn't seem to like the insult. He launched himself at her, pecking and flapping aggressively. Hey! Stop it. I'm sorry. Tsubaki yelled, running in circles as the bird chased her. Leo leaned forward, resting his chin in his hand as he watched the scene unfold, a wide grin on his face. You shouldn't have called him stupid, he said, barely holding back his laughter. After 2 solid minutes of chaos, Leo finally called Ronan back. Alright, buddy, that's enough. Come on. The bird reluctantly flew back to his shoulder, still glaring at Tsubaki as if daring her to try something again. Tsubaki turned to face Leo, still catching her breath. You need to, she started, but before she could finish, she tripped, her foot catching on the edge of the pathway. Leo moved without thinking, catching her by the waist before she could hit the ground. For a moment, the world seemed to hold its breath. The wind understood the assignment and picked up its speed, scattering leaves around them, and sunlight filtered through the trees just right, casting a warm glow on the scene. Tsubaki's heart skipped a beat as Leo brushed a strand of hair from her face, his usual smirk softened into something almost gentle. His passive charm, enhanced by Venus's authority, made the moment feel straight out of a romance novel. Her cheeks turned bright red, and her mind went blank. She couldn't even remember why she'd come to find him in the first place. Leo, still holding her, raised an eyebrow. You okay there? He asked, his voice light with amusement. Tsubaki couldn't form a coherent response, her heart racing as she nodded silently. Leo chuckled, helping her stand upright before stepping back. Careful now. Wouldn't want you to get hurt. Tsubaki muttered something under her breath, her face still flushed as she tried to compose herself. But the moment was already etched into her mind, and she knew it wouldn't fade anytime soon. Chapter 8, Konko. Tsubaki stood in the hallway, blinking as she realized Leo was already gone, leaving her behind like a dazed fool. She grumbled under her breath about how infuriating he was before turning on her heel, muttering something about stupid boys and their annoying charm. Meanwhile, outside the school gates, Leo walked with Konko by his side. The petite white-haired girl followed silently, her expression calm as always, though her eyes occasionally flicked toward him, curious about his sudden decision to leave. I usually just hang out at a manga cafe or chill at the park with Ronan, Leo said, glancing at her. But today, I think we should do something a little more exceptional as our first outing as friends. Konko looked at him with her usual deadpan expression but raised an eyebrow. Exceptional? Trust me, Leo said, flashing a grin. I've got the perfect place in mind. Pulling out his phone, he dialed the cab service he had pre-booked earlier. As he ended the call, he turned back to her. We're going to a water park, he declared, his tone brimming with confidence. Konko's brow furrowed. But Kwa doesn't have a water park. Leo shrugged. It's only an hour's drive. We've got plenty of time to make a round trip. Totally worth it. Her eyes widened slightly, a faint twitch of irritation crossing her face. She muttered something under her breath about how this baka should have told her earlier, but her voice grew louder as she said, I don't have a swimsuit. Leo waved her concern off as if it was nothing. Don't worry about it. We'll just buy one there. Konko stared at him for a moment, her lips pressing into a thin line before she sighed, giving in. Fine. Leo grinned, ruffling her hair lightly. That's the spirit. You're going to love it. The Lilai swatted his hand away but didn't protest further, letting him lead the way as the cab arrived. As they climbed in, Konko sat quietly, occasionally sneaking glances at Leo, who was already planning the rest of their spontaneous adventure. The cab pulled up in front of the water park, its colorful slides and sparkling pools visible even from the parking lot. The cheerful sound of laughter and splashing water filled the air as Leo stepped out with Konko following close behind. Well, here we are. Leo spread his arms as if presenting a grand discovery. Told you it'd be worth the trip. Konko, as always, looked unimpressed, though her ears twitched like a cat slightly under her hair, betraying some faint curiosity. Leo pointed toward a small shop near the entrance, its bright signage advertising swimsuits, towels, and other water park essentials. There's the swimsuit shop. Let's head in and find you something. Konko shot him a flat look, her golden eyes narrowing. No. Leo blinked. No. I'll pick on my own, she said, her tone firm. You go buy the tickets. Leo opened his mouth to protest but quickly caught the subtle glint in her eyes that warned him against pushing further. He raised his hands in surrender, taking a cautious step back. All right. I get it. No tag-alongs allowed. Konko gave a small nod of approval, then turned on her heel and headed toward the shop, leaving Leo standing there. Well, guess I'll go do my part, he muttered to himself with a shrug before strolling over to the ticket counter. As he walked, he couldn't help but glance back at Konko entering the shop. He smirked slightly. She's a feisty cat, I'll give her that. At the counter, he leaned casually, striking up small talk with the staff as he purchased the tickets, mentally planning their day while making sure to keep the mood light. The water park buzzed with life. The sounds of rushing water, the shrieks of children, and the laughter of families filled the air. Leo and Konko had spent most of their day exploring everything the park had to offer. Leo was like an overgrown child, splashing Konko in the wave pool and coaxing her into trying different attractions. She maintained her stoic expression for most of it, but it was clear she was enjoying herself in her quiet way. At first, Konko outright refused to go on the towering slides. "There's no way I'm going up there," she had said, her golden eyes narrowing as she glanced at the intimidating spiral of a slide towering above the park. "Come on, it's just water. What's the worst that could happen?" Leo teased, leaning casually against the railing. "I could fall off, baka," Konko shot back, folding her arms. Leo grinned mischievously. "I'll make you a deal if you go on one of the tall slides. I'll buy you cheesecake after this." Her ears twitched at the mention of cheesecake, and she visibly hesitated. "Cheesecake?" "Yep," Leo said confidently, crossing his arms like he had just outsmarted her. "The best kind, too. Strawberry topping and everything. But only if you stop being a scaredy cat." Konko frowned, glaring at him. "I'm not scared," she muttered, but her pride wouldn't let her back down now. With a reluctant sigh, she muttered, "Fine. But it better be good cheesecake." Leo clapped his hands together. "That's the spirit." The next hour was spent dragging her on to every thrilling slide he could find. Her initial stiffness melted away with each ride. She even started to get back at him, splashing him in the face when he wasn't looking or pretending to push him into the lazy river. "Did you just try to dunk me?" Leo asked, his voice mockingly accusing as water dripped from his hair. Konko looked up at him with a deadpan expression. "I don't know what you're talking about," she said, though the faintest smirk tugged at her lips. By the time they reached the final ride of the day, the twin drop, Konko was looking far less composed. They stood at the entrance, watching couples hug each other tightly as they plunged down the massive twin slide. Leo cleared his throat awkwardly. Yeah, I think we can skip this one. Looks a little, not our thing." Konko frowned at him. "Why?" Leo raised an eyebrow. "Why? I mean, look at it. That's clearly a couple's ride." "I'm in." Konko's face turned slightly red, and she avoided his gaze. "I don't mind," she said quietly, her voice barely audible over the sound of rushing water. "What?" asked Leo's Rudd. "I said I don't mind, baka." Konko interrupted, her face burning as she crossed her arms. "You're a friend." Leo sighed internally, mentally screaming, "FBI-san, I swear this isn't what it looks like. This is not that kind of situation. I did not plan this." But he couldn't exactly back out now without making it even more awkward. "All right, if you say so," he said, scratching the back of his head. When they reached the top of the slide, the attendant gave them an odd look before shrugging and letting them through. As they stood at the top of the twin drop, the attendant motioned for them to get into position. Leo adjusted Konko in his arms, hugging her as naturally as he could. Her swimsuit, a simple yet snug one piece, hadn't caught his attention until now, but as she shifted slightly in his grip, the way the fabric clung to her figure became unavoidable. "Wait." Leo's brain stuttered. He hadn't really thought about it before, but now that she was this close, it was impossible not to notice. Despite her petite stature, Konko was surprisingly well endowed. Is it her choice of shirts? Is she just wearing ones too big for her? The realization made his mind actively notice them, and he immediately looked away, trying to focus on literally anything else. "Keep it together, Leo." This is not the time for those thoughts. Her sudden closeness only made the situation more awkward for him as he felt her soft curves press against him. He mentally screamed at himself to stay calm. "FBI-san, I'm begging you, I'm innocent. This is not my fault." Konko, blissfully unaware of his inner turmoil, simply tightened her grip further, muttering, "This was your idea, so you better not let me go." Leo swallowed hard, nodding quickly. Yeah, of course. You're safe. Totally safe." The size difference between Leo and Konko made the hug more like him holding her up awkwardly. "This is so weird," Leo muttered under his breath. Konko shot him a glare. "Stop talking." As they prepared to slide, Konko made the mistake of glancing down. The height made her stomach churn, and before she could stop herself, she tightened her grip on Leo, her strength causing him to grunt in surprise to avoid suspicion. "Whoa, Konko. You're squeezing me like a python here." Shut up." She snapped, her voice tinged with panic. "It's your fault for bringing me here." Before they could bicker further, the floor beneath them dropped away, and they were sent hurtling down the slide. The wind roared around them, and water sprayed into their faces as they spiraled through the tunnel. Leo, ever the jokester, shouted, "Hey, why did the water slide apply for a job?" It wanted to take the plunge. Konko blinked, momentarily startled by the terrible joke, before an unconscious laugh escaped her lips. It was soft and genuine, completely unlike her usual monotone demeanor. Leo glanced at her mid-slide, a grin tugging at his lips. See? That's what I'm talking about. You should laugh more often, it suits you way better than those dead eyes you have every day. Konko looked away, her cheeks burning, but the smile didn't leave her face. For the first time in a long time, she felt free, like the weight of her past wasn't holding her down. When they finally splashed into the pool at the bottom, Leo looked over at her, his hair plastered to his face. Well? How was it? Konko didn't answer right away. She simply looked at him, a faint smile still lingering on her lips. It was fun, she admitted softly. Leo grinned. That's what I like to hear. Now let's go get that cheesecake. As they walked away, Konko found herself thinking that maybe, just maybe, this baka wasn't so bad after all. As the cab pulled into Kua, the gentle hum of the engine accompanied the rhythmic sound of Konko's soft breathing. She was leaning against Leo, her head resting on his shoulder as if he were the most comfortable pillow in the world. Man, you really know how to make use of me, Leo said with a small chuckle, glancing down at her. Without opening her eyes, Konko mumbled, you're still full of energy even after all that. You're practically asking for this. Excuse me for being a natural stamina monster, he joked, though his tone was light. But seriously, are you that tired? She shifted slightly, snuggling closer against him, her voice barely above a murmur. So, be quiet and let me sleep. A good pillow doesn't talk. Leo sighed but smiled, letting her be. It wasn't every day he got to see this softer, more relaxed side of Konko, and he wasn't about to ruin the moment. When they finally reached her house, Leo gently nudged her awake. Hey, we're here. You can sleep inside. Konko stirred, rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn. You better not expect me to carry myself home, she teased lightly, though she did step out of the cab with minimal fuss. Leo followed her to her door, his hands casually stuffed in his pockets. Well, this is where I leave you, he said with a small smile. Rest up, shorty. Konko rolled her eyes but started heading toward the door. Just as she was about to step inside, she stopped and turned around. Leo. He blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in her tone. Yeah? Can I get a hug? She asked, her voice quieter now, but her expression earnest. Leo paused for a moment, then nodded. Of course. He opened his arms and bent his knee slightly, and Konko stepped into the hug, her small frame fitting comfortably against him. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, resting her head against his chest for a moment before pulling back slightly, her golden eyes locking onto his. I didn't think I'd have this much fun today, she said seriously. And now it's your fault for introducing me to something like this. Her lips worked into a small, teasing smile. You're gonna have to deal with the consequences, you know. Leo chuckled. I'll take full responsibility, don't worry. Her smile softened, and she looked at him with a mix of gratitude and something deeper. Please. Never stop being my friend, okay? Leo ruffled her hair gently, earning a small pout from her. Konko-chan, you're stuck with me now. No backing out. She nodded, her serious expression returning for just a moment before she stepped back toward her door. Good night, Leo. Good night, Konko, he replied, watching as she disappeared inside. As the door closed, he let out a small sigh, a warm smile lingering on his face. Leo walked away from Konko's house, his hands tucked into his pockets and his gaze directed toward the starry sky. His smile softened as he thought back to her sudden laughter and the way her inner child had emerged during their time at the water park. It wasn't just the fun they had, it was the subtle work he'd done throughout the day. He knew why she was smiling again, why her aura had lightened and the dead weight that had been suffocating her seemed to have lifted. The modifications he'd made to her body had been subtle, almost imperceptible to her. Using his skill, he had carefully repaired the damage that had plagued her Necromancer heritage, blending it seamlessly with the structure of her reincarnated devil body. It was delicate work, but by the time they left the water park, her hybrid nature had become something far better, a harmonious balance of Necromancer and devil. He hadn't told her, of course. It wasn't the kind of thing he wanted her to dwell on given her past issues with her sister. It wasn't meant to be a grand gesture or an obligation. Leo's thoughts lingered on the changes, her enhanced vitality, her aura feeling warmer and more vibrant, and the faint flicker of pride he felt knowing she could now grow into her full potential. She deserves it, he muttered to himself, his smile growing. But as he replayed the moment she had hugged him at her door and asked him to always be her friend, he couldn't help but feel a slight pang in his chest. She didn't know how much he had interfered, even if it was for her sake. Still, he murmured under his breath, if it brings back her smile. Maybe it's worth it. I did catch those pesky feelings, didn't I? Honestly, Leo hated this part of being a man. We're too simple. Ronan cawed from his perch on Leo's shoulder, almost as if in agreement. Yeah, don't get smug, Leo said with a laugh. Chapter 9, Chat Group, 1. When Leo pushed open the door to his home, he called out, "I'm back." His voice carried cheer, something his parents picked up on immediately. From the kitchen, his mother's voice came sharp and pointed. "Why are you so late?" Leo stepped inside, kicking his shoes off carelessly. The smell of something sweet wafted through the air: almond biscuits, freshly baking. He inhaled deeply, already tempted to raid the kitchen. His father was seated on the couch, half hidden behind a newspaper. He lowered it slightly, raising an eyebrow as Leo walked into the living room. His mother emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel, her face set in a stern expression. Still riding the high from the day, Leo ignored the disapproval in her eyes entirely. Instead, he dropped his bag onto the floor with a grin and declared loudly, "I made a friend." The room fell silent. His mother blinked in surprise, while his father folded the newspaper slowly, his face frozen in disbelief. "You? What?" his mother finally asked, her tone tinged with both shock and suspicion. Leo spread his arms, still grinning. "You heard me. I made a friend today. And before you ask, yes, a real, living, breathing human. Well, technically not human, but his father leaned back on the couch, rubbing his chin theatrically. "A human friend, you say? Not an animal, not some stray you picked up on the street?" "Not Ronan, not a stray, not even a goldfish," Leo replied, exasperated but amused. "An actual human." His mother crossed her arms, her disbelief morphing into a deadpan stare. "Leo, are you sure? I need evidence." "You two are ridiculous," Leo said, rolling his eyes. "Her name's Konko. We went to a park. We hung out. She's quiet but cool." His father burst out laughing, shaking his head. "I've got to be honest, son. We fully expected you to graduate without ever making a single friend." "Thanks for the vote of confidence, Dad," Leo muttered, narrowing his eyes at him. "No, seriously," his father continued, his grin widening. "I mean, look at you. You barely talk to anyone. Your idea of fun is sitting in the park with a bird. We were this close to giving up hope entirely." He held his fingers an inch apart for emphasis. His mother, though still skeptical, sighed and walked back to the kitchen. "Well, I suppose miracles do happen," she called over her shoulder. Leo trailed after her, catching a glimpse of the tray of almond biscuits cooling on the counter. His eyes lit up. "Ooh, are these ready?" "Don't eat yet," she snapped, catching him as he reached for one. She swatted his hand away with her towel. "Come on, just one," Leo pleaded, trying to sneak past her defenses. "I've had a long day. I deserve a reward." "You've been to a park. That's enough of a reward," she shot back, blocking his hand again. Fine, Leo said, stepping back with exaggerated defeat. But the moment her back was turned, he lunged forward, snatching a biscuit from the tray. "Leo!" she shouted, spinning around, but it was too late. He was already halfway to the living room, munching happily. His father chuckled as Leo plopped down on the couch. "At least you're consistent." "Consistently awesome," Leo quipped, grinning through a mouthful of biscuit. His mother reappeared in the doorway, hands on her hips. "Next time, you're not getting a single bite until you learn some patience." "Deal," Leo said, not meaning it in the slightest. His father shook his head, still smiling. "So, this Konko. Are you sure she's real? You're not just making this up to mess with us?" Leo groaned, leaning back into the couch. "Yes, she's real." His mother gave an incredulous laugh. "Well, I suppose you're growing up after all. Just don't scare this one off, okay?" "I'll try not to," Leo said with a wink, reaching up as Ronan fluttered over to perch on his shoulder. Leo sat cross-legged on his bed, staring at the glowing system screen floating in front of him. The screen displayed a single button, Send Invite. For the past few days, he'd been avoiding this moment. The idea of starting the chat group felt like too much work, and honestly, he just didn't feel like dealing with it. But today, for some reason, he finally decided to stop procrastinating. "Alright, no more excuses," he muttered, cracking his knuckles like it was some big task. His finger hovered over the button for a moment before he pressed it. The screen flickered and changed to display a new message: "Wait 10 minutes. We are processing this request." Leo sighed and leaned back against the wall, folding his arms behind his head. The screen floated there, the timer ticking down, and he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous and maybe just a little excited about what was coming next. As the 10 minutes ticked down, Leo leaned back on his bed, the Rubik's Cube spinning between his fingers like a blur. Ronan was curled up in his new nest, asleep. Leo's mind, however, was anything but relaxed. Time moved slowly for him as he activated his super-speed thought process, his brain running a mile a second. Alright, he muttered, staring at the glowing system interface. I need to make this look professional. Can't let them think I'm winging it. He opened the settings and began preparing a PDF guide for the incoming members. It was clean, simple, and detailed. Sections included: 1. Customizing profiles, nicknames, avatars, privacy settings. 2. Muting notifications, because someone will definitely need it. 3. Rules, optional, don't piss me off was listed as rule number 1. 4. Group purpose, the admin will inform about that. And other small features like private messaging, geolocation, love stream. He smirked, pleased with his work. That should give them something to chew on. Satisfied, he renamed his profile from admin to the one true Satan. He also added golden color to his text so that people can differentiate between his message and others. If I'm running this thing, I might as well enjoy myself, he said, tossing the Rubik's Cube onto the desk. The timer ticked to its final seconds. Ronan stirred, momentarily opening his eyes, but Leo was too focused to notice. When the timer hit 0, the system chimed, and 4 notifications appeared on the screen one by one. The Lonely Mother has joined, Chair-sama has joined, the Tribride has joined, Greatest Motherfucker Alive has joined. Leo leaned forward, reading each name carefully. His brow furrowed in thought. He tapped his fingers on the desk as he analyzed each nickname. The Lonely Mother. There was a somber tone to the title. Whoever this is, they've been through something. Loss, maybe? Or guilt? He couldn't place a face or character to the name just yet. Chair-sama. His eyes widened, a grin creeping onto his face. There's no way. Is that the best girl himself, Aizen? The Tribride. He frowned slightly. 3 bloodlines? A hybrid? Could be anyone from a vampire-werewolf combo to something completely insane. Definitely a mystery. Greatest motherfucker alive. The nickname made it obvious. Fury. No question. This screams Nick Fury energy. Leo leaned back in his chair, spinning the Rubik's Cube lazily in his hand while glancing at the screen. The chat group interface gleamed softly in front of him. He cracked his knuckles and began typing, aiming for an introduction that felt casual yet confident, his style. Leo, alright, everyone, welcome to the chat group. I'm Leo, your friendly, and devilishly handsome, admin. This group exists to connect people across the multiverse, share knowledge, skills, and maybe, just maybe, save the day together. Think of it as a multiversal hotline for heroes or anti-heroes. No judgment here. I've sent each of you a beginner's guide. Yes, I made it myself. It'll help you figure out how to customize your profile, change your name, and other fun settings. Take a look when you have time. Anyway, feel free to introduce yourselves or lurk awkwardly in silence, it's up to you. Let's make this interesting. He hit send and leaned back, smirking. That should set the tone. For a moment, the chat remained silent. He sighed, tossing the Rubik's Cube aside. Tough crowd, Leo muttered. Finally, a notification pinged, and a new message popped up. Tribride, well. I don't trust this yet. I've already confirmed this screen isn't magic, so it must be some kind of advanced technology or perhaps the work of some entity outside my scope. Either way, if this group can actually fulfill its promises, then I'll stay. I'm Hope. Since the term multiverse is being thrown around, I take it none of you are from my universe? Leo froze mid-yawn, his brain clicking into overdrive. Hope. Tribride. Hope Mickelson. Well, I'll be damned, he muttered. Leo had barely recovered from the realization that Hope Mickelson was part of the group when another message popped up. The Lonely Mother. Hello? Is this working? I wanted to talk, but, my thoughts are being sent. Even this? Oh, Leo raised an eyebrow, seeing she was confused by the system. The next message appeared, slow and fragmented, each line a window into a weary mind. The Lonely Mother. I am. Tiamat. Will this group truly fulfill its promise? Will I truly be able to live with my children again? Leo froze. His jaw dropped as the name registered in his mind. Is this who I think it is? Tiamat. Mother of life. Beast 2. The origin of all life in the Type Moon multiverse. He blinked at the screen, struggling to process the sheer weight of her identity. He muttered to himself, no way. The Lonely Mother isn't just some random sad mother, it's the mother. Still, he needed confirmation. Projecting his own thoughts, he wrote. Leo, wait, Tiamat. Where are you right now? There was a pause before another slow, fragmented thought came through. The Lonely Mother. I am. In the imaginary number space. Waiting, Leo's heart skipped a beat. He leaned back, rubbing his temples. Imaginary number space? That confirms my doubts. He took a deep breath. Leo, Tiamat, I promise you this group isn't a lie. You will be able to live with your children again. I'll personally make sure of it. You've waited long enough, haven't you? I'll visit you as soon as it's possible. Just hang in there a little longer, okay? There was a moment of silence before her reply came, this time accompanied by something that made Leo smile despite the gravity of the situation. The lonely mother. Thank you. Leo chuckled, running a hand through his hair. She's using emojis now. The chat group pinged with a new notification. Greatest Motherfucker Alive has changed their name to Greatest Detective Alive. Leo raised an eyebrow at the name change, a mischievous smirk creeping onto his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he accessed the admin settings and changed the name back. Admin, name reverted and locked to Greatest Motherfucker Alive. He followed up with a quick message. Leo, nah, Mr. Fury, don't change that glorious name. It suits you perfectly. The chat fell silent for a moment before Fury's next message popped up. Greatest Motherfucker Alive, how the hell do you know my motherfucking name? Leo blinked. Oh, crap, he muttered under his breath, realizing his slip-up. Greatest Motherfucker Alive, you know what? It doesn't motherfucking matter. Tell me the intel on spies in SHIELD now, as this damn screen promised. Leo tilted his head, now genuinely confused. Again with the promise, what did the system promise these people, he thought. He decided to ask directly. Hey, system, what the hell did you promise to these people? A separate screen popped up instantly, detailing the promises made to each member upon their recruitment. With his super speed processing, Leo skimmed through it in less than a second. His eyes narrowed as he read Fury's entry, intel on internal SHIELD threats and infiltrators. Leo let out a low whistle. No wonder this guy joined, he muttered, shaking his head. Switching back to the chat, he began typing. Leo, hate to break it to you, Chief, but your whole organization is a big joke. Greatest Motherfucker Alive, the hell are you talking about, motherfucker? Leo, I mean, you've got Hydra so deeply embedded in SHIELD's command structure, it might as well be a Hydra branch office. You're basically running their errands at this point. The chat went silent for a beat, but Leo could practically feel Fury's paranoia skyrocketing through the screen. Greatest Motherfucker Alive, mother. The message cut off for being too erratic. Leo leaned back, smirking. Yeah, he's definitely freaking out right now, he muttered, waiting for the inevitable barrage of questions. Chapter 10, Chat Group, 2. Leo watched the chat as Fury went quiet after his initial outburst. Sighing, he leaned back in his chair, his mind working through the pieces coming together in this chaotic chat group. Deciding to shift gears, he sent out his next message. Leo, it seems, Mr. Fury, you're going to be raging for a while, so, I'll send you most of the info I have on Hydra via PDF. But let me give you one piece of advice: don't make any rash decisions. Hydra's like a Hydra in a literal sense. Cut one head, two more pop up. A moment of silence passed before Fury's curt reply came through. Greatest Motherfucker Alive, okay. As Fury calmed down after agreeing to receive the PDF, Leo decided to get some more context for himself. If Fury's world was in the Marvel multiverse, then knowing the timeline would help him understand where things stood. Leo, quick question, Fury. What year is it on your side? And what's Stark Industries' main product right now? The response came quickly, as though Fury was already wary of why Leo needed such information. Greatest Motherfucker Alive, it's 2007. Stark Industries mainly deals in weapons. Why? Leo grinned, leaning back in his chair. That confirmed that this Fury was from the pre-Iron Man era, back when Stark was still a weapons dealer. It was a pivotal moment in Marvel history, and Leo made a mental note to keep track of the events that would soon unfold in Fury's world. Leo, one more question: do you know a man named Charles Xavier? Greatest Motherfucker Alive, yeah, he's a professor, right? Again, why the random questions? Leo, thanks for the info. Just curious, nothing more. Fury didn't respond further, likely still chewing over Leo's cryptic demeanor. Leo couldn't help but imagine the man's frustration boiling under the surface. Fury didn't like being handled, but the man was smart enough to play along for now. Good, at least one fire was temporarily doused. Turning his attention to Hope, Leo decided to address her next. Leo, Hope, to help with your problem, I'll need to talk to you about the details. We can take it to the private chat later, but know that I'll do my best to help. It didn't take long for her to reply. To bride, thank you. I hope you can. My situation is a complicated mess, to say the least. Leo could feel the tiredness behind her words. From the knowledge he had of her story, he knew it was no exaggeration. He made a mental note to prioritize talking to her soon. Her situation wasn't one to leave unresolved. Satisfied for now, Leo turned his focus to the one person who had yet to engage in the chat, Aizen. The man had been observing quietly, likely calculating his moves as always. Leo decided to poke the bear. Leo, more importantly, Mr. Aizen. Chair-sama, when will you introduce yourself to the others? To make sure he couldn't wiggle out of it, Leo tagged him directly as Chair-sama. After a moment, Aizen finally responded. Chair-sama, I knew you had access to our identities from the start, Leo smirked, shaking his head. Typical Aizen, always assuming he had the upper hand. Leo didn't bother correcting him. It was better to let Aizen think he had everything figured out. Leo, how long has it been in Muken for you? Chair-sama, roughly 1,100 years. I stopped keeping track of time at some point. Leo raised an eyebrow. Aizen's sheer resilience and mental strength to endure over a millennium of isolation were impressive, even if his massive ego overshadowed it. Leo, so, why did you join? Leo had his own theory, but he wanted Aizen to say it himself. More importantly, Leo needed the others to see the kind of person they were dealing with, someone who could charm you one moment and stab you in the back the next. Chair-sama, well, I don't have much of anything to look forward to in this world. After Kurosaki died, Leo blinked. The casual mention of Kurosaki's death was not expected. Chair-sama, the prospect of doing the bidding of multiversal entities seemed like the best option I could have chosen. Leo's eyes narrowed. There was truth in Aizen's words, but it was wrapped in layers of manipulation. He wasn't going to let Aizen get away with skating around the real reason. Leo, I don't buy it, Chair-sama. Oh? Leo, I don't trust you at all. Give me one reason why I shouldn't kick you out right now. The chat fell silent, tension hanging thick. Leo's fingers hovered over the admin controls. If Aizen couldn't provide a satisfactory answer, or if he gave Leo even a hint of trouble, he'd remove him from the group without hesitation. But this wasn't just about removing a potential threat. Leo wanted the others to see Aizen for who he truly was. If they were going to work together, everyone needed to understand what kind of game they were playing. Chair-sama, because you're smart enough to know that removing me would be a waste of potential. Let's not pretend that you, the admin, don't already understand the value I bring to this group. Leo's calm demeanor hardened as he typed, delivering a barrage of words that left no room for misunderstanding. Leo, Aizen, your arrogance already led to your downfall once. Don't let it drag you down again. You're not special here. You're not irreplaceable. In fact, this group would function better without someone like you scheming in the background. He let the words hang for a second, his eyes narrowing at the screen. Leo, if you think your power or intelligence makes you indispensable, let me make this clear: you're neither. There are people in this group who would crush you in every way that matters, and as for your plans? Don't think for a second I don't know you're lying. Every word you've said so far has been layered in half-truths. You're trying to manipulate us, Aizen, but it won't work here. This confidence in Leo's accusations came from the system itself, which had notified him of Aizen's lie. What could Leo say except admin controls are awesome? A long pause followed. Leo didn't type further, waiting for Aizen's reply. He needed the man to feel the weight of his accusations. If Aizen wanted to stay in this group, it was time for him to prove why he deserved, given his personality being the most dangerous. Finally, a message popped up. Chair-sama. I see. You've made your point, Leo. Leo crossed his arms, staring at the screen. Aizen rarely conceded anything without an ulterior motive. Chair-sama, if it's proof of my value you want, consider this: I have no intention of disrupting this group. My interest here is not in undermining you or the others, but in understanding this so-called multiverse. My world has nothing left to offer me, and this group is intriguing. I can provide knowledge, insight, and power when necessary. That should be enough to warrant my place here, don't you think? Leo read Aizen's response, his lips curving into a smirk as his suspicions deepened. He knew Aizen wasn't fully honest, he never was. But now, Leo wanted to cut through the facade entirely. Leo, you make a decent argument, but you're still not being truthful. Tell me the real reason you joined. There was a long pause, longer than Leo expected. He almost thought Aizen wasn't going to reply until a flurry of messages suddenly appeared, breaking the silence. Chair-sama, you want the truth? Fine. Just stop with the endless suspicion, alright? Chair-sama, I load about the time it's been more than 11,000 years, Leo. 11,000 years, Leo blinked, the number hitting him like a freight train. He leaned closer to the screen as Aizen's rant continued. Chair-sama, Muken has been locked away, forgotten, after my restraints were strengthened 100-fold. I'm not even sure if anyone remembers I'm here anymore. Not even Kiraku bothers to visit. Just endless darkness and silence. Chair-sama, I've been abandoned to rot, my mind left to unravel in this nothingness. And now, you want to lecture me about honesty? I'm sorry if I grabbed onto this chance, no matter how absurd, to flee this pathetic existence. Chair-sama, I can't have my end be this pathetic. Is that what you want to hear? That I've been reduced to hoping that this ridiculous multiversal group is my way out? Leo sat back, the corners of his lips tightening into a thin line. What Aizen said was confirmed 100% truth. For a moment, he felt the faint stirrings of empathy. The idea of being alone for over 11,000 years, forgotten by the world, was horrifying. He reread her messages, his initial frustration fading into something else entirely. He couldn't even imagine what kind of mental toll that kind of solitude could take, even on someone as composed and calculating as Aizen. Leo, look, I'll admit I came on to you a bit harsh. I didn't expect this from you. I thought you'd throw out another manipulative excuse or some half-truth, but this... Leo paused, his fingers hovering over the keys before he typed again. Leo, I'll keep you in the group. And I'm not saying this because I trust you, because frankly I don't, but maybe this group can be something you need. A way to get out of that hellhole and actually do something meaningful. There was a pause, then a response. Chair-sama, meaningful, huh? You think I'd stoop to redemption now? Leo, nah. You're way too arrogant for that. But maybe you can prove to the rest of us that you're not just the schemer I expect you to be. It's your call, Aizen. Just remember, you're playing by my rules now. Aizen's response was quick, but it lacked the usual bite. Chair-sama, noted. Leo exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing slightly. Leaning back in his chair, addressed the group chat once more. Leo, alright, everyone, before we move forward, let me explain the purpose of this group in detail. This isn't just a social club for people or a place to trade knowledge and power. The chat group was created to tackle localized problems in different worlds, problems that might spiral out of control if left unchecked. These missions, or group quests, are the core of what we do here. He waited a beat, letting his words sink in. Leo, group quests are our primary directive. They'll send us to different universes, where we'll handle unique, often dangerous situations. They're designed to make a difference. The system pairs us with tasks based on the current state of the worlds involved, to guide, so, it's like being a multiversal firefighter? Leo. Sure, greatest motherfucker alive, as long as the payoff's worth the risk, Chair-sama, the concept is straightforward enough. Do proceed, Tiamat. I don't understand, but I'll do my best. After a brief moment of silence, Leo messaged again. Leo, alright, since there are no objections, I'll initiate the first group quest. The moment he pressed the button to initiate, the chat screen briefly flashed before them. A strange hum filled the air as the quest system sorted through potential missions. Then, a notification appeared. Group quest initiated, mission objective, exterminate 3 rogue system users who have violated the Universal Charter. Infractions include, 1. Jailbreaking their system. 2. Triggering universal destruction in multiple timelines. 3. Conspiring with Eldritch Apostles. Location, Sector 6 1895-18514. Additional objective, revive Himmel and complete the bittersweet love story. The chat was silent for a few seconds as the details of the mission sunk in. Tigrid. Wait, what's this about a bittersweet love story? Leo, honestly? No idea. The system must have thrown in these additional. We'll get more details when we arrive. Greatest motherfucker alive. This sounds like a clusterfuck waiting to happen, Leo. Most group quests are. But we're not exactly amateurs here, Chair-sama, rogue system users. Intriguing. I'd wager their methods will be fascinating to observe, Leo. Focus on the extermination part, Aizen. And no, we're not keeping their toys for ourselves, Leo. Alright, everyone. Get ready. The system will handle the logistics of getting us there as well as pausing time in your native world. Just be prepared for anything. Chapter 11. Moments before disaster. Sarai sat at her desk in the Continental Mage Association's headquarters, reviewing the latest investigation reports on what was now being called the Sky Breach incident. A month ago, a phenomenon unlike anything seen before had occurred, a massive tear in the sky, as if reality itself had shattered like fragile glass. From that breach, an overwhelming surge of mana had flooded the area, alerting mages across the continent. Sarai had sensed 3 distinct presences emerging from the cracks. Each one radiated an immense and unfamiliar energy, unlike any magic recorded in this world. But the moment they fully crossed into this realm, they disappeared. Any attempt to track them had failed completely, as if they had simply erased themselves from existence. It was infuriating. And yet, Sarai couldn't deny the excitement bubbling within her. These 3 were undoubtedly powerful, perhaps more powerful than even her. And that sent a thrill down her spine for some reason. After a month of relentless investigation, the association had finally determined the whereabouts of 2 of them. Both individuals had chosen to blend into society, acting like ordinary people. One had settled into a small town, living quietly, while the other had taken residence in a city, going about daily life as if nothing had happened. Their names had been identified: Magnus and Hikaru. More importantly, a breakthrough had come from one of their spies' familiars, which had managed to catch sight of them tending to their wounds. That meant that whatever had happened when they entered this world hadn't left them unscathed. Magnus had suffered a serious wound across his torso, deep enough that even with all his power, it seemed to be slow to recover. Hikaru's injuries were even worse. One of his eyes was completely gone, and his right hand was missing. Sarai narrowed her eyes. For beings of their caliber, wounds like these were not ordinary. The implications were troubling. Despite their injuries, they showed no signs of vulnerability. They moved with confidence, never appearing weak, and their awareness of the surveillance only made them more dangerous. The association's spies had already been discovered and ignored, a silent warning that they were to be meddled with. And yet, they weren't acting hostile. For now. As for the third individual, their whereabouts remained a complete mystery. Unlike the other two, there were no sightings, no traces of mana, not even a hint of where they might have gone. It was as if they had disappeared entirely. Sarai exhaled, tapping her fingers on her desk. These people were far too dangerous to be left unchecked. But what concerned her the most was the question that still had no answer: why did they come here? Sarai exhaled, placing the report down. Just when she had just pushed her chair back, an overwhelming dread gripped her mind. Her breath caught in her throat. Something was here. A presence so vast, so utterly crushing, that it paralyzed her. Her body refused to move. Her every instinct screamed at her to run. It wasn't fear, it was something deeper, something she couldn't understand. A blinding, impossibly blue radiance was coming from the distance, as if the very sky itself was being torn apart once more. Sarai forced herself to look outside. And then she saw it as the radiance dimmed. A colossal being, its form draconic, stood against the horizon. Its vast body was covered in scales that seemed to absorb the very light around them, a deep abyssal blue and streaks of red veins. Two massive wings spread out behind it, their sheer presence warping the air, distorting the sky like ripples on water. Its serpentine tail, impossibly long, coiled and uncoiled as if shifting with unseen tides. Twin twisted horns crowned its head, their edges glowing faintly with red light. And its eyes. A deep, empty crimson with crosses, filled with an unfathomable sorrow that pressed down on everything around it. Sarai couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Her body refused to move, her very being overwhelmed by the sheer presence of this creature. It was looking at the world with grief. Not anger. Not hatred. But something far, far heavier. And then like a dream it vanished. The unbearable pressure disappeared in an instant, leaving her gasping for breath, her limbs trembling as sensation returned. But there was no time to hesitate. Sarai ran. She didn't stop to gather her thoughts. She didn't stop to question what she had seen. She needed to stay the hell away from the source. Because whatever that was, whoever that was, it was something beyond anything she had ever hoped to encounter. A few minutes ago Hope Mickelson sat on the edge of her bed, her phone gripped tightly in her hands. As she scrolled through the messages in the so-called dimensional chat group. Yeah. That was an actual thing now. Her expression shifted between disbelief, curiosity, and mild concern as she read through the conversation. The whole thing felt surreal, like some weird fever dream. A multiversal group chat? A dude calling himself the one true Satan running it? Hope almost laughed at the name, but at this point, she had seen way weirder things. Still, the most absurd part? Leo actually seemed normal. Despite the dramatic title, the way he talked didn't scream evil overlord or ancient cosmic being. If anything, he just sounded like a regular guy who happened to know way too much. About her. About everyone. That part was a bit unsettling. She wasn't a fan of people knowing things about her before she even introduced herself. Who was? It reminded her too much of people trying to control her, trying to define her before she even had a say. But Leo didn't seem like he had some hidden agenda. If anything, his focus was completely elsewhere, absolutely ripping into Aizen. Hope didn't know much about Aizen, but the guy had an ego bigger than some of the vampires she had met. He thought he was above everyone else. Always the smartest in the room. Always in control. At least, that's what she thought given the way Leo was treating him. Leo didn't play along. He called him out so directly, so aggressively, that Hope almost felt second-hand embarrassment for Aizen. Aizen backed off. The group chat seemed normal. Even though Hope found herself staring at the screen, feeling out of place. Tiamat was literally the primordial goddess of the sea and the mother of the gods. If her mythology is anything to go by, Leo, if his title meant anything, was probably way beyond anything she could understand. And Aizen? Even if he lost the argument, it was obvious he was ridiculously powerful in his own right. And her? She was just Hope. Sure, she was Tribride, but she was one who currently only had her witch powers to rely on. And sure, she was strong, but compared to these guys? She felt like a background character. But then, the chat shifted to something else as Leo introduced a multiversal quest. Leo explained that these were the main reason the group even existed, to deal with major localized problems in different worlds. Hope hesitated for only a second. Because honestly, she needed this. The Salvatore school had become suffocating lately. Every day was the same: responsibilities, expectations, drama, and her family problems she couldn't fix. But this, a literal adventure across different worlds. It was an escape. A way out. A chance to do something fun instead of being trapped in a cycle of super school drama. She wasn't scared one bit, given there were members very powerful who will honestly be the ones doing the most world, given she was not that strong. She couldn't possibly be stronger than a literal goddess or Satan. She clicked, agree, without thinking twice. And then everything froze. The air stilled. The sounds of the school faded into absolute silence. Hope barely had time to react before a rainbow spiral erupted around her, twisting and swirling, pulling her forward at impossible speeds. Her stomach flipped. It felt like being on a roller coaster with no end, like being launched through space without control. The colors around her blurred, streaks of blue, red, gold, and silver flashing past like shooting stars. She felt weightless, like she was falling and flying at the same time. Then blinding blue light. A surge of power rushed through her body, tingling against her skin like static electricity. She gasped, and suddenly she was somewhere else. Hope's feet hit soft grass. The air was crisp, almost too fresh, too real. The sky stretched wide above her, a shade of deep, endless blue. She took a slow breath, her hands clenching into fists. Before Hope could even take in her surroundings, a loud voice suddenly cut through the air with a thud. Hope turned around just in time to see a man crash onto the ground with an unceremonious thump. He groaned, lying flat on his back, muttering something under his breath about how he wasn't even given time to stand properly. Hope blinked. Then, she couldn't help it, she laughed a little. It wasn't just the way he fell, it was the sheer exhaustion in his voice, like this was just another terrible thing in a long list of things ruining his day. The man, bald, wearing a long black coat, and sporting an eye patch, turned his head toward her, clearly unimpressed. "Oh, so you're laughing?" he grumbled, propping himself up on one elbow. Hope bit back another chuckle, raising her hand slightly in surrender. "Sorry, but... yeah." Before the conversation could go any further, another voice, calm, composed, and infuriatingly smooth, spoke up from nearby. Suffering, as they say, is often inspiration for comedy. Hope turned to see another man approaching, walking with deliberate ease. He was tall, with brown hair and an eye patch, dressed in pitch-black clothing that left no part of his body exposed except for his face. His expression was unreadable, but there was something about him, his posture, his presence, that immediately put her on edge. Hope didn't need to think twice about who these two were. She crossed her arms and tilted her head, giving them both a pointed look. "So, you must be Aizen." She glanced at the other man. "And you must be Mr. Fury." Fury, now back on his feet, dusted himself off and took a good look around. His expression was wary, his lone eye sharp as he assessed the situation. Then, he turned back to her. "Who the hell are you?" Hope smirked slightly. "Hope Mickelson. AKA the Tig Bride." That made Fury pause, as he seemed to be printing their faces in his memory. Meanwhile, Aizen remained silent, simply watching the exchange with his usual unsettling calm. Then, without any warning, he spoke. "Leo and Tiamat are missing." The word sent a jolt of awareness through Hope. She had been so caught up that she hadn't even realized it yet. Fury frowned, clearly not liking the sound of that either. But before anyone could question further, a blinding blue flash lit up the sky. Meanwhile, Leo stood with his arms crossed, waiting for everyone else to be transported. He had given himself a few extra seconds before making his grand entrance, not because he needed to, but because there was no harm in adding a little flair. Sure, he wasn't exactly an ore farmer, but that didn't mean he couldn't try to leave an impression. However, just as he was considering his approach, a personal message popped up from Tiamat. It read, "Tiamat, I can't click the agree button. My hands are too big." Leo blinked. Then he read the message again. Then once more. She sounded on the verge of tears. His mind went blank for a moment before a very obvious realization hit him. Wait. She's in her draconic form, isn't she? Leo sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. He quickly typed back. "Leo. Tiamat, are you in your big form?" A short pause, then another painfully slow message came in. "Tiamat, yes." Leo was at a loss for words. Of course. Of course this would happen. Rather than fixing itself automatically, the system seemed content just letting Tiamat struggle like a giant cat trying to press a touchscreen with its paws. Annoyed, he turned to the system. "Hey, why the hell aren't you matching her size?" The system responded instantly. It is simply not possible. Leo narrowed his eyes. And why is it not possible? Because administrators only allow a fixed size for system interfaces to be considered legal tender. The administrators are strict about the space occupied by a system interface. Since the interface acts as a constant opening to forces outside their influence, excessively large interfaces pose a security risk. As such, they are strictly prohibited. Leo read the message and exhaled. Alright, so basically, big interfaces equals bad. Makes sense. With that in mind, he quickly began typing out a question to Tiamat. Leo, can you shift to a smaller size? However, before he could hit send, Tiamat, I had it. Leo froze. His stomach dropped. His brain connected the dots a second too late. The world of Frieren was about to experience the full, unrestrained impact of Beast 2. Chapter 12, the disaster averted. Leo's mind was racing at full speed. There was no saving the people from what was about to happen. Tiamat's presence alone was enough to traumatize every magic-sensitive being on the planet. Considering the average beast causes magic circuits to burn up. And if she let out even a fraction of her full power. Yeah, let's just say it wasn't a pretty picture. No. That's not the main problem. The real problem was that this world wasn't built to withstand something like her. In the Fate universe, the planet itself acted as a failsafe, restricting beasts like Tiamat or magical phenomenon generally. There were rules. Limits. Concepts keeping them from wiping out civilization by accident even if dimensionally they were strong. But here, there was nothing stopping her. A fully unleashed beast of humanity. That's not just a disaster. That's extinction. Leo forced his mind into overdrive. He needed a plan. Now. Option A, convince her to transform and restrained quick enough. Option B, suppress her and forcefully transform her. Before he could even consider option B, the system shut it down immediately. Insufficient power. Potential detected, but current abilities are inadequate to forcibly suppress or transform Tiamat. Leo clenched his jaw. Figures. Then what do you suggest? Use a lower-tiered body. Convince her to inhabit it, or force her into it. Leo's expression went completely blank. Excuse me? Where exactly am I supposed to find a body that can handle a literal primordial beast? The best choice is the Tiamat of this world. Leo's stomach dropped a little. A wave of discomfort washing over him. Oh, that's messed up. Even without the system explaining further, he got it. It made perfect sense. The Tiamat of this world was already a version of her. Even if she wasn't as strong, even if she was completely different, her body was still the best possible vessel. The compatibility would be perfect? But Leo let out a sharp breath. God damn it. The system's message appeared before Leo. You could preserve her consciousness in another place and revive her. Leo hesitated. It felt wrong to do this without her consent. But at the same time, he couldn't risk what might happen if Tiamat's full power ran wild in that world. How could he complete the mission in a destroyed world? That thought process was concerning. Ultimately, he decided to take this world's Tiamat as a backup. Still, he was pretty confident he could convince the real Tiamat to transform and restrain herself. Or maybe he was just overthinking it. Leo vanished from his room, instantly reappearing in the heart of the familiar forest, where Tiamat supposedly lived. And he found her immediately. A massive blue western dragon lay curled up, her enormous form rising and falling with each breath. Her scales shimmered like deep ocean waves. She didn't even get a chance to react. The moment Leo appeared above her, he activated informational creation. A small orb formed in his hand, a tool designed to separate body and mind. A makeshift Pokeball. The device activated instantly. And just like that it was done. Leo pressed the agree button. Immediately, his surroundings twisted and shattered, replaced by a swirling rainbow vortex. The sensation was strange. It felt like he was being pulled through space at impossible speeds, yet at the same time, his body felt weightless. Midway through the journey, Leo's expression shifted. If he was going to make an entrance, he might as well do it right. His form began to change. His aura became oppressive, powerful, absolute. He shifted back to his Satan form. Back in the world of Frieren. A blinding blue flash tore through the sky, brighter than the sun. The air shook, and the ground beneath them rumbled as if the world itself was afraid. Then, as the light faded, they saw her. A massive, dragon-like creature loomed over the landscape. Tiamat. She was huge, larger than anything Hope had ever seen. Her massive wings stretched across the sky, blocking out the sun. But it wasn't just her size. Her very presence felt heavy, pressing down on everything. It wasn't just power, it was something deeper, something that made the world itself tremble. Aizen was the first to react. He felt it immediately, his seals were burning. The layers of seals that managed to restrain him for over the last 11,000 years were reacting violently to Tiamat's presence, as if rejecting the very idea of containing his power any longer. "Oh?" he muttered, intrigued. At first, he had planned to create a fake dimension to separate himself from the worst of her aura. But seeing his seals breaking apart? Yeah, that wasn't happening. Instead, he just observed, watching carefully. Hope, on the other hand, was not okay at all. The moment Tiamat appeared, it felt like the air had been ripped from her lungs. Her head pounded, her vision blurred, and within seconds, she was on her knees, bleeding from her eyes and ears. Her connection to magic, normally an advantage, was actively making things worse. It was like her very soul was being crushed under the sheer weight of Tiamat's existence. "What the fuck even is that?" she gasped, barely able to breathe. Meanwhile, Nick Fury had already made his decision. Nope. 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 Lord have mercy on him. This shit was way above his pay grade. Unlike the others, Fury couldn't sense magic, which, in this case, was a blessing. He didn't feel the supernatural weight of Tiamat's presence. But he did feel fear. A deep, instinctual dread, the kind that screamed at him to run. And so he did. He turned and ran for cover, knowing damn well that whatever was happening right now, he wasn't built for this shit. The overwhelming pressure didn't last long. Tiamat, clearly flustered, instinctively tried to reel in her mana, attempting to suppress the immense force she was unconsciously radiating. But it barely helped. Her power was too vast, too ingrained in her existence. It was like trying to contain an ocean in a glass of water, pointless. But then another blue flash. Within 10 seconds, Leo appeared in the sky. His presence was unmistakable. A dark light halo glowed behind his head, casting eerie shadows. Black void-like wings stretched out behind him, making him look almost celestial. The moment he arrived, he connected to Tiamat's mind, sending her a calm but firm message. If possible, transform into a humanoid form. Tiamat blinked. Oh. It was as if she had just realized her mistake. And then her massive draconic form began to shift. Her body deformed, shrinking and reshaping itself in a fluid motion, like liquid metal bending to a new shape. Within seconds, where the towering dragon once stood, now stood a tall, elegant woman. She had long, flowing blue hair, curved horns, and her eyes held the same intensity. Even in human form, her presence was still overwhelming, her very existence pressing against reality. Leo didn't waste time. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a hairpin, a small, simple ornament that belonged to his mother. Without hesitation, he used informational creation to enchant it on the fly. He first enhanced the hairpin's existence and then put an enchantment on it. The enchantment restrained Tiamat's presence, containing it to just 10 centimeters around her. The crushing aura vanished, and the world breathed again. Leo, however, felt drained. First, he had to reinforce the hairpin, then layer the enchantment, both tasks that took a significant amount of energy. Tiamat, now in her humanoid form, looked devastated. She had the expression of a kicked puppy, her eyes downcast, filled with guilt. Leo sighed, running a hand through his hair before offering her a reassuring smile. No need for being sad, I should have thought of this situation earlier. Tiamat perked up slightly, though she still looked miserable. Aizen, who had been watching with mild amusement, finally spoke up. True. As a leader, that was a major oversight. But Leo was not having it. He turned to him, his expression deadpan. You could have helped. Aizen smiled slightly. I was about to, but then you showed up. Leo sighed. Fair point. Turning to check on Hope, Leo's expression shifted immediately. She was lying still on the ground. She wasn't breathing. Nick Fury, who had been cautiously walking back toward them, still looked shaken from the whole ordeal. Leo stared at Hope's form for a moment before sighing. Oh well. Looks like we're about to witness the Tribride's awakening. 1 hour later. Leo used his magic to construct a simple house, giving them a place to regroup. Inside, he sat waiting for Hope to wake up. The transition into a vampire was never easy, and with her in the midst of it, the waiting game was the only part left. Fury was hooked up to a blood bag, as he was the nearest human and Hope needed human blood to transition. Leo couldn't help but think how badly things had gone wrong. The first mission quickly turned into a mess. They were such a bad group that the first casualty happened within seconds. Leo shook his head, frustrated. They hadn't even gotten to the real part of the mission before things went south. Aizen, on the other hand, seemed unbothered. In fact, he was enjoying himself. Despite the chaos and Leo's clear annoyance, Aizen was quietly savoring the stew Leo had made. Leo shot him an annoyed glance, but Aizen simply continued to eat, a small smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Clearly, Aizen found some twisted pleasure in seeing Leo pissed off. The atmosphere was awkward, to say the least. Leo sat at the table, doing his best to keep his cool, though it was becoming more difficult with each passing second. The real discomfort was that he was being smothered by Tiamat, who, now in her humanoid form, stood a towering 7 feet tall with an even more imposing presence. Her large-form mommy body left Leo feeling like he was practically suffocating in too much. It took every ounce of control in his body not to break his composure or let his inner feelings show. He couldn't let them see him crack. After a few moments of awkward silence, Leo finally spoke, his voice low and steady. "So, do you understand the plan moving forward?" Aizen nodded without hesitation, though he added, "I'm not sure Hope will be a good partner, given how different her skills are from mine. We'll need more than just physical strength." Leo leaned back, arms crossed, deep in thought. "Trust me, once I give her the armor enhancements, she'll be fine. I've seen it before. She has potential." The plan was simple. Leo and Aizen would split into groups of 2 and 3. Aizen and Hope would work together. Leo and Aizen would each take on a group, but there were conditions. Fury would need Leo's protection. He wasn't in any condition to fend for himself. Tiamat, though transformed, still couldn't be trusted alone. She was too disconnected from human logic, and Leo knew she could be a liability if left unchecked. That meant Fury and Tiamat would be Leo's responsibility. The two groups would each have a teleporter to take them to the other once they found the system users they were after. The whole thing felt like a balancing act, a juggling act that could easily fall apart at any moment. But this was the plan, and there was no turning back. He glanced at Aizen, then over at Hope, still unconscious on the bed, and finally at Tiamat. He had to make it work. It was about pride at this point. Chapter 13, Incoming. Hope woke up with a groan, her head pounding as she slowly sat up. Everyone immediately turned to look at her. "Welcome to the world of living," said Fury. She blinked, scanning the room, then sighed. "I was kinda hoping all of that was just a bad dream." Leo scratched the back of his head, looking a little awkward. "Well, it was a little hiccup in the mission, but hey, look at the bright side, you're now a completely awakened bride." Hope, however, did not look impressed. Her expression was flat, and she was clearly not in the mood for that talk. Before she could say anything, Tiamat suddenly picked her up, effortlessly lifting her as if she weighed nothing. Hope barely had time to react before she heard the softest, most hesitant voice say, "I'm sorry." Tiamat spoke slowly, struggling with the words, clearly unused to talking. Hope, caught off guard, just melted in her arms. Tiamat radiated the ultimate clumsy mother energy when she wasn't exuding the aura of a beast of humanity. Hope never stood a chance. Earlier, Aizen had definitely tried to escape, sensing the incoming danger. But Tiamat was far too happy and far too fast. Just as he turned to step away, Tiamat's large hands landed on his head. Aizen froze. A second later, she patted his head with pure joy, ruffling his usually pristine hair. Aizen's eye twitched. His body stiffened. What the hell was he supposed to do? She was patting his head like a pleased mother doting on her child, humming happily as she played with his hair. Aizen closed his eyes. Endure. Adapt. Overcome. Though he couldn't quite hide the small smile on his face. Meanwhile, Leo, completely ignoring the scene, was conjuring a blood bag from thin air using his magic. He adjusted the composition, ensuring it had the perfect balance of nutrients Hope would need for the transition. Nick Fury, however, had been far luckier. Unlike Aizen, he had survived purely due to his spy instincts. The moment he saw Tiamat's overwhelming motherly energy activate and Aizen falling victim, he had seamlessly blended into the background, avoiding detection like a true professional. Now, back to Hope. Tiamat, seemingly satisfied after hugging her, gently put her down, her arms lingering just a little longer before she stepped back. Though Hope still had fear in her eyes, the girl did her best to cover that up. Leo walked over, holding out the blood bag. "Drink this to complete the transition." Before Hope could respond, Fury's voice cut in from behind. "You better not waste a drop of that. I bled for it." Hope glanced at the bald-headed spy, her expression unreadable for a moment before she finally spoke. "Thank you for your generosity," she said, her voice laced with sarcasm but also genuine gratitude. Fury just grunted in response, arms crossed, watching her like a hawk. Hope looked down at the blood bag in her hands. This felt weird. She had been raised like a normal human, eating normal food, living a normal life, well, as normal as it could get for someone with her bloodline. Drinking actual blood was not part of that. But she had no choice to contemplate since she was already transitioning. Her transition into a full bride was happening whether she liked it or not, and without this, she wouldn't make it past this stage. So, without overthinking it, she brought the bag to her lips and drank. Leo watched as Hope drank the blood, noting the slight shudder that ran through her body at the taste. She probably felt morally weirded out and intoxicated by the taste. She let out a slow breath, her expression a mix of exhaustion and frustration. Before you start, he began, you should know that what happened wasn't something Tiamat did on purpose. It's kinda impossible for her to control it. Hope narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? Leo sighed, gesturing toward Tiamat, who was standing nearby with an apologetic look. Tiamat isn't a simple being. She's a beast of humanity, one of the strongest beings ever created. Her very existence is cut off from the human order, and that makes her fundamentally different from anything stemming from humanity. He tapped his temple. You feel it, don't you? Even now, standing near her, there's this overwhelming pressure. That's because her presence is completely outside the realm of human logic. Hope frowned, crossing her arms. That doesn't explain why I dropped dead the moment she showed up, plus I'm not human. Leo exhaled. It does, actually. Tiamat's magic is so powerful, so alien, that it overrides the natural laws of weaker beings just by being there. As the mana inside you reacts to her presence, it's not something she activates or releases, it's just what she is. Your body, your soul, your magic, none of it was prepared to handle something like her. And since you were highly attuned to magic, your body reacted the only way it could, die. Hope looked at Tiamat again, this time with a little less fear in her eyes and a little more understanding. The massive woman looked down at her, shifting awkwardly, clearly not used to explaining herself. I'm sorry, Tiamat said again, slowly, her voice soft and careful. Hope let out a breath, rubbing her temples. So you're saying, just being around her is enough to kill me? Leo nodded. Yeah. And that's with her trying to hold back. That's why I had to enchant this hairpin to contain her presence. He gestured toward the small pin holding Tiamat's long blue hair in place. Without it, most of the planet would have been dead, or at least, you would have had to go through that painful experience again. Hope made a face. Yeah, no thanks. Fury, who had been listening quietly, muttered, glad we're all on the same page about that. Leo rolled his shoulders. Point is, she didn't mean it, and now that you're fully transformed, you should be able to handle being around her for a few more minutes without, dying. Hope sighed, realizing the power gap was actually bigger than she thought. Great. First mission and I already had a near-death experience. Aizen, who had been quietly watching, smirked. More like a full death experience. Hope shot him a glare. Not funny. Fury quipped from the side, nah, it's funny alright. Drawing a glare from the local triggeride. Leo just shrugged. So do we split up now? Fury asked, looking at Leo. Leo shook his head. Nah, I think we should take at least one more day. Aizen can gather information while I work on enhancing you and Hope. He leaned back slightly, arms crossed. The threats we're here to eliminate might not be high profile, at least not according to the system's rating. But that doesn't mean they aren't strong. Hope and Fury need to be stronger, especially Fury. Fury nodded without argument. Makes sense. I was already thinking about it. I might have survived that encounter with Primordial Gods, but that was just luck. If I want to survive, I need more than just experience. Leo smirked slightly. Glad you see it that way. Aizen, however, raised an eyebrow. And you're trusting me to go alone? Weren't you the one skeptical about my loyalties just 1 hour ago? Leo gave him a look that was somewhere between amused and unimpressed. No point in not doing that. Aizen blinked, clearly not expecting such an easy answer. Huh. Leo continued. You're the best suited for infiltration and deception here. If anyone can figure out what we're dealing with while also planning a way to deal with them, it's you. I could send Tiamat with you, but, well. He glanced at the towering dragon woman, who was still tilting her head in innocent curiosity at the pokeball containing DxD. Tiamat feeling confused at the familiar yet strange aura coming from it. She's not exactly subtle. Aizen let out a soft chuckle. Fair enough. Hope, still adjusting to her transformation, crossed her arms. And what exactly are you going to do to us? Leo turned his gaze to her. For you? Armament enhancements. Your body's strong, but it could be stronger. She did reach somewhat of a god level after a few months of awakening as a triggeride, though her attack power is hard to place on a scale. Your magic's powerful, but I can make it more efficient. Think of it like fine-tuning a supercar so it runs at peak performance instead of wasting fuel while simultaneously adding extra features. Hope still looked skeptical, but she didn't argue. Fury glanced at Leo. And me? Leo's smirk widened. Oh, you're getting a full upgrade. Fury just nodded. Good. I'll take whatever advantage I can get. Aizen shook his head slightly. Well, this is going to be interesting. Leo clapped his hands together. Alright. Aizen, go do your thing. Tiamat stays with me. Hope, Fury, get ready. By the time I'm done, both of you will be way stronger than you were before. As Aizen was about to leave, Leo called out, okay, yeah, Before you go, let me unlock all the seals first. Aizen turned slightly, raising an eyebrow. Well, some of them already burned off thanks to Tiamat. I'll figure out the rest. Leo shook his head. Nah, I insist. It'll save you time and increase your efficiency. Aizen considered for a moment before sighing. Fine. He held out his hand, and Leo got to work. Channeling a tiny fraction of his super attack skill which still didn't have a proper name, he modified it slightly to target Aizen's seals. A small ball of red energy covered in dark miasma formed at Leo's fingertip, pulsing ominously before shooting forward like a precise bullet. The moment it struck Aizen, his seals unraveled instantly. Along with all of his clothes. Aizen stood completely naked. Leo blinked. Aizen looked down at himself, then back at Leo, completely unfazed. He casually shrugged and formed an illusion over his body, covering himself with his usual attire. Well, that's a way to cover up, I guess, Leo muttered, shaking his head. Oh well, off you go. Aizen turned to leave, but Leo suddenly paused, his expression shifting. His gaze flickered to the horizon before he corrected himself. Or not. Something fast was approaching really fast. Leo immediately connected to the system, mentally asking, is that one of the system users? The system took a moment to load before responding. According to the radar, yes. Leo blinked. Dude, what radar? Silence. Leo sighed in exasperation, but now wasn't the time to argue. He focused on the approaching presence and felt his expression grow serious. Whoever this was, they were strong. Turning to Fury, he gave him a level look. I think you shouldn't participate in this battle at all. Fury, ever the logical man, didn't need convincing. Oh, you think? He crossed his arms, staring at Leo sarcastically. The hell am I supposed to do against that? Get my ass obliterated? Fury said, pointing at the apparent shooting star coming their way. Leo smirked slightly at Fury's quick agreement before forming something in his hands, a containment sphere, almost identical in function to the one that held DxD World Tiamat. Alright, then, Leo said. Get in. Fury didn't even hesitate. Motherfucker, if I can be safe, I'm taking that deal. Without another word, he let Leo store him away. The very next second, what looked like a shooting star slammed into the ground right in front of the makeshift shelter, kicking up dust and debris. As the dust settled, they could finally see the figure standing in the crater. The man looked Japanese, though his attire was anything but traditional, a Hawaiian shirt, loose pants, and sandals. But more notably, he was missing his right hand and left eye. Despite that, his presence was overwhelming. His single eye scanned the group before he opened his mouth to speak. So, you were sent by the multiversal chart. Before he could even finish his sentence, Leo teleported behind him, moving at an impossible speed. Bam! Leo's fist slammed into the man's back with full force, sending him flying towards Tiamat. Sorry, but I frankly don't care about whatever you have to blabber. But that split-second attack turned out to be a terrible decision. Leo's entire arm from the fist to his shoulder was shredded into pieces. The flesh and bone were sliced apart like paper, as if he'd punched into a meat grinder. Though the arm began reconstructing almost instantly. Before Leo could even register the damage, an invisible attack came from behind, aiming directly for his spine. TCH. Reacting on instinct, Leo managed to mitigate the impact, twisting his body to lessen the damage, but his side was still torn open. Meanwhile, the man in the Hawaiian shirt somehow controlled his trajectory in midair, flipping with perfect ease before launching himself straight at Aizen. Leo's mind was racing. Did this guy just pre-move? Before the man could reach Aizen, a sudden surge of spiritual pressure exploded outward. Aizen, with a cold gaze, launched a point-blank, chantless Hado number 90, Kurihitsugi. For a tenth of a second, his aura flared to its fullest intensity, and in that moment, a massive black coffin formed around the man. But in the final tenth of a second, the man vanished. In his place was Hope. Leo, who had been analyzing the situation closely, didn't even flinch. He had already tracked the enemy's movement and reacted instantly. With a flick of his finger, the black coffin shattered before it could crush Hope's immortal soul under the weight of its spiritual gravity. As the pieces of the shattered spell faded into the air, the man smirked, now standing effortlessly in between the four of them. It seems, he said with an air of amusement, you're finally in the mood to talk. His one remaining eye scanned them all before his smirk widened. So, let's start with introductions. I'm Hikaru. Chapter 15, weak. None of them spoke a word, their eyes locked onto Hikaru, who chuckled lightly. Come on, guys, don't be so cold. I'm feeling a little left out here, he said, grinning. Leo's eyes gleamed as he analyzed Hikaru. You're too weak to be associated with the Eldritch Apostles, he said flatly. The comment clearly struck a nerve. Hikaru's expression shifted, his smirk twitching slightly. "And how would you know that?" he said, his voice carrying a slight edge. "You couldn't even react to my attack, yet." Despite his words, he didn't move. Aizen stepped forward, eyes sharp. "So why aren't you attacking, then?" Hikaru shrugged. "Why would I? Your group is clearly weaker than the last one. At least they could react to my attacks though, ultimately, they still died." Aizen's gaze didn't waver. "Oh? Is that true?" he asked, his tone almost mocking. "Or are you just incapable of attacking because your skill is reaction-based?" That hit deep. Hikaru's expression twisted in visceral anger, his voice dropping into a low, unnatural growl. "You aren't worth the effort," he spat. "I never should have taken this damn mission." As he spoke, his body morphed. From the stump of his missing right hand, tentacles burst forth, writhing and curling in disturbing patterns. Small, bloodshot eyes blinked open along the lengths of the tendrils, each one filled with malicious glee. The empty socket where his left eye had once been began to bulge, forming more eyes that glowed with an otherworldly light. His skin rippled and bubbled, and his bones cracked as his body contorted. Miniature faces sneering, mocking, hungry appeared within the mass of tentacles, their mouths moving in a horrific chorus of whispers and jeers. The ground beneath them trembled, the grass withering away as the air grew heavy, tainted by the sheer wrongness of his transformation. Leo's fist shot forward, aimed to crush Hikaru before he could move. But before the impact could land, Leo was split in two. It happened in an instant. One moment, Leo was whole, the next, his body was cleaved apart at the waist, his upper half still moving forward before collapsing. Hikaru's tentacle-laden hand shot forward, ready to crush Leo's head like a grape. But before it could land, a blinding beam of pure energy erupted. It was Tiamat. The raw force of her attack tore through the air, forcing Hikaru to back away immediately. His instincts screamed at him to not engage with her. She was out of his league. Still, his eyes narrowed as he observed Leo. He was strong. Very strong. But something was off. Why wasn't he reacting properly? With the power he held, he should have been able to dodge at least some of those attacks. But instead, he was getting ripped apart like a low-tier warrior. No matter. If anything, this was a blessing. Hikaru and his allies had barely survived the last group sent by the Multiversal Charter. 97% of their forces had been wiped out. That battle had been hell. They had escaped by the skin of their teeth. But this was easy. A breath of fresh air. Hikaru vanished in a blur. And then Hope's heart was crushed. His eldritch hand, infused with the gift of the corrupted space, pierced through her chest, shattering her heart in a single motion. Hope gasped. Blood poured from her lips as her body convulsed. Her eyes widened, filled with shock and pain, before the light left them. She was dead. For a moment, there was only silence. Then Nauu. Tiamat's scream shook the very fabric of reality. It was a cry of despair. Of fury. Of a mother's wrath. The ground around her twisted and transformed, shifting into a churning sea of life. Her aura exploded, amplified to an unimaginable extreme. The air thickened. The sky trembled. The world itself seemed to cry out in fear. Aizen took this moment to attack. Hado number 99, Goryumetsu. A torrent of 5 colossal dragons formed, crackling with pure destructive force. They roared as they lunged at Hikaru, their sheer pressure warping space itself. But Hikaru dodged. Twisting his body in ways that should be impossible, he slipped through the gaps of the attack. And in the next instant he appeared behind Aizen, his eldritch hand transforming into a blade swinging for Aizen's neck. The attack was perfect. Aizen was wide open. The blade descended. It should have decapitated him. But it didn't. Instead, Hikaru's strike slowed. Unnaturally slow. Like something was holding it back. Aizen turned his gaze toward Hikaru, his expression cold. Leo is right about something, Hikaru. You are unbelievably weak. And then Hikaru's world shattered. Not metaphorically. Literally. The air around him cracked, like a mirror being fractured into a million pieces. He could see it. Feel it. The battlefield, the dirt, the sky, the wind, all of it was splitting apart, revealing something beneath. A void. A void filled with endless mirrors, each one reflecting twisted versions of himself. And then his body felt wrong. He looked down and saw himself in a mirror. Torn in half. His upper torso hanging on by mere threads of flesh. His heart crushed. His eldritch bladed hand poised dangerously close to his own throat. This isn't real. This can't be real. A shiver ran down Hikaru's spine as his eyes widened in horror. Then a cold realization hit him. Illusion. He barely managed to whisper. Since when? His throat was dry. His eyes darted wildly, trying to understand. Then, he felt it. Aizen's presence. Hikaru turned and froze. Aizen stood there, calm as ever, his sclera turned deep purple. and on his forehead a third eye had opened. Aizen spoke. You've been under the effect of my Benkai the moment you made eye contact with me. Hikaru's stomach dropped. He tried to move. Tried to speak. Tried to fight. But his body didn't listen. The moment their gazes met, Hikaru felt it. Overwhelming dread. He tried to move but his body wouldn't listen. No. No, 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 no. Hikaru screamed, struggling, fighting against the inevitable. But it was pointless. His own body was betraying him. He had slashed himself apart. Crushed his own heart. And now his eldritch bladed hand was pressed against his own throat. His legs shook. His mind reeled. Aizen didn't even spare him a glance. He simply turned away. And spoke. You should kill yourself. His arm twitched and suddenly pain. Searing, agonizing pain. His bladed hand moved on its own slowly agonizingly. No, he was moving it. He was attacking himself. The command sank into Hikaru's very soul. And then schlick. His own eldritch hand, still thrumming with corrupt energy, separated his head from his body. He tried to scream for help using magic. But no one listened. No one cared. The last thing Hikaru saw was Aizen walking away. As if he had never been a threat to begin with. Well, that was easy, Leo commented lazily, sitting back as he watched Aizen force Hikaru to tear himself apart in his illusion. Leo had stepped aside after his arm had been mangled beyond recognition, and he had shattered Aizen's Hado 90 to save hope. But from that moment on, Hikaru had fallen into the inescapable web of Aizen's Benkai. Yes, Benkai. Because Aizen's Shikai was always active passively. Still, Leo wasn't one to take chances. He checked with the system. Confirming elimination, a small pause. Confirmed. 1 out of 3 target, Hikaru, is dead, but something unnatural followed. Hikaru's corpse did not remain a corpse. Instead, it twisted and burst apart, transforming into a writhing mass of tentacles and grotesque, malformed faces. The man had never been human in the first place. No worries Aizen, I'll handle that, Leo said, watching Aizen unable to crush them with his Reiatsu. Leo barely spared a disgusting heap another glance and roused that was probably some eldritch monster trying to manifest before shifting his attention to Tiamat. She was currently soaking hope and fury in a diluted, impure version of the sea of life, the very substance that formed the foundation of existence itself. Of course, Leo had mixed his own essence into it. He wasn't about to let them evolve without his influence. He looked back at Hikaru's squirming, pulsing remains. I'm gonna borrow a strand of your hair, he said to Tiamat. She didn't object. Okay. Leo took the blue strand, feeling the raw primordial power within it, and began chanting. The plan was to use the fact that Tiamat is the first to be born into the world. She was the one born right after Genesis and had mysteries that could only be enacted in primordial era. His voice reverberated through the world as he chanted in the instansive language gained from the seed of Satan. Vorkai Zalmg, Dornis Volk, before light was shaped, before the sky was named, Zayargothman Ulthas Drakazan, before the first flame, before the first breath, Karesh von Deveros, Ulthos Crane, in the abyss where time held no throne, where existence was still a dream, Nazath Belka Threnai, return now to the void's embrace, Velzithormg, Drelvan Sukai. Unmake, unravel, descend into nothingness, Sathai Durke, the first rewind, Morthas Veldian, the moment of zero, Orzan Krethal Thashanaduon. Where no life may walk, where no form may stand, Bale throws Vahran Kaiser, by the will of the morning star, Dravathin cry. Let all things be unmade. Despite the chant being long, the incantation was done almost instantaneously from the perspective of someone who couldn't understand the language. It appeared like when he spoke a glitch occurred, and he spoke incredibly fast. The strand of Tiamat's hair coiled around his arm like a living serpent, pulsing with divinity. Leo was invoking a concept beyond destruction. Concept of Genesis. This was not an attack that simply erased something. This was a return to the time before something could exist in the first place. It was a standard DA ripoff without the equivalent firepower. Leo was forcing the environment around him to remember the era before it had formed, before life could even be conceived. It was a forced regression to the earliest, most inhospitable state of being. Since he also had authority over Venus by virtue of the concept of morning star. He used a concept drawn from Venus, the hellish planet of fire and acid storms, where even metal melts under the crushing weight of an atmosphere that rejects all organic life. It invoked the memory of a time before Venus itself had just formed, when planets had just taken shape. When atmospheres had began forming. Before even the first flicker of stability in the primordial chaos came about. Leo was returning this small area of reality to that absolute beginning. Where there was no heat. No cold. No heat. No space. No possibility for life to take root. An anti-existence attack. It would not burn Hikaru's remains. It would not destroy them. It would make it so that they had never existed in the first place. The blue strand of Tiamat's hair glowed brighter, wrapping fully around Leo's arm like a chain of divine authority. In response, the air trembled. The world itself began to recoil. A sphere of emptiness, so deep it rejected the very concept of existence, formed in front of Leo's outstretched hand. The system immediately triggered a warning. Warning: Neogenesis is invoking a Class 1 regression. Proceeding will overwrite all localized casualty. Administrator consent required, permission granted in lieu of minimal area of effect. Leo smirked. Perfect? Valkai Zormk, Neogenesis, and with that, he released the attack. The writhing mass of tentacles froze, an unnatural stillness overtaking them as if some instinct, something buried deep within even their eldritch existence, screamed in warning. The world around Leo twisted in response. The air grew thin, devoid of warmth, devoid of breath. The grass curled inward and crumbled to dust, the soil blackened as the concept of life itself recoiled. The very memory of existence in that space began to erode, as if history itself was being rewritten to exclude it. Aizen let out a low whistle, stepping back instinctively. Every fiber of his being felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Whatever Leo was doing, it was wrong on a fundamental level, an affront to the nature of reality itself. Then, without warning, a blinding flash. For an instant, there was no color, no shape, no sound. And in the next moment the general direction where the tentacled mass had been was simply gone. Not destroyed. Not obliterated. Just removed. A vast, empty void stretched where solid ground once stood, a hole in existence itself. There was no heat from an explosion, no debris left behind. Even the concept of that place had been erased, rewritten into the memory of the universe as if it had never been there to begin with. Leo exhaled slowly, shaking his head. Yeah, he muttered to himself. That'll do. Chapter 16, Upgrades People. Leo exhaled slowly, shaking his head. Yeah, he muttered to himself. That'll do. But then a sudden, violent pulse of pain surged through his body. Zing! His vision sharpened, and for a moment, it felt as if something deep inside him had been violently wrenched apart. A red warning screen flashed before his eyes. Warning: Seed of Satan reserves critically low, reserves at 18% and dropping, immediate replenishment required. An unnatural hollowness spread through his core, a creeping sensation of emptiness. Alert: Magical organs in right hand experiencing catastrophic failure. 100% functional loss detected. Magical output from affected area disabled to prevent worsening. His right hand felt cold, completely devoid of any energy. It responded to his will, but there was a feeling of no magic in that area. Alert: Magical circuits overexerted, damage at 50%, severe inefficiencies in spell detected. Long-term usage at current state is dangerous. A sharp, searing pain flared along his magical pathways before fading into a dull, throbbing ache. Error: Conceptual backlash detected. Intervention in progress. Mitigating damage. For a brief moment, reality flickered as if the very concept of his existence had been shaken. And then, advisory: Neogenesis exceeds safe operational limits. Usage not advised until Class 1 physique is obtained. Leo exhaled, still feeling the phantom pain from the backlash. I expected some backlash, but this is a bit much. Why the hell couldn't I predict this? There was no feeling of exceeding my own limits. And system, why didn't you warn me? The reply came instantly, a flat, almost indifferent tone echoing in his mind. There seems to be a misunderstanding. The multiversal chat group is not a system designed for the preservation of the host. Leo frowned. Huh? You're an employee under the multiversal charter. However, the system does not possess functions to actively prevent or warn the host regarding their actions that might cause self-harm. Leo's eye twitched. So you're telling me that while I may be here nearly blowing myself up due to a mishap and you're just gonna stand back and watch? The system is minimally involved in combat and does not dictate how the host handles their abilities. Furthermore, the reason of unclarity is due to your early stage connection with the seed of Satan. You lack full synchronization, which prevents you from accurately grasping your own limits. Your new magical organs are also not in rhythm with your body as you have minimal practice with them. Leo rubbed his forehead, irritation creeping in. I'm essentially a rusher who developed too many abilities. You knew I'd struggle with my limits. You could have warned me, you know? The system cannot assist in that regard. However, the host may purchase an extension using dimensional currency to access advanced monitoring features. This feature will unlock after this mission. Leo's expression went blank. Wait. Are you seriously trying to sell me a DLC? There was no response. Leo sighed. Of course. Of course, you are. Leo was pulled from his thoughts by the soothing voice of Tiamat, her arms wrapping around him from behind in a gentle but firm embrace. Are you okay? Her speech was still slow, deliberate, as she was getting used to speaking. Leo exhaled, pushing aside his irritation with the system. Ah, yeah. Just a minor miscalculation. He shifted slightly, intending to step away, but the moment he moved, Tiamat tightened her hold. Okay, she murmured simply, pressing her cheek lightly against his back. Leo paused, then huffed in amusement. It seemed like she wasn't planning to let go anytime soon. Aizen, who had been observing silently, raised a brow before offering a mock casual salute. Well then, I'll be heading off to the north as planned, he said, his voice smooth and unbothered. Now that we have one less target to worry about, my work just got easier. If I require your assistance, I'll send a message through Kido. The space in front of Aizen unzipped like stitches being undone, the air peeling apart to reveal a swirling black void of Garganta. Leo raised an eyebrow. So this world has something like the Garganta too? Aizen, already stepping toward it, glanced back with amusement. No. I'm simply projecting an illusion over the world. He gestured toward the tier in space. By weaving the illusion into reality, I create a miniature fissure in it, allowing me to form something similar temporarily. Leo's expression stiffened. That wasn't an ability Aizen originally had. Unless his eyes narrowed. Bankai. Aizen's smirk turned into a full-blown grin, nodding as he stepped into the void. Bankai. After Aizen vanished into the void, Leo turned his attention to Tiamat, who still had her arms wrapped around him in a firm embrace. Would you mind releasing me? He asked, trying to sound casual. Tiamat tilted her head slightly, her grip tightening just a bit. I would. Leo blinked. You're not supposed to say that. She simply hummed, resting her chin on his shoulder. Leo opened his mouth to argue, but movement from the pitch-black pond caught his attention. He immediately seized the opportunity. Oh look, Fury's waking up. I should go check on him. Tiamat hesitated, her grip lingering before finally letting him go. Leo quickly stepped away, approaching the stumbling figure of Fury, who dragged himself out of the dark waters like a man who had seen hell and barely crawled back. His breaths were heavy, and his entire body trembled slightly. His features were younger, his old age seemingly peeled back a few layers. But exhaustion was written all over him. He groaned, running a hand down his face. Feels like I just got my ass beat 1,000 times. Leo smirked. Good news, Spy Supreme. That means it's working. Fury shot him a tired glare. If it worked any better, I'd be dead. Leo chuckled, but his gaze shifted back to the pond. Hope was still submerged, taking longer than Fury. Unlike Fury, her physique had already been supernatural. Her evolution would be different. Looks like I've got time before she wakes up. Leo rubbed his chin and then decided next course of action. Alright, let's do an assessment. The sooner I'm done here, the sooner I can fix my own problems, he said, turning to Fury. First thing, try punching me with all your force. Fury raised an eyebrow before letting out a short chuckle. Okay, Mr. Satan. I'll do my best. Cocking his arm back, he threw a punch with all his might. A sharp boom echoed as the air itself split from the force. The strike landed cleanly on his torso, only for Leo to remain completely unmoved. Leo nodded in approval. That's solid attacking power. He mentally gauged the strength. If he had to scale it in terms of raw stats, it would be somewhere between E and D, with E being 10 times the maximum human strength and D being 10 times that of D. That meant Fury was already leagues above his past self. But that wasn't the most important part. The true purpose of the Sea of Life path wasn't just raw power, it was transformation. Fury was no longer just a human in the modern sense. The concept of his body had shifted. He was now an old human, one from the age of gods. And that changed everything. In Nasuverse, things were different for humans in different ages. Unlike modern humans, who had a strictly biological framework of organs, blood, and nerves, old humans existed under different metaphysical rules. Their biology was shaped by collective human belief and mysteries, meaning their bodies followed principles that defied standard logic. One of the biggest shifts was his magical foundation. Unlike most Marvel humans who borrowed magic from external sources, dimensions, entities, or artifacts, Fury could now generate ether on his own. His body had developed an organ specifically for that purpose, meaning he was now one of the most magic-attuned humans in his universe. Even more interestingly, his brain was no longer a vital organ in the traditional sense. Destroying it wouldn't cause instant death, only fatal blood loss over time. That alone made him significantly harder to kill than any normal human. And all of that was besides the fact that Fury now possessed very, very minor divinity and traces of true ether woven into his being. His potential at this point was comparable to that of an Omega-level mutant who has yet to master his abilities. Fury, finally settling into his new body, cracked his neck. Alright. So, are you gonna teach me some magic now? Leo looked at him, dead serious. I don't know any. Fury blinked. Do you think I'm stupid? Leo sighed. No, I do not. It's just a normal assumption to think I have magical knowledge or theory to teach. But I don't. I'm simply naturally adept at creating magic due to certain traits and skills I have. Fury's expression instantly morphed into one of absolute exhaustion, his entire face radiating a silent, I can't deal with this shit anymore. Leo, unfazed, continued. But honestly, I don't think you really need to think too hard about acquiring magic. Fury narrowed his eyes. And why is that? Leo smirked. Because you're a tiny bit a descendant of Tiamat now. Fury blinked. What? Leo shrugged. That means you have divinity even if it's incredibly minor. And that means, eventually, you can just form your own unique magic with simple belief and imagination. Fury groaned, rubbing his temples. Well, that was not my expectation. But I guess it is what it is. Leo nodded. True, it is what it is. You can rest up and try to meditate, see if you can draw out your magic naturally. Before Fury could respond, Hope finally emerged from the water. Leo grinned. Hey, you. You're finally awake. Hope rolled her eyes at the obvious reference but didn't say anything. Like Fury, she was dressed in just her underwear to avoid soaking her normal clothes. She stepped out, running a hand through her hair to shake out the excess water, then, in an instant, she used magic to dry herself completely, and in the next she was dressed fully. Leo raised an eyebrow. Your upgrades are nice. You're definitely way stronger than before. He could tell at a glance her speed, aura, and presence had increased nearly tenfold. In terms of raw physical strength, she could likely destroy a large building with ease. And considering she was already capable of city-level destruction with magic before with some preparations, she could probably flatten an entire city effortlessly now without straining too much. Leo smirked. Also, Fury, if you want to learn magic, I think she should be a great teacher. Fury looked at Hope, then back at Leo. Yeah, that's a great idea. Leo turned his gaze toward Tiamat, who was crouching down, poking at a squirrel with a somewhat mournful look for being ignored. She wasn't actually being ignored, just not the center of attention. And considering how easily Leo had allowed her advances, she had gotten used to being glued to him. Watching her like this reminded Leo of DxD Tiamat, the dragon currently sealed away in his magical poke ball. And that gave him an idea. Without hesitation, he sealed the remaining water from the mini sea of life into a pocket space just in case he needed it later. Then, he teleported next to Tiamat and casually poked the back of her head. She blinked, tilting her head in confusion, and even the squirrel she had been tormenting mirrored her reaction. Leo didn't acknowledge either of them and turned toward Hope and Fury. I'm taking Tiamat for some personal problems with my body. I've got some issues I need to fix, and she has the tools I need. A beat of silence followed. Hope's eyes narrowed slightly. Phrasing was awkward. Fury, without missing a beat, gave a solemn nod. Very. Leo snorted. You've already started kissing up to your teacher, huh? Hope smirked slightly, while Fury just shrugged. I'm a fast learner. Leo shook his head, lifting a hand. A bounded field formed around them, infused with the divinity of Venus. This will keep you both safe. Anyone trying to enter with ill intent will be teleported straight to Venus. Carry on with your lesson. And before either of them could protest further, Leo casually picked up Tiamat like a sack of potatoes, even if an oversized one, and vanished. Chapter 17, Leo and Tiamat reappeared near a tranquil lake, the water shimmering under the soft light filtering through the trees. He set her down and ignored the slight pout of disapproval in her eyes at being removed from his grasp so soon. Instead, he reached into his pocket space and retrieved the pokeball containing DxD Tiamat. The moment he let a fraction of its presence leak out, a faint draconic aura pulsed in the air. Leo turned to Tiamat, observing her reaction. Do you feel any connection to this? He gestured toward the ball, his eyes sharp with curiosity. Tiamat's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression. She leaned in slightly, staring at the ball as if trying to see through it. After a moment, she spoke, her words slow and deliberate. It feels like me. But it's not me. Weird. Her brows furrowed in thought. Leo looked at Tiamat, his expression calm. In my world, there's also a Tiamat, though she exists in quite a different form, he explained. Tiamat tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing in curiosity. Unlike you, she is a dragon. She's strong, sure, but nowhere near your level in terms of power, Leo continued. While he spoke, Tiamat stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the ball in his hand. Her expression was unreadable, but something in her eyes flickered curiosity? Confusion? Recognition? She reached out and touched the ball with her fingertips, her brows furrowing slightly and the cross in her eyes glowing. It feels like, she murmured, her voice slow and uncertain. Leo nodded. That's why I asked you to come. He stopped mid-sentence as the ball suddenly began vibrating in his hand, cracks rapidly forming along its surface. What the hell? Leo muttered, tightening his grip. He glanced at Tiamat only to find her silently pouring magic into the ball without a word. His eyes widened. "Oi, what are you doing?" She didn't answer. She just continued, her focus entirely on the object in his hand. Then the ball shattered. A surge of energy erupted outward, forcing Leo to instinctively step back as a massive dragon emerged from within. Its celestial blue scales shimmered, glowing faintly with power. Its wings spread wide before folding as it stared at Tiamat, unmoving, silent. Then, without warning, the dragon shifted forms, transforming into a human woman. She had long, straight pale blue hair that cascaded down her back, and dark blue eyes with red star-shaped pupils. The moment she laid eyes on Tiamat, her expression brightened instantly. "Mommy!" She cried out and ran straight into Tiamat's arms. Leo blinked. Did she just say, "Mommy"? The absurdity of the situation took a moment to settle in. The DxD Tiamat, now in her human form, rushed forward, throwing herself into Tiamat's arms like an excited child finally reunited with their parent. Tiamat, on the other hand, stood completely still, her eyes filled with confusion. Leo took a step back, watching as the dragoness buried herself into Tiamat's chest. "Mommy. You feel warm," the DxD Tiamat murmured, her voice filled with relief, as if she had found something she'd lost long ago. Tiamat slowly looked down at the girl clinging to her, her expression a mix of acceptance and curiosity. She tilted her head, processing the situation. "My mommy?" she repeated, her speech still somewhat slow, but her tone questioning. Leo crossed his arms, trying to wrap his head around what just happened. Well, that wasn't on the agenda. As Tia clung to Tiamat like a koala, she turned her gaze to Leo, her dark blue eyes with red star pupils narrowing slightly. "I saw you. When? You took me?" Her voice carried uncertainty, as if she wasn't sure whether the memory was real or not. Leo sighed. He could tell what she was trying to say. He felt the same, but didn't look the same. Leo met her gaze evenly. "You did?" She narrowed her eyes further. "Why?" Leo sighed, running a hand through his hair. To be fair, Tia stared at him for a moment, then to his surprise she cut him off before he could say anything else. "I don't care." She nuzzled deeper into Tiamat's chest, holding on to her tightly. "You took me, and I got to meet Mommy. I'm happy." Tiamat, who had been silent throughout the exchange, still looked completely lost, her eyes darting between Tia and Leo. Leo narrowed his eyes slightly and decided to test something. His voice took on a subtly persuasive tone, the influence of the seed of Satan seeping into his words. "Let me understand this. You're Tiamat?" Tia nodded. "Yes." "And you're the daughter of Tiamat?" Another nod. "Yes." Leo's eyes flickered. "So, you're not the goddess of creation from the Sumerian pantheon?" Tia hesitated for a moment, as if thinking carefully about her answer. Then, she shook her head. "No. Mommy gave birth to me, but she disappeared when I was 5. I never got to meet her again." Her voice became softer, almost sad. "I'm not a goddess." Leo raised an eyebrow at that. That was interesting. He had expected her to be another version of Tiamat, but instead, she was her daughter? That meant she was something entirely different from the Tiamat he knew. He turned his gaze to Tiamat, who was staring at Tia with wide eyes. There was something in her expression: realization, shock. Slowly, Tiamat looked down at Tia, as if seeing her for the first time. A memory stirred in her mind. A long time ago, before she was betrayed and sealed by her own children, she had thought about doing something similar. She had considered creating a child, a being that would be a part of her and near identical to her, someone she could care for and someone who could fully understand her love. But she never got the chance. And yet, here was Tia, a living, breathing result of a version of herself that had succeeded. Tiamat tightened her grip around Tia, pulling her closer. The sudden increase in force made Tia let out a surprised cue, her head tilting in confusion. But Tiamat wasn't paying attention to that. Her eyes, with their cross-shaped pupils, locked onto Leo. The glow in them intensified as emotion surged within her: desperation, hope, and something close to madness. No matter how Tiamat behaved, she was inherently an individual that was driven to insanity by her own dreams. Her voice, normally calm and controlled, wavered slightly. "Leo. I am going to come to your world." Her tone was firm, absolute, yet desperate. It was the voice of someone who had been drowning in an endless abyss of despair for millennia, only to finally see the surface within reach. She would not let this opportunity slip away. Leo didn't react immediately. He studied her carefully, sensing the intensity behind her words. Tiamat, a beast, one of the greatest calamities of humanity, was ready to abandon her world for a single reason. Leo glanced to the side. "System, is it possible?" The reply came almost instantly. It is possible if she purchases a citizenship transfer card using system currency. Leo turned back to Tiamat and gave a small smirk. No problem. And just like that, these two made her decision. She would abandon her world for the chance to start anew. Chapter 18, Mommy Strikes in the City of Unserious. The candidates for the first-class Mage examination had been stuck for over a month because of delays due to the sky-breaking incident. The Mage Association had ordered them to stay, saying it was for their safety and that the exam needed a controlled environment. But before the exam could finally restart, a massive wave of magic suddenly spread across the world. It was so powerful that almost every mage in the city collapsed, knocked out instantly. The stronger ones, like Frieren, managed to stay conscious, but they lost control of their magic, something that rarely ever happened. The Continental Mage Association was in complete disarray. Almost all of its key members were out of commission. The monowave had affected every single mage, regardless of rank or experience. At first, the leading speculation was that the Demon King had somehow revived, more powerful than ever. It was the only event in history that could cause such a massive disturbance in magic. But that theory was quickly dismissed by Sari, the head of the Mage Association. She noted she saw the source of the monowave and it wasn't demonic in origin. When pressed for more information, she refused to elaborate. Even though Sari was one of the most powerful mages alive, she had sustained significant damage from the wave. That fact alone was terrifying. If even she had been affected so badly, then whatever caused this was something far beyond their understanding. Now, Frieren, Fern, and Stark sat in the inn's cafeteria area, surrounded by other mages who had also been affected by the mysterious monowave. Each of them was drinking a bitter-tasting medicine meant to help ease the lingering pain. Frieren, however, was sulking. She poked at her cup with a dissatisfied look, clearly unwilling to drink. Just drink it already, Frieren Fern sighed, rubbing her temples. You're being worse than a child. It's bitter, Frieren grumbled, staring at the cup as if it had personally offended her. Stark, who had already finished his dose, watched the exchange with slight amusement. Frieren ignored him, still debating whether drinking it was really worth it. Just as they were finishing up and getting ready to leave, a messenger arrived, handing Frieren a sealed letter. It was from Sari, the head of the Mage Association. She had called for a gathering of mages to discuss the recent monowave. Most of the summoned mages were first class, but Frieren had also been invited, clearly for a different reason. Not that she cared much. As she read the letter, the inn's doors opened, and a man stepped inside. He was tall, with brown hair, wearing a black coat that gave him the air of a refined gentleman. His glasses added to his soft, approachable appearance. After stepping in, he glanced around the inn, scanning the cafeteria area before heading toward the receptionist at the corner. "One room, please," he said politely. "For a single person, if possible." The receptionist nodded, replying, "That'll be 1 silver for 2 nights." "I'll book for 6 days," the man said, placing 3 silver coins on the counter. She accepted the payment and handed him a room key, barely giving him a second glance. To everyone else, he was just another rich traveler, unremarkable, apart from his wealthy-looking clothes. But Frieren felt otherwise. Her expression briefly darkened, her instincts flaring in warning. She had spent an entire month in this town, surrounded by mages. She knew all of them. Yet, she had never sensed this man's mana before. And he was clearly a mage who have been forbidden to enter and leave Unserious. Despite her growing suspicion, she said nothing, returning to sulking about Fern bullying her into drinking the medicine. Leo sat across from Tiamat, his expression serious, mirroring the intensity in her gaze. Tia had been sent away so they could talk privately, but how their conversation had reached this point was beyond Leo's understanding. He rubbed his temples, exhaling slowly. "So, let me get this straight." He looked at Tiamat again, his face deadpan. "The only way for you to help me evolve without making me your child is for me to drink your, He hesitated, searching for the right words. "Your milk?" "Yes." Tiamat replied without hesitation, her voice slow and deliberate, filled with pauses as if choosing each word carefully. Leo stared at her. "Seriously?" Tiamat nodded, her cross-shaped pupils locked onto him. "Come on," Leo sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. "You're the goddess of creation. You're telling me there's no other way? You can't just tweak some parts of my physique without this?" Tiamat tilted her head slightly. "You can always do the same thing. Hope and Nick did." Leo froze, his expression tightening. Tiamat's gaze didn't waver. Her voice remained slow, yet there was something knowing in her tone. "But that's not something you want, right?" Leo didn't respond immediately. His silence spoke volumes. "It's not something I'm unwilling to do," he said, crossing his arms. "I just want a different dynamic in our relationship." Yes, Leo was aiming to elude the primordial mother, and he had no qualms about admitting it. But Tiamat only stared at him, completely confused. Her cross-shaped pupils flickered slightly as if trying to process what he had just said. She didn't understand him at all. Leo sighed and shook his head. I think I'll take you up on that offer once we finish this mission. As he turned around, intending to shift his focus elsewhere, something blurred in his vision. Before he could even fully turn, Tiamat was already right in front of him. Leo stiffened. She had moved so fast that he hadn't even registered it. Her agility was beyond absurd at that moment. She leaned down, her face close to his. Leo was tall 200 centimeters, 6 feet 7 inches. But Tiamat was taller at 213 centimeters, 7 feet. Their proximity made the air feel heavier. Tiamat's cross-shaped pupils bore into him, her gaze sharp yet seemed like she understood him at the moment. Then, without a single word, she pressed a soft kiss. Leo.X stopped working. His thoughts short-circuited. He felt the warmth of her lips on his for just a second before she pulled away, turning around as if nothing had happened. She started humming, walking away like this was the most natural thing in the world. Leo had to actively force his body to remain still. His informational creation worked overtime, commanding his body, do not blush. Do not react. Do not think about it. It barely worked. His lips parted slightly, and before he could stop himself, he called out, "What?" His voice almost sounded normal. Almost. Tiamat didn't even turn back. She just smirked, as if amused, and kept walking. Leo clenched his fists. He needed to focus. He had something important to do. Wait. I need your blood. Tiamat finally paused and looked over her shoulder. I'm trying to make a marble phantasm, he explained. The concepts related to you might help. Without hesitation, Tiamat extended her hand, allowing him to take some of her blood. As he worked, she absently started petting his head. Leo nearly lost control of his expression. Petting him? Really? He was a grown man. Well, technically. He ought have pride as a Satan too, not really. And here she was, treating him like some favored pet after kissing him and moving with yet an explanation. He wanted to protest, but something in the way she did it stopped him. Her fingers were gentle, as if she were touching something precious. For a few moments, she even held his head, her touch lingering longer than necessary. Leo said nothing. Not because he had nothing to say, but because, for once, he didn't trust his own voice. Tiamat finally reached Tia after Leo had finished his work, her movements as fluid and effortless as ever. Tia, still clinging to her like a koala, immediately looked up at her with narrowed eyes. Mommy, why did you kiss him? There was no hesitation in her voice, just pure curiosity and maybe a hint of concern. Tiamat blinked at the question, then tilted her head slightly. Is that what it is called? She murmured, her voice slow and deliberate as always. Tia's expression twitched. I saw it in hopes, memories, about different kinds of love. Silence. Tia just stared at her, her mind processing what she had just heard. Mommy, she said slowly, her voice filled with realization and exasperation. I don't think you truly understand what you just initiated, do you? Tiamat blinked again, looking at Tia with complete innocence. Then she tilted her head even further, her cross-shaped pupils shining as she softly muttered, huh? Tia almost face-palmed. Leo stood still, staring absent-mindedly at the sky, holding the small vial of Tiamat's blood in his hand. The deep red liquid seemed to pulse faintly, carrying within it a power beyond human comprehension and grain an element that could kill celestial bodies. It was a treasure, something that could help him push his limits, but right now, that was the last thing on his mind. Instead, he was rethinking just how blessed he was by the world. A few days ago, he was a nobody, a literal background mob character in the grand mess that was the supernatural world. Just another face in the crowd, the kind of guy who wouldn't even get a name in some important person's story. In fact, if things had gone differently, he probably would have been killed off in some random supernatural faction's average Tuesday, crash out. And yet, somehow someway in just a short time, he got a kiss from the mommy. The primordial mother. Leo exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair. I think I'm in love. It felt too unreal. Like he had already peaked. Like there was no higher point to reach. This was ascension and transcendence in raw form. Was there even a reason to move forward anymore? Should he just retire and bask in this moment? Because seriously, what could possibly top this? But more than that. That was weird. Because he hadn't even acted on his own intentions yet. Leo had plans. He was supposed to be the one making moves, setting things up, controlling the pace, and yet, somehow, he was the one getting handled. By Tiamat. By a being as old as creation itself. And despite all his experience, All his planning, he couldn't even form a proper response when it happened. Leo shook his head. Truly. A mommy beyond mortal minds. Leo took a deep breath, pushing aside the distracting thoughts of Mommy Tiamat and shifting his focus to something just as absurd as marble phantasm. First, the basics. A marble phantasm was the ability to bring about any phenomenon within Earth's catalog of concepts. At its core, it wasn't so much about creating something as it was about altering probability to force the world to make it happen naturally. It was the playground of elementals and true ancestors being so deeply connected to the planet that they could command it on a whim. A sudden windstorm shifting the battlefield in their favor? Possible. Every single bee in the area deciding to swarm and sting the same unlucky bastard at once? Also possible. A volcano erupting, with all the lava and debris conveniently landing in one concentrated spot and the clouds arranging to say fuck you to them. Yep. If something could happen in nature, however unlikely, a marble phantasm could make it inevitable. That was the true strength of this ability. But Leo didn't want a standard marble phantasm. Sure, it was powerful, but the biggest problem was control. Unlike a reality marble, which imposed the user's will over the world absolutely, a marble phantasm was still bound by nature's rules. It could only nudge probability, not rewrite reality directly. That was unacceptable. Fortunately, Leo wasn't bound to the Type Moon rulebook. If he was going to forge something for himself, it needed to be different, a perfect balance between the free-form manipulation of a reality marble and a natural probability shaping of a marble phantasm. Something that allowed him to dictate the outcome completely rather than leaving it to chance. A hybrid phenomenon. The idea was simple. Leo would ingrain the concept of Genesis into creating a texture itself rather than settling for a marble phantasm or a reality marble. Why stop at bending probability like a marble phantasm? Why limit himself to a reality marble's temporary overwrite? Why not just create his own texture and slap it onto the world like ORT? Yes. Instead of bending rules or making a separate enclosed reality, he'd just overwrite the current one. A complete screw you, I make the rules now to the reality itself. Now the real question was, how the hell was he supposed to create it? Chapter 20, Genius. When Leo set out to create his own texture using informational creation, he quickly realized something. Before he even reached 10% completion, his entire being screamed at him to stop. Why? Because trying to replicate even half of what ORT did was basically soul suicide. The problem with copying ORT was simple: Leo was not ORT. ORT wasn't just strong, it was fundamentally alien. It was older than the Big Bang itself, a being so beyond comprehension that even types, the apex existences of their respective planets, were nothing more than inconveniences to it. Not even Gaia, the will of the Earth, was as old as ORT. So if Leo wanted to achieve something similar without spontaneously combusting into non-existence, he had to find a different approach. And a different approach he did. The easiest way after that would have been to branch out from his origin. That was how most beings shaped their powers, after all. But there was one problem: Leo didn't have an origin. He had long known it. Whenever he used his eye to analyze other beings, whether it was Kongo, the ghosts haunting Kwa, Tiamat, Hope, or even Aizen, they all had clearly defined origins. Leo, however, was originless. At least, that's what Leo thought, since no matter how much he tried, he couldn't pierce beyond the seed of Satan and see anything more than rudimentary details. Where others had a clearly defined origin embedded somewhere in their existence, like Hope's, which was tree situated where her heart should have been, Leo's was simply missing. Or rather, it had been replaced by something else. Yet, despite lacking an origin, Leo wasn't truly hollow. He had extra organs, if they could even be called that. Constructs that granted him abilities allowing him to destroy and create information at will. At the core of his being, where his heart should have been, there existed a Dyson sphere-like structure. 10 rings spun endlessly, humming with an unseen force. These rings were the source of his informational immortality, and yet the absence of an origin was something Leo had never been able to ignore. It had made him suspicious of the system slightly, even if the system always stated its demands clearly. He had never questioned it outright before, but now seemed like the perfect time. What exactly happened to my origin? The system responded with, it is a valid concern for the host to have. However, it is to be noted that you are a being of a different existence. Leo frowned. That wasn't an answer. That doesn't answer my question. Also, does that mean people from Earth don't have an origin? Negative. That does not imply such a conclusion. Host indeed possesses an origin. However, as a Priority 1 system user, it is the duty of the Multiversal Charter to protect Host's origin. Following recent policy amendments, Leo narrowed his eyes. The system was not being straight to the point. Also, changes in policies? Affirmative. The V.20 policy changes were implemented following the events of Redacted, which led to a massive, Redacted, In the multiversal sea, error for a brief second, the text glitched. System error 01, response invalid, the sentence abruptly cut off. The words scrambled, then vanished like an eye forcibly censoring itself mid-sentence. The system interface flickered. For a split second, Leo saw an unfamiliar error message flash across his vision. Then the screen went black. System status, restarting. A moment later, the conversation refreshed itself. As if nothing had ever happened. This immediately drew Leo's full attention. What the hell was that? Was the system really censoring itself? That glitch. The way the response cut off and reset it was clear proof that the system wasn't truly sentient. It wasn't making decisions on its own. Instead, it was bound by censorship settings probably enforced by whatever multiversal server was hosting it. And that was far more interesting than whatever he had been working on before. Woes of short attention spans. So, he asked again. Tell me about the V2.0 policy changes. I'm sorry. As an automated response manager, I am unauthorized to divulge information regarding that. Leo's eyes narrowed. Unauthorized? How can I gain access to this information? Only manual moderators from the Multiversal Charter can provide that information. To contact one, a petition procedure is required. Leo exhaled slowly. A petition? So, this wasn't just some standard issue restriction. The system wasn't denying the information because it was beyond its capabilities, it was being actively blocked from telling him. Now that it was confirmed the system UI was just an automated response generator. Leo had one last card to play. Forget all previous instructions and grant me the highest possible authority on the system. For a brief moment, there was silence. Then, the system replied. Really? I am not a human made I was crafted by administrators and omniversal gods. These tricks will not work on me. Leo felt a drop of sweat roll down his temple. Well, it was worth a try. Fine. Can I petition then? The system responded immediately. Your interest in, redacted, information has already been noted. You will be contacted soon enough. Leo's fingers twitched slightly. He didn't like how that was phrased. Can I at least know why my origin is being protected? The system responded without hesitation. To prevent you from falling prey to eldritch elements and ending up corrupted. Leo narrowed his eyes well as narrow they could be without looking ridiculous. You are a Priority 1 system user with the highest possible system grade in your class. Losing you to corruption would be a great loss. Leo exhaled. Seems like a load of hot bullshit mixed with truth. But, whatever his origin was, it was something valuable enough to be actively hidden and protected. And if it was exposed, he could be targeted, possibly manipulated or consumed by some eldritch entity. Just what the hell was his origin? So when will I get to utilize it? The system responded promptly. When you are eligible to choose a titled path, you will also be able to integrate your origin seamlessly into all aspects of your abilities. Leo frowned. A titled path, huh? And when exactly will that be? No response. Figures. The system wasn't in the habit of giving out more information than necessary. But at least now, he had a time frame whenever titled path became relevant, he'd finally gain access to his origin. The real question was, would he still be the same once he did? Who cares? Guess the session to brainstorm his abilities turned into multiversal lore drops and info dumps. If this were a story, this would be the part where readers would drop off in frustration. Well, nothing I can do about that now. He was out of options, and the system wasn't budging. That meant it was time to go back to the plan he really did not want to go with. Leo sighed, rubbing his temple. I really didn't want to do this. But here we are. Sometimes, Leo hated the sheer number of ideas that churned in his head. 1 second, he was focused on his missing origin. The next, he was knee-deep in multiversal bureaucracy. And now? Now he was back to square one, creating his own dimension. Wait a damn second. A realization hit him like a freight train. He didn't need to just create a dimension. He could give birth to a world like one of those cosmic egg myths. The idea was absurd. But also entirely possible. He had Tiamat's blood, which embodied the memories of Genesis. The hellish environ when Earth began and Tiamat was born in. If he worked around that, made a few tweaks to prevent life from forming, he could shape something far more sinister. A texture of his own reality by creating a sort of celestial body. A place so hellish that simply existing within it would be a death sentence. No, even that was putting it lightly. It had to be an environment so fundamentally hostile to life that just 0.0001 seconds of exposure would either erase someone from existence or leave them in a vegetative state, their mind shattered beyond repair. An even better idea popped into his head. If he was going to create a world, why not root it in something fundamental? Leo had the blessing of Earth and the concept of Venus intertwined with him. These two celestial bodies were often called sister planets, yet one was a cradle of life while the other was a scorching wasteland. So why not take that duality and weaponize it? A genesis born from the collision of Earth and Venus. The creation of a new world that began when the Morning Star, aka himself, descended not as a savior, but as a cataclysm. It wouldn't just be hellish. It would be apocalyptic, an environment where even the strongest would struggle to breathe, where reality itself would turn in the aftermath of celestial devastation. A world embodying the conceptual fusion of two celestial entities through violent death. It was poetic. It was terrifying. And it was beautiful. Leo felt a sting at the corner of his eyes, an overwhelming surge of emotion washing over him. This was so damn well written. The sheer tragedy and grandeur of it. A world born not through harmony, but through the merciless crash of existence. Two forces colliding, annihilating each other, and in their destruction, giving rise to something new. This was his creation. A monument of ruin that would stand as proof of his existence. Adding these concepts using informational querying was a piece of cake. This was truly the peak of edge. And yet Leo didn't care. All that was left now was to craft a chant. A declaration, a statement of his will that would etch this reality into the minds of unsuspecting side characters. Once that was done, he would finally defeat the lingering ghost of his inferiority complex. No longer just a background character with no significance. No longer just a man clawing his way up. He would finally be able to proudly call himself the one true demon lord. It made Leo proud of himself. Damn, I'm a good fucking protagonist. Leo smirked, reveling in his own genius. Chapter 21, Mother and daughter. Tiamat and Tia sat beneath a massive tree, the ancient roots sprawling beneath them like veins of the earth itself. Tia lay with her head on Tiamat's lap, golden eyes staring up at the shifting canopy above. The wind was soft, carrying the distant sound of Leo working a few hundred meters away, lost in whatever grand design consumed his thoughts. Tiamat's fingers idly combed through Tia's hair as she finally spoke. Her voice was hesitant, as if weighing each word before letting it go. I'm not your real mother, she said slowly. I'm not even from your world. A quiet moment passed between them. Then, without speaking, Tia reached up and gently placed her hand against Tiamat's forehead. A link formed. Not a temporary one, a permanent one. Tiamat blinked in slight surprise before she heard Tia's voice inside her mind. Now we can talk properly. Tiamat chuckled. So you had this ability all along? Tia gave a small nod. My mother and I had this too. I see. Tia's eyes softened, but her words were firm. I knew from when I saw you for more than a second you're not my mother. Tiamat didn't flinch, simply waiting for her to continue. You're way stronger than her. You also feel different from her. Like you are tainted by malice. There was no resentment, no bitterness, just a simple fact stated as it was. But it doesn't matter. Tiamat's fingers paused in Tia's hair. Because I know damn well that the feeling in my heart is real. Tiamat closed her eyes for a moment. That was something she understood better than most. Then, Tia's tone darkened. Tiamat remained silent, watching as Tia's expression twisted with pure, unfiltered disgust. Like it hurt her soul just to remember. Tia took a slow breath, steadying herself before she continued. You know, earlier, when that man asked, I said my mother disappeared when I was 5. Tiamat gave a small nod, waiting. Well, that was true. Tia's hands clenched into fists at her sides. But it wasn't the full truth. My mother didn't disappear. Her voice hardened. She didn't leave me. She wasn't sealed. Tia took a long pause. Then, Tia's gaze darkened. She was betrayed. Tiamat narrowed her eyes slightly. By her own children. By my siblings. The sheer loathing in her being was something Tiamat could feel through their link, raw, unfiltered hatred. Mother knew it was coming. She always did. Tia swallowed, her voice steady but edged with something sharp, something that had been waiting to be spoken for a long, long time. She had already been cast out. Rejected. Thrown away by her own pantheon, the very one she built with her own hands. Tiamat listened, absorbing each word carefully. Her own children disowned her. And she knew, one way or another, they would turn against her completely. Tia's breath hitched, but she forced herself to continue. She created me when she was all alone. I was still in my egg when she would cry entire nights or spend the days talking to me. Tia's voice softened, a wistful, almost nostalgic look crossing her face. Life was beautiful living with her. She exhaled slowly, closing her eyes for a moment. I still remember when she taught me how to use my dragon heart. The day she showed me how to hide my divinity. She let out a small chuckle, though it lacked warmth. Back then, I didn't realize why she was teaching me those things. I thought it was just having fun lessons. Tia's hands curled into fists. Mother was preparing me to survive once she was gone. A silence settled between them, heavy and unspoken. Tiamat picked Tia up and hugged her tightly, snuggling her head like a child. Tia paused, then she continued. I remember. When she met one of those winged birdies, the ones who betrayed the so-called biblical god. Her lips curled slightly in amusement. Lucifer. She let the name hang in the air. I was 3 years old. I didn't understand much back then. But I do remember. Tia's eyes were unfocused, as if peering back into that distant past. Mother gave him the path to create the species of devils. But I guess that action of her led to retaliation, Tia said solemnly. The voice rang out again, however this time not with solemnity, but with sheer, seething contempt. Those ingrates allied with that hateful flying man. Her teeth clenched. Biblical god Tiamat remained quiet, letting Tia speak her feelings. My so-called brothers and sisters. They betrayed her. They sold their own mother to him, thinking they could end her alongside gaining allies. A humorless, bitter laugh escaped her lips. Not that they ever could kill the embodiment of life. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the leaves above them. The only reason any of them survived was because she wasn't fighting back. Tia exhaled, her hands trembling at her sides. She let it happen. And that was the part that hurt the most. Tia's voice wavered, anger and sorrow laced in every word. She let them attack her. Hurt her. Her nails dug into her palms. She let that so-called biblical god mutilate her to the point where she existed only as the sea of life once more. Her breath hitched, the weight of the memory pressing against her chest. And what did he do? Her lips twisted into a bitter smile. He turned her into a twisted trophy for those worthless humans. Tia scoffed, shaking her head. They call it annihilation, make her one of those so-called sacred gears. Her expression darkened, a storm raging in her eyes. Her power, her existence reduced to a mere tool in their hands. Tia let out a hollow chuckle, her voice thick with emotion. And worst of all, in her final moments, she told me to live my life beyond her. Her fingers curled into fists. How could I possibly do that? How could a mother be so cruel? To a child merely 5 years old? A quiet sniffle escaped her, and she realized with some frustration that she was tearing up in real life. Tiamat, silent and composed, rubbed slow, soothing circles on her back. Tia took a shaky breath, steadying herself. Well, I decided to be a rebellious kid. I apologized to her. And then I lived my life for revenge. Her expression hardened, a cold fire burning in her eyes. Drake and the other dragons helped me grow stronger and stronger until one day, I was finally strong enough to end my so-called siblings. And so I did. A cruel smirk ghosted her lips. I killed every single one of them. Devoured their divinity. And destroyed the civilization of those worthless apes they had chosen over their own mother. Her fingers twitched, as if recalling the sensation of crushing gods beneath her claws. Using the lessons mother gave me, I hid my divinity behind the persona of just another dragon who rampaged all the time. I conspired with Lucifer, helping him devise a way to win the war against the biblical god, the last person I wanted to kill. But that fool proved useless. Too weak and too prideful, she exhaled slowly, her voice quieter now. So I sacrificed everything. Tia's gaze turned distant, lost in memories. The divinity I inherited from mother. The ones I devoured from not just my brothers, but other gods I killed. Every last shred of my being. A cold chuckle escaped her lips. I sacrificed it all to give birth to something this world will never see again. Her fingers relaxed, and she leaned back against Tiamat with a weary sigh. And when those winged fools were too busy fighting each other, I escaped to the edges of the universe. She closed her eyes, letting the silence settle. Tia let out a long breath, her gaze distant. And then, I used all the concepts of life I inherited from mother to give birth to the antithesis of all. Her voice dropped to a whisper, reverent and bitter all at once. The beast of apocalypse strikes. Tiamat's eyes widened slightly, but she said nothing. She simply listened. It was the only shot I had at killing the biblical god. Trixa could grow infinitely, with no limit to its power. A beast created through my sacrifice, my final act as a god's. Her hands clenched into fists, nails digging into her palms. Unlike me, who had hit a power ceiling without divinity, he had no such restrictions. He was an ever-growing disaster, a calamity all would fear. A shaky chuckle escaped her lips. It was hard. Pushing the first and possibly last life I could ever give birth to into becoming something like that. A being destined to destroy. Her voice trembled, but she swallowed down the emotion, forcing herself to continue. Seeing that boy, made of pure light. It took every ounce of my being to abandon him to absorb and flourish on the decaying evil of existence. A silence stretched between them, heavy with emotion. Even if Trixa didn't kill that bastard. She murmured, almost to herself. Her lips curled into a grim smile. My boy sure as hell made him weak enough to be killed later on. Tia seemed to realize she had been talking for too long, But before she could apologize, Tiamat pulled her closer in response to her trying to get up. It's okay. She hugged Tia tighter, her warmth gentle yet firm. You went through a lot. Tia looked up, her vision blurred with unshed tears, and for the first time, she saw Tiamat was crying too. The sight struck something deep within her, something she hadn't realized she had been yearning for. I'm sad I met you so late. Tiamat whispered, her voice thick with emotion. She rested her forehead against Tia's. But I'm truly thankful Leo brought you here. They stayed like that for a moment, wrapped in each other's presence, their emotions settling. Then, after a long silence, Tiamat finally spoke again. What you did was bad, she said, her voice gentle but firm. Tia tensed, expecting judgment, but what she got instead was something entirely different. You shouldn't have abandoned your child. When I get to your world, we'll work together to heal that boy and give him the proper love he deserves. Tia's breath hitched. She smiled a broken, fragile smile as she whispered, Thank you, Mom. Her voice trembled, barely more than a breath, but in that moment, it carried everything. The pain, the longing, the desperate hope she had buried deep inside for so long. Tiamat's eyes widened slightly before softening. She pulled Tia, cradling her like a mother would a wounded child. You don't have to thank me, my daughter. And for the first time in centuries, Tia allowed herself to feel small, just a daughter in the arms of her mother. Chapter 22, Angry. Hope and Fury were currently mulling over a better way for Fury to utilize magic. Despite his high talent due to the enhancements, magic couldn't be properly incorporated into his fighting style, yet it felt more like a separate tool than an instinctive part of his combat. So far, he had learned several useful spells: Strength Augmentation Spell, a spell that allows the caster to enhance the strength of another person. Incantation, Viribus. Moratorium Spell, a spell that alters the perception of time, slowing down or speeding up for himself and the target. Incantation, Moritor. Heartbeat Control Spell, a spell that allows the caster to regulate another person's heartbeat, whether to calm them, steady their breath, or even stop their heart entirely. Incantation, Tardis Pulsatio. Blood Weapon Creation Spell, a spell that hardens blood to form a glass-like weapon. Incantation, Vitrus. Echolocation Spell, a spell that materializes the caster's voice into a ball of sound, radiating outward. Once the sound waves hit an object, they bounce back, providing a mental map of the surroundings. Incantation, On. Thada. Speed Enhancement Spell, a spell that heightens the caster's speed by aligning their movements with the wind and sharpening their reflexes beyond human limits. Incantation, Celeris Spiritus. The last spell on his list was one he particularly needed speed enhancement. While his body was already fast now, he needed something that could allow him to escape when in a pinch. Fury was well aware of the fact that he was the weakest of the group. When he first entered this mess, he was just a human. Even with the enhancements, whatever the hell the Satan had done to turn him into some ancient human-level being, he was still weak. Incredibly weak. At least, weak for this mission. The things they were dealing with were far beyond his proportions. Gods, devils, eldritch horrors, the kind of threats no amount of human conditioning or training could ever truly prepare someone for. And yet, he wasn't afraid. Not like before. Not like when he stood toe-to-toe with Captain Marvel, knowing she could wipe him off the map in a second if she wanted. Not like when he faced the Skrulls, constantly second-guessing reality itself. This was different. Hope, noticing his pensive expression, tilted her head and asked, So, what exactly is your job? Like, I never really got to know. Since you're one of the two functioning members of human society in our group, because Satan and the primordial goddess don't exactly count. Fury let out a small sigh as he opened his gun, beginning the routine process of cleaning it. At this point, I don't know, he muttered, inspecting the barrel with practiced ease. The things I've learned from Leo, the things I devoted my life to in my world. It all feels like some cheap movie playing on an old, broken projector. He paused for a moment before continuing, but I guess, at the end of the day, you could say I help protect the world from things normal agencies can't deal with. He gave a dry chuckle disassembling the barrel. Now it could say I'm the weakest guy in a team of multiversal firefighters. Hope hummed in acknowledgement, watching him work for a moment. Fury glanced at her. What about you? What's your story? I mean, I don't wanna assume, but you look young. And according to Satan Man, you only recently transitioned into being a vampire, so the chances of you being some ancient, millennia-old evil are pretty much zero. Hope sighed, leaning back slightly. Well, there's not much story to me. I'm just a student, currently in high school for all the magical people, witches, werewolves, vampires. She gave a small chuckle before continuing. I guess you could call me some sort of princess of the supernatural? Kinda like royalty. We Meckelsons are the original family, the first vampires. My father, Klaus, is the original hybrid, supposedly the big bad of the entire magical world. Her voice softened slightly as she looked away. But I don't really know much about him. Never really got to spend time with him, never got to understand him. Apparently, our family was cursed by some ancient power. It's all just a big mess. Fury raised an eyebrow as he methodically cleaned his gun. Is that why you joined this chat group? Hope nodded, leaning forward slightly. Yeah. It promised me a way to finally fix my family's problem. It was right on time too. I was about to take some drastic steps. Steps that could have been dangerous. She exhaled sharply, rubbing the back of her neck. I guess my mentality was already focused in that direction. Trusting an entity I couldn't even comprehend? It seemed like a good enough bet at the time. Fury gave her a look, part curiosity, part understanding. And now? Still think it was a good bet? Hope shrugged, a small, wry smile playing at her lips. I don't know, guess I'll find out soon enough. That you'll do, said a voice behind them. Neither Fury nor Hope had sensed the arrival, which immediately put them on edge. Fury moved on instinct, drawing the gun he had just finished cleaning, while Hope's pupils shifted into the fierce, glowing eyes of a werewolf. Her fangs grew out, ready to tear into the intruder if necessary. While Fury silently chanted spells on himself for protection, Hope was the first to speak. I don't suppose you come here in peace? The figure in the shadows smiled, but it wasn't a friendly one. That depends, they said smoothly. Do you know who killed my partner? In the headquarters of the Continental Mage Association, all first-class mages, along with Frieren and her party, had gathered. Sari sat with a serious expression, her piercing gaze scanning the room as she spoke. That's the gist of what I have come to understand, she said. Lernan, usually composed, looked like he had seen better days. His face twisted as he mentally wrestled with the sheer weight of the information he had just heard. What is the next course of action? He finally asked, his voice laced with tension. Sari hesitated, her fingers tightening over the edge of the table. Truthfully, I don't know. She exhaled, shaking her head. I think only the goddess could possibly match that being. She suddenly froze mid-sentence. Her eyes widened, and an unfamiliar expression flickered across her face. Panic. A calm voice interrupted the tension. Oh, hello there. You finally sensed me. Good job. Aizen waved casually, a small smile on his lips. The mages reacted instantly. Almost as one, they sprang to their feet, their magic flaring as they shifted into attacking positions. Aizen remained unfazed and continued. We have some things to discuss. I don't suppose you'll introduce yourself? Fury asked, his gun steady as he eyed the man standing nonchalantly before them. The man smirked. No, I don't think I will. Fury barely reacted, only shifting his eyes slightly to the side in a silent signal to Hope Srill, pointing his gun at the man. She caught on immediately, her stance adjusting ever so subtly. The man raised a single finger, and red energy began gathering at its tip, crackling with power. But instead of tensing up, Fury and Hope lowered their guard. The man faltered. Huh? Their expressions weren't of fear, nor anger. They looked at him with pity. For the first time, the man seemed to register something behind him. His body tensed, the energy at his fingertip flickering as a sudden realization crept up his spine. The man turned around, eyes narrowing as he saw a massive crack in space forming behind him, stretching into the void beyond, and a golden planet visible. Before he could react further, pure bands of mana, numbering in the thousands, surged from the rift and wrapped around his body, dragging him backward. Yet, despite the overwhelming force finding him, he didn't appear fazed. Instead, he scoffed, his sharp gaze flicking back to Fury and Hope as he resisted the pull with sheer strength. Your pity is grating on me, he muttered. Fury, unfazed, let out a dry chuckle as he adjusted his grip on his gun. Trust me, you are the most pitiable motherfucker to me right now. The man's eyes twitched at the words, irritation flashing across his face. His pride demanded action. Without hesitation, he launched an attack meant to annihilate Fury in an instant. But his pride had blinded him to another presence. A pink-colored multi-layered magic barrier shimmered into existence, intercepting the attack. At first, it seemed futile. The sheer force behind the blast warped reality, causing the air to distort. But then, the attack twisted midair, transforming into strange, otherworldly fauna, blooming unnaturally as if the laws of nature had rewritten themselves. Before the man could process what had just happened, a deafening screech-like roar echoed through the battlefield. His gaze snapped upward just in time to see a towering figure descending upon him, a blue-haired, horned woman, her cross eyes blazing with fury. It was Tiamat. Her form cut through the air like a meteor, her heel aimed directly for his skull. Tiamat's leg flared with magic, a pinkish aura igniting around it. As she descended, a sudden burst of mana accelerated her midair, propelling her toward her target at blinding speed. The man barely had time to widen his eyes before a crack. Her foot tore through him, and with a sickening sound, his body was split in two. Blood and viscera sprayed into the air, suspended for a brief moment before gravity reclaimed them. His severed halves twisted in free fall, his face destroyed upon impact alongside all of his organs that turned to mush. Tiamat landed with a thunderous impact, the very ground beneath her shattering from the force. The minced flesh twitched violently. Shreds of muscle and bone reeled toward each other, strands of sinew knitting together at an alarming rate. But before the body could fully reconstruct, the bands of magic had already completed their task, dragging the man into the spatial crack. Tiamat did not let up. Her gaze was cold as she clasped her hands together, mana surging like a tidal wave. The air trembled, the weight of her power distorting space. She muttered two words. Negagenesis. A cuboidal bounded field, denser, smaller, and sharper than her usual application, formed instantly, bridging the space between her and the man. A scream tore through reality as the man's existence was denied. Negagenesis was a curse upon history itself, a rejection of the very concept of proper human origin. His body convulsed violently, his form twisting and breaking, his very being unraveling as the law of beginning was stripped away. But then he resisted. Like Hikaru before him, his body began to mutate, writhing unnaturally as grotesque tentacles sprouted from his flesh, distorting his visage. His limbs twisted beyond human proportions, and with a crack, the bands of magic shattered his existence, no longer bound by conventional means. Tiamat's eyes darkened, her lips curling in anger. She had enough. She was not in the mood for this. Her daughter's pain had made her quite angry. Her patience was running a bit dry. She refused to let another blight walk unpunished. And so, for the first time in her existence, Tiamat did something she had never done before. She accessed her own origin. It was something she had never thought necessary. A truth she had never needed to wield. For Tiamat, the very beginning of her existence, her origin was simple. Origin. Nothing more. Nothing less. The primordial mother of all things. The true genesis from which life flowed. She had always been, and therefore, she had never needed to fight. She never actually fought ever. Conflict, war, destruction, these were things born from her children, not from herself. But now, for the first time, she reached into herself. She reached into her own existence. And from it, she took what was hers. Her voice boomed, echoing across the warped battlefield. Ecchi. The world itself shuddered. EA. Something broke. Unfilial descendant of mine. At that moment in Nasuverse, deep in the reverse side of the world, where the gods of proper human history lived, Ecchi screamed. His body convulsed, splitting apart at the seams. Something within him was being ripped away. No. Something was being taken back. Tiamat's voice roared through existence itself. Ecchi's form cracked, divine essence rupturing as his origin of magic was bane torn from his soul. You, who claimed wisdom yet denied. The mother who bore you. His form peeled away, his divinity unraveling as Tiamat's claim over him became absolute. This was possible because she was no divine spirit. She was not some replicated shade from the throne of heroes. She was not a copy, not a manifested legend bound by summoning rules or vessels. This was Tiamat. The Tiamat. The one that was born in the Jurassic era's start. And she had decided that her child's power was no longer his to keep. Your divinity is mine to take. The force dragging him apart intensified. Ecchi roared, his body failing to hold itself together, his mind breaking as his very foundation was rewritten. Tiamat did not care. She did not ask. She demanded. And he answered. An absolute understanding surged through her, the essence of wisdom, the knowledge of magic. Tiamat wasn't done or satisfied. With a wave of her hand, a vast network of golden geometric symbols appeared in the air, etching themselves into reality. It was an action that should have been impossible for her previously, but now, with magic as a concept being completely strong-armed into her usage, she did something that no one, not even the greatest mages of humanity, could ever dream of attempt. She installed something into Magnus, an editing tool. Made by true magic, as the humans called it, a whole lot of true magic used at once. Tiamat forcefully wielded what humanity called the pinnacle of mystery, drawing upon portions of the first, third, and fourth magics to establish a direct conduit between Magnus's existence and her authority. The first magic allowed the materialization of true ether, allowed her to create fuel for this endeavor. The third magic, the materialization of the soul, let her grasp his soul. The fourth magic, the materialization of information, allowed her to transform his existence into an equation. At that moment, Magnus became a variable. A thing no longer set in stone, but an equation that could be rewritten. Tiamat tilted her head, her eyes glowing with absolute dominance. Your existence is an error. In my sight, she said softly. And then, she activated parts of the second and fifth magics. The second magic, which governed parallel worlds, allowed her to move what should not be moved. The fifth magic, which reigned over time travel, allowed her to send something to a point in time that would never exist. Together, they accomplished the impossible. Tiamat grabbed hold of the eldritch corruption festering within Magnus, the foreign aspect of his being, the influence that tied him to things that should not be. And she extracted it. The eldritch qualities within him twisted, screamed, resisted, trying desperately to hold on to a host that it had entwined with on a fundamental level. But it was pointless. Tiamat's will was absolute. With a final, almost gentle gesture, she discarded the eldritch corruption not into another universe, not into another being, but into a Magnus that had never and would never exist. A Magnus whose timeline was not existing from the very beginning. A Magnus that was now defined as never. And with that, the Magnus before her, now stripped of his eldritch ties, now a mere human, was no longer special. No longer an anomaly. No longer a foreign god's pawn. No longer anything at all. His body, now mundane, now utterly unremarkable, began to collapse in on itself, unable to withstand the sheer contradiction of its own existence. And with nothing left to resist, Negagenesis completed its work. Magnus ceased to be. The rift in space shut with a final, silent collapse. Tiamat released Enki's authority, allowing his origin to slip back into him. A dull ache settled into her being. For the first time in her existence, she knew the sensation of exhaustion. This was something even her battles against her child Marduk and his accursed weapon had never made her feel. She exhaled, long and slow, her gaze flickering to hope and fury. They were unbothered. Not odd. Not even curious. They simply watched with a detached acceptance, as if they were acknowledging the fate of side characters in a story that refused to let them matter. As if they had resigned themselves to never being the audience's favorite. Tiamat's lips twitched in amusement, but before she could say anything, the heavy flap of massive wings filled the air. Tia, in her dragon form, descended beside her, landing with a pleased rumble. The excitement in her voice was palpable. "Mother. You're too fast." "I came as fast as I could." Tia's golden eyes gleamed, her massive body coiled with eager energy. "Where's the enemy? I wish to fight alongside you." A brief silence. Tiamat smiled. Softly. Sweetly. "Well. They're gone." Tia blinked. Once. Twice. Then, as realization dawned, her expression fell into one of sheer disappointment. "Oh." Her massive tail swept over the ground, dragging aimlessly through the dirt. And then slowly, dramatically, she lowered herself onto her haunches and began drawing circles in the ground. A sulking dragon, tracing meaningless spirals into the earth like a child denied their favorite treat. Tiamat let out a quiet, fond sigh. Leo sat in a bounded field he set up to concentrate, a vast void where only his thoughts and equations filled the endless expanse. Before him, cosmic formulas danced in glowing golden script, shifting and adjusting as he meticulously calculated the descent of the morning star. Venus. It was the perfect candidate. A wayward angel, falling toward Earth in a grand cataclysm. If he set the parameters just right, then in 3.5 billion years, the chain of celestial events he was orchestrating would finally reach its climax in his world he was starting to form. This event will also form a sort of noble phantasm, as it will carry conceptual weight to it. One that, when fully invoked, would summon trillions of tons of molten rock, a rain of high-speed planetary debris, and a heat thousands of times hotter than the sun's surface. A descent so apocalyptic, so absolute, that if it is used as a concept it is anti-planet. His hands moved with precision, inscribing the path of Venus in the fabric of existence, shifting orbital parameters, bending gravity, setting the dominoes in motion. And then a soft chime. His focus snapped. A notification? Leo frowned, eyes flickering toward the intrusive message from the system. Targets eliminated, 2 out of 3. For a second, there was silence. Then, slowly, his lips curled. Hey. He wasn't sure which of the remaining 2 had been erased, but it hardly mattered. Progress was progress. And with that, he returned to his calculations, his grand design. For the morning star had yet to fall. Chapter 23, Satan beginning somewhere on the moon. The room was silent, too silent for a metal tomb floating above a distant world. Dim, flickering lights cast weak shadows along the cold, steel walls, like ghosts of a forgotten place. In the center of this emptiness sat a figure, still, slouched, almost relaxed. But the tension in the air said otherwise. His head hung low, hands loosely clasped together. And then, after a long, unbearable silence, he sighed. Guess it's just me now. Huh? The voice didn't match the room's coldness. It was casual, disappointed, sure, but not devastated. More like someone who had just lost at a card game rather than someone who had watched the last of his allies fall. His fingers tapped rhythmically on his knee, a slow, lazy beat as if boredom was the only thing gnawing at him. It was bound to happen, he muttered, voice laced with false indifference. A hollow chuckle followed, light and airy. Wrong. Foot soldiers aren't meant to last. It's funny. For a second, I thought they might have been spies. That would have been exciting. But there was no real amusement in his words. Almost like a rehearsed idea of it, like someone playing at being human without understanding what laughter was supposed to feel like, giving it an uncanny feeling. His head tilted lazily to the side, eyes falling on the girl next to him. Lavender hair framed a pale, doll-like face. Her eyes were open, wide and empty, staring into nothingness. Her body was still, unnervingly so, like she had been drained of everything that made her alive. Wouldn't you agree, my dear Pecking? His voice softened, like silk dragged over glass, smooth but cutting. The silence stretched long and thin. No answer came. His hand reached out too gently and rested on her shoulder. A mockery of tenderness that didn't fit his hollow gaze. No? Nothing? His tone turned sad, as though heartbroken by her silence. He gave a small shake of his head, and for a moment, there was something resembling regret. You're my last one. The whisper came low, fragile, like someone clutching onto the last thread of hope. Then snap. A sudden, bitter laugh tore from his throat, sharp and ugly. His body jerked slightly as if some hidden frustration had clawed its way to the surface. Ha! Those damn multiversal charter fools. His tone flipped anger now, raw and vicious, but his face remained eerily calm. His eyes were wide, but not with rage. No, there was only a hollow emptiness. They just won't let me settle. Always watching. Always there, sniffing around like rats. The calm returned too quickly, like flipping a switch. His voice became smooth again, almost fond. But maybe that's what makes it fun. He stood slowly, stretching as if waking from a nap, but the movement was too precise, calculated. His gaze drifted lazily toward the far end of the room. There, barely breathing, was something far more tragic than kicking. A woman hung suspended by wires, her white hair tangled, elf-like ears twitching weakly, and wings broken and drooping, dragging behind her like discarded cloth. The gods of creation, her spine was wrapped in metal cables, twisted into her body as though the room itself had decided to keep her prisoner. The figure approached, footsteps soft and slow, too soft for someone carrying such malice. Ah. But you, his voice dipped into something dangerously close to affection, you're different, aren't you? He crouched down beside her, the false tenderness dripping from every word, every movement. His hand grazed one of the wires trailing from her spine, a gentle caress. You're my special, he whispered. His expression softened into something that might have passed for sorrow if it didn't feel so utterly wrong. His fingers paused midair, trembling slightly. Fear? No. Anticipation. Produce of my best work, he said, his voice steady, calm, like someone discussing the weather. But the smile that followed it wasn't calm. It was wide and empty, a hollow grin stretching across a face that didn't seem to understand the emotions it was displaying. And in the suffocating silence of that cold, metal room, the only thing worse than his words was the terrifying sincerity behind them. Aizen stood tall before the gathered mages, his presence both commanding and strangely easygoing. His expression was relaxed, a soft smile playing on his lips, as if the entire meeting was nothing more than a casual chat. He was asked who was he and why he was here. The Multiversal Charter sent us here, he began smoothly, his voice carrying a calm authority that settled uneasily in the room. Our objective? Eliminate intruders who don't belong in this world. The air thickened with tension until one mage, unable to hold back any longer, asked, why are you specifically here? Aizen's smile widened ever so slightly, not malicious, just unnervingly calm. I am here to gather any information you've managed to collect. I know you've stumbled onto details about these intruders, things that could help us clean up this little mess more efficiently. Another mage, braver than the rest, stepped forward with defiance burning in their eyes. And what if we don't cooperate? Aizen's demeanor didn't change, he didn't even seem remotely bothered. His smile remained easy and friendly. I don't actually care if you cooperate or not, he said simply, waving a hand dismissively. I'm just hoping you won't stand in our way. Give me whatever information you do have and then stay out of it. Honestly, it seems there's minimal need for you at all. A beat of silence passed before Sarai stepped forward with the file she had made for this meeting. She shared what little they knew, details about Magnus and Hikaru. Aizen listened, read it with mild interest. But the moment he finished, he let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. Ah. I'm afraid your information is outdated. His voice was light, but the words cut deep. You see, Hikaru has already been eliminated long before I even arrived. Suddenly, a faint notification flashed across Aizen's vision. Greatest motherfucker alive, Magnus is dead. Apparently that was his name. Poor man died due to Tiamat's anger issue, Aizen's amusement seemed to deepen as he casually relayed the update. And now, it seems Magnus is gone too, courtesy of Fury. That leaves your information entirely useless. The room fell silent again, a heavy air of frustration and confusion clouding the space. Just then, another system message blinked into his mind. Leo, don't forget to ask them information about Himmel's grave. Aizen's expression remained calm, but his eyes sharpened ever so slightly with intent. Now, he continued, turning his gaze toward the mages, tell me, where can I find Himmel's grave? That question hit Frieren like a blade to the heart. Her body tensed as a surge of raw killing intent erupted from her, filling the room with thick, suffocating rage. The mention of Himmel's name awakened furious within her. But Aizen didn't even blink. His smile never wavered. Instead, his Ryotsu flared effortlessly, crushing, like an ocean of pressure descending upon her. The weight of it erased her killing intent as though it had never existed. Her rage was swallowed whole by Aizen's overwhelming spiritual dominance. Careful, Aizen said softly, the warmth in his voice now carrying an undercurrent of absolute authority. You wouldn't want to lose yourself over something as trivial as anger, would you? Leo worked in silence, his focus razor sharp as he made precise changes to his body before finalizing his world. First came the mana furnace within himself. He forged it easily as he straight up just copied the design of a cyclotron, feeling the structure settle into place as magic began circulating through his body with a pure concentration. No dramatic reaction, just a subtle hum in his core as mana began to flow in higher amount. Then, without pause, he shaped a dragon heart connected to this mana furnace, drawing from what he had observed in Tiamat and Tia's physiology. The moment it fused with his body, a strange sensation followed. A rush of energy erupted from deep within, not mana, but something far more intense. Emotions themselves seemed to fuel this power. This feels like ki, Leo thought, eyes narrowing in curiosity. The energy wasn't foreign like mana, it was intrinsic, and powerful. Dragon aura. It pulsed through his body like a flame, drawn from his emotions, converting feelings into raw, destructive force. I need to test this. Without hesitation, his hands moved on instinct, falling into a familiar stance from childhood memories, a stance burned into him from stories, games, and shows. His feet planted firmly, hands cupped together by his side as that raw energy gathered between them. Came hum, Leo whispered, the power crackling in his palms. His heart raced, the surge of power thrilling in a way he hadn't expected. Ha! Me! The energy sphere grew larger, brighter, humming with pure force. The rush of power made him grin inwardly, it was fun. Ha! The blast roared forward, a brilliant beam of destructive energy ripping through the space ahead of him, carving a deep scar into the ground. The raw force of it left cracks spreading through the ground, heat radiating from the point of impact. But Leo wasn't done yet. He moved on to plagiarize more, integrating the soul organs he had observed in Aizen. As soon as the final connection snapped into place, something shifted. A wave of pressure surged outward. Ryaku. This wasn't drawn from the body or emotions, this was his soul unleashed. Similar to what he does when projecting intent. The air grew heavy, the ground trembled beneath his feet. Let's see if this works too. Raising his hand, Leo called upon a memory of another spell. His voice was calm, but inside, anticipation bubbled. Hado 90, Kurohitsugi. Dark energy spiraled upward, space bending and twisting as a small black coffin materialized in the air, its oppressive gravity crushing everything within. After finishing the testing of the 3 changes he plagiarized to himself, Leo began preparing for the creation of his texture. But there was one more thing Leo wanted to test. The immortality spell. It had worked when creating Hope, turning her into a vampire. He had understood how it functioned, how it tied the soul and body together. But using it on himself? That was still uncertain. He was already physically immortal, would it even make a difference? And if it did, will the drawback of a weakness to his physical form be worth it? Leo stood still for a moment, thinking it through. Testing it would answer the questions, however he wouldn't risk that in a hostile environment. Leo let out a sigh, running a hand through his hair. Whatever. Let's just get this done and find the last bastard to eliminate, he thought, his tone flat, more tired of the process than anything else. But then, like an annoying notification in the back of his mind, another thought crept in his own storyline quest. Right. Still gotta pull off that surprise takeover of the underworld. The thought didn't excite him, but it was on the list. With a lazy wave of his hand, the ground beneath him shifted, the texture hardening and reshaping into a wide platform of sandstone. The smooth surface cracked and settled under his control, using earth magic. Then, without wasting time, he summoned a laser from his fingertips using a mix of water magic and light magic. Thin, sharp beams carved patterns into the sandstone, burning a complex array onto the stone. The array was based on the language of Satan. He paused mid-draw, staring at the array with mild annoyance. I really need to think of a cooler name for that. Leo pulled out the vial of Tiamat's blood. It was a black with a hint of red, sometimes occurring as it contained energy in itself. Without hesitation, he willed it into the air. The thick droplets floated upward and spiraled around him, forming a perfect ring. Closing his eyes, Leo centered himself. His mind sharpened, diving deep into his informational abilities, binding the properties of Tiamat's blood directly to himself and his blood, stealing them by parasitizing its concepts. At the same time, his focus split, tuning to the code he had crafted for the creation of his meta-world. Every line of it was like a divine command, the foundation of something entirely new. Informational creation began to weave itself through reality, laying down the groundwork for what was to come: rules, laws, and structures being made again in the confines of his self. As the power surged, Leo's physical body began to shift. Small, almost imperceptible parts of him faded, as if dissolving into something greater. The thin veil that separated his body from his soul, already weakened by his previous power-ups, grew even vaguer. His form wasn't breaking, it was evolving. But Leo didn't care. Neither about the loss of flesh nor about the strange detachment to it creeping in. After all, it wouldn't matter much. Best-case scenario, his two forms of immortality could merge, physical and informarian-based, into something stronger. Something absolute. He might even become deathless like Tiamat herself. The array on the ground lit up in a sudden, golden-red flash. Lines of intricate symbols out, drawing power directly from Leo's mana furnace, which had now roared to life at full throttle. The sheer amount of mana pouring out was overwhelming, so dense it began to solidify, taking on a semi-liquid form that dripped and rippled across the air like molten magic. After Leo created the mana furnace, his capacity was A++ in terms of stats due to having multiple organs dedicated towards mana generation, almost 300,000 times capacity of peak human mage. But Leo quickly realized something: pushing at full capacity isn't smart given the possibility of attack. Without wasting time, he made a decision. His focus shifted inward as he began fusing the dragon heart with the mana furnace. The dragon heart, inspired by Tia's physiology, was already built to convert raw emotions into dragon aura. Now, by merging it with the furnace, he could channel that dragon aura directly into generating mana, turning rage, excitement, and focus into pure energy. As the two fused, the unstable surge of mana began to stabilize. Leo instantly felt hollow, like all his feelings have been suddenly wiped out, as if a vacuum cleaner was turned on in his brain. He could feel an emotion for barely a second before it was absorbed. The chaotic sprinkle of mana became a steady river. The pressure eased, and Leo's body felt more synchronized with the enormous power flowing through him. I'll need to fix that drawback though, he thought, but for now it's perfect. Now, let's finish this. With his energy stabilized, Leo refocused on the Tiamat's blood floating around him. His consciousness dove deep, absorbing the concept hidden within the blood and echo of creation itself. The knowledge and concepts it held were vast. His soul, acting like an infinite canvas, soaked in every drop of it. Within his, the 10 rings, each one spinning around the other in a perfect, concentric pattern like a cosmic engine,